Apocalypse, my items upgrade infinitely. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, The Magical Use of Second-Order Insect Eggs, Healing and Experimentation. He immediately ordered to return to Tehu's service area. On the way back, Lin Feng walked into the lower area of the battleship, found the door of the storage space that had been converted from the original trunk, and took out a second-level insect egg from it. The huge insect eggs dragged into the living room, almost occupying the entire activity space. Chen Yanyan, who was piloting the battleship, heard the banging sounds behind her, so she set the route back to the city and used her special powers to remotely control the driving. She came to the living room behind the cab and saw the insect egg that was still wriggling. The pure white second-stage insect eggs looked like white fat, swaying from side to side, creating layers of fleshy waves. Then he looked at Lin Feng, who was pointing his gun at the egg, and asked, "Is what you just said true?" Lin Feng had already informed Chen Yanyan about the transaction with the Queen Mother as a core member of the team and the woman he trusted the most. There was no need to hide this matter from her, so what Chen Yanyan was asking was not whether the Queen Mother voluntarily handed over the eggs out of fear. She wanted to know whether the upgraded egg-killing system that Lin Feng had announced to everyone before was true. After all, Lin Feng's current actions seemed to be eager to verify. Lin Feng switched the LV-25 armor-piercing magnetic cannon in his hand to LV-9 gun-level pistol mode. Although the damage dropped sharply from 500 to 40, it would not cause any damage to the battleship. As for whether it can kill insect eggs through the close contact during the transportation just now, Lin Feng's identification skills have given the most detailed results. Second-level tiger spine worm eggs, LV-20 horsepower 205, VT-30. SPR0 attributes. After consumption, it can increase satiety by 100%, quickly restore the physical condition of the second-level awakener, and speed up the repair of damage to body tissues other than the brain. Each time you eat one, you can increase your physical attribute value by an additional 10 points. Evaluation. This is a first-stage late-stage black spine worm. In the process of upgrading and evolving into a second-stage tiger spine worm, the eggs contain the energy required to upgrade the second-stage worm's hunger. Replenishing material. The original organic soup contained in the insect eggs is safe to eat. Note, after being killed by bound equipment, all attribute effects of the eggs will be lost. After seeing the complete version of the attribute introduction, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and then nodded to Chen Yanyan. The finger that was about to pull the trigger slowly loosened. Currently, due to the lack of orange-quality fusion materials, there is little point in upgrading the land cruiser. It would be better to add 2 pairs of second-order tiger spine worm jaws instead of just relying on the improvement of basic values. It's a pity that last time when Lin Feng hunted the tiger-backed insects under Ling Yi, all his huge jaws were used to upgrade the flying tiger armor. But at that time, Lin Feng did not expect that he would have such an easy opportunity to earn upgrade points in the near future. Since we can't get it from Queen Mother Ling Yi, we can only find a way to get it from Queen Mother Heicheng. So for the first batch of 52nd stage insect eggs, Lin Feng planned to upgrade the LV-25 armor-piercing magnetic cannon to the maximum level first. After calculation, it is found that at least 34 pieces are needed to successfully upgrade to the level 29 top-grade orange weapon. Lin Feng had no use for the remaining 16 pieces, so he gave them to his companions and upgraded them to the second level of awakening. After all, when Lin Feng goes out alone one day, they must also be able to protect themselves when facing the enemy, and the one who needed it most was his closest girlfriend and comrade in arms, Chen Yanyan. So Lin Feng put away the armor-piercing magnetic cannon and took out an ordinary long knife hanging on the wall from the kitchen. Although this is ordinary, it has been upgraded to level 9 by Lin Feng. Ordinary longsword LV-9/9, white quality, durability 10 out of 10, damage 50, good condition. Evaluation. Excellent melee weapon, capable of causing great damage, has been upgraded to the maximum level. Level upgrade condition, kill level 0 Zerg 1. Note, due to insufficient innate materials, additional red quality metal needs to be added for fusion upgrade. Otherwise, there is a high probability that the upgrade will fail due to inability to withstand the transformation. Lin Feng just took a quick look and handed the level 9 ordinary longsword in his hand to Chen Yanyan. In fact, as early as the late first stage before his second awakening, he had already used a large number of melee weapons to conduct upgrade experiments. Unfortunately, Most of the level 9 cold weapons are broken and scrapped during the upgrade process and cannot be upgraded to red quality. This was also the reason why he inquired about Liu Yuki's whereabouts. The 1000 slashes sword in that guy's hand might not have the potential to be of orange quality, but it definitely had the potential to be upgraded to red quality above level 10 like fish entering the sea, and there has been no news of them. Lin Feng could only hope that Hu Fei and Han Yuxin had some good channels to obtain some cold weapons with excellent materials and great potential. And Ding Chenghe, he should be able to develop a sword that is comparable to the giant jaws of the second-level tiger backworm as soon as possible, and give it to him to upgrade and transform it into a peerless weapon. Now Chen Yan'an took the long knife and walked towards the slightly disgusting insect eggs under Lin Feng's encouraging gaze. The still-living second-stage eggs, like the larvae in a hornet's nest, have a pair of pincer-shaped parts on their heads, which they use to eat and absorb nutrients. They have no arms or legs, so they cannot move. They can only keep closing their mouth parts, making rustling sounds, and giving orders to the nearby red beetle, the nest nanny, to eat. Unfortunately, what was delivered to his mouth was not high-energy food, but a blade emitting cold light. Chen Yan'an did not hesitate too much. She raised the level 9 ordinary long sword, and chopped down the feeding mouth parts of the second-level insect eggs. He chopped 4 or 5 times in a row, causing 50 points of damage each time, and finally completed the upgraded kill while the insect eggs were struggling and shaking desperately. Whereabouts of the upgraded awakened energy can be clearly felt, confirming that what the Queen Mother said was true. Killing the second-level insect eggs will indeed earn you an upgrade. Although Lin Feng had already confirmed this from the identification results, to Chen Yan'an, who had always been skeptical, what was happening at this moment seemed as incredible as a dream. After all, the second-level awakening was so difficult, and killing the second-level Zerg at close range was so dangerous, but now it can be achieved with just an ordinary kitchen knife or a rifle, a few chops and a few shots. If this were put out there, who would believe it? Looking at Chen Yan'an, who was dumbfounded, Lin Feng walked up and patted her on the shoulder. Congratulations, you have completed the conditions for the second-level awakening, but you should wait until you return to the camp before you start the evolution. Chen Yan'an came back to her senses, dropped the long knife in her hand, turned around and hugged Lin Feng, kissing him hard on the face once, twice, and several times. Only after he had vented all his joy did he stand up and ask, "Wait, what else did you say?" Lin Feng wiped the water from his face, pointed to the insect eggs behind him that were oozing with milky white nutrient solution, and after a light cough, he introduced its properties and functions to Chen Yan'an. After hearing this, Chen Yan'an immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" He immediately got into a rush and brought pots and pans from the kitchen to collect the organic nutrient solution in the second-order insect eggs, for fear that it would be wasted. A lot of it had already spilled onto the floor, which she wiped clean with a towel and squeezed into an empty bottle. Lin Feng looked at her kneeling on the ground, with the perfect curves above her slender thighs, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Forget about the ones in the bottle. Later it was handed over to Li Ran and others to divide. It had took 7 or 8 minutes, and with the collaborative efforts of the two, they extracted a total of 100 kilograms of organic nutrients from a second-level insect egg. These white juices have no taste, just like mineral water mixed with pure milk. But once it enters the stomach, you will feel a warmth, which then spreads throughout the body, instantly restoring the tired body to its best condition. In addition to the satiety effect of restoring the state, the most important thing should be the repair of injuries and the improvement of physical attributes. One insect egg weighs 100 kilograms, which means an increase of 10 kilograms is too slow even if you drink it as water. Fortunately, as the awakened person progresses to the later stage, his metabolism speeds up and his own consumption increases, so his energy needs can be met by injecting a large amount of organic nutrient solution every day. Otherwise, if Lin Feng were to drink several hundred kilograms a day, he would not be able to handle it. After taking a few sips, the land cruiser, under the careful control of Chen Yan'an, led all the crew members of the 8 tanks back to the Tehu service area. Driving into the parking lot of the temporary camp, Lin Feng waited for his soldiers to get off the car and assemble. Then he slowly walked out of the battleship, dragging the shell of the dead second-level insect egg behind him. Then he held up the bottle of organic nutrient solution and introduced it to everyone. This is a substance called organic nutrient solution extracted from second-order insect eggs. If we have brothers from the north, we should know how delicious this thing is. It's like a cicada pupa and can burst into pulp. Yes, it tastes like chicken, is crunchy, and has 5 times the protein of beef. But this is not an ordinary cicada pupa, but an egg that can hatch a second-level tiger spine worm. The energy it contains can enhance the physical fitness of most of you and release your superpowers infinitely. Because it can quickly replenish energy, restore physical energy strength, and improve the body's condition if consumed in large quantities, it can not only repair physical injuries, but will also improve our basic physical attributes permanently. Hearing this, could no longer hold back and exclaimed in delight, not disguising the desire and yearning in their eyes, and some people were already drooling. But there were also many who looked worried. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, taking in the expressions of the 160 people, and then continued, I have personally verified these effects. Now the only thing left is to recover present from injuries. Is there anyone who would like to volunteer? As soon as the words fell, a voice, accompanied by raised hands, came from the back of the team, me. Let me try. Everyone looked back and saw that it was the injured team that was unfortunately attacked by black-backed insects in the Battle of Jicheng yesterday. The one who raised his hand was the soldier with the most serious injuries. One of his legs was bitten by the giant jaws of the black-backed worm, but fortunately it was protected by the level 9 red armor and was not cut off on the spot, but the thigh muscles and supporting bones were all shattered. Even with the strong physique of a first-level awakener, only the external skin and flesh have healed initially, and the torn muscles and bones inside will still take a long time to heal themselves. This is not something that can be cured directly by medical technology. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Even if the awakened person's physical attributes are more than 10 times that of an ordinary person, it still takes 2 weeks to recover. This means that the injured team members will not be able to fight side by side with other teammates, and can only do some post-supplier work or do odd jobs in the kitchen. Over time, their progress in upgrading and awakening will lag far behind that of the main force. Seeing that teammates who were once at the same level as me are about to surpass me, and those who are weaker than me will also catch up, the survival and psychological burden of this relationship is more painful and torturous than the physical pain. Therefore, it became natural for this team member to volunteer. Not wanting to be left behind by his teammates or fall behind, he had no choice but to take a risk. And what Lin Feng needs is just such a warrior. Let us prove to the effectiveness of organic nutrient solution. He picked up his crutches, limped and staggered to the front of the stage, and with the help of Lin Feng, he climbed to the bow of the ship. Lin Feng asked, "What's your name?" The young man with the broken leg had tears in his eyes. Liu. Liu Yi. Lin Feng nodded and patted his shoulder. Very good, Liu Yi. After today, your injured leg will recover quickly. I'll look forward to your performance on the battlefield. As he spoke, he handed the 2.5-liter bottle of Coke filled with milky white organic nutrient solution to Liu Yi. Liu Yi took the bottle, and with the help of Lin Feng, he opened the bottle, then took a deep breath and drank it down in one gulp with determination. When the organic nutrient solution in the insect eggs enters the mouth, the imagined fishy and spicy taste does not come from the tip of the tongue, but instead a warm touch without any taste. That is the absorption process, in which the nutrient solution is directly broken down by the digestive enzymes in the saliva and enters the body. It made Liu Yi feel like he was experiencing an awakening and upgrading at the fracture of the thigh. Liu Yi drank half of the bottle in one breath. After he put it down, his body temperature rose rapidly, his blood circulation accelerated, and his entire face and body skin turned red. Coupled with a strange itching and burning sensation from the broken leg, Liu Yi's blood boiled and he directly shook off Lin Feng's support and collapsed to the ground. His whole body was arched like a cooked shrimp. Repairing the wound would be so intense with his quick eyes and hands, he could only catch the big bottle thrown away by Liu Yi to prevent the organic nutrient solution from spilling all over the ground again. Could it be that this is because they flowed onto the ground and became contaminated by bacteria? For a moment, even Lin Feng was confused. However, according to the results of the appraisal, Liu Yi did not show any negative condition, nor was he seriously injured or on the verge of death, which means that there was no problem with the nutrient solution. But at this moment, all the team members present showed expressions of fear. After all, the flesh of the alien Zerg is poisonous. Absolutely do not ingest. It was knowledge ingrained into everyone's minds during their military training, and many of the survivors who escaped from Haichang had witnessed the horrific experience firsthand. Looking at Liu Yi's miserable situation, some team members have already cast suspicious glances at the sergeant beside them. After all, he had said that the organic nutrient solution was extracted from the white insect egg shell. Not only is it non-toxic and harmless, it also has various incredible effects. But now the facts are in front of us, the bloody lesson that insect meat cannot be eaten is being repeated again. Chapter 127, Doubt and Truth, Upgrading the Armor-Piercing Magnetic Cannon. Looking at the chaotic crowd on the field, Liren, who was standing in the front row, turned around and spoke first. "What are you yelling about? Stand at attention." Under the scrutiny of Captain Li Ran, the soldiers present all stopped at ease, stood at attention with their chests puffed out, and shut their mouths obediently. But there was still doubt in their eyes. Li Ran frowned slightly. In fact, he also felt that Lin Feng was too aggressive, or that what had happened from this morning to now was far beyond his expectations. He couldn't understand the change of the situation. "I didn't quite understand what Lin Feng did. Why was the agreed attack suddenly suspended, and an unclear ceasefire agreement reached with Queen Mother Jiacheng?" But Li Ran was clear about one thing: all the strange changes started after Lin Feng left the team and went to the center of Jiacheng alone. Although he left the land cruiser behind yesterday, the road space inside Jiacheng was not enough for the battleship to turn around at will, and when they returned, there were no traces of scratches on the surface of the battleship, so Lin Feng must have acted alone. One man went deep into the city center and into the heart of the Zerg. When he returned, he not only gave up attacking Jiacheng, but also took out a bunch of Zergigs, claiming that this thing was a miraculous treasure. Quickly restore physical strength, heal injuries, and improve physical attributes. Such a good thing actually doesn't cost anything. Li Ran doesn't believe that there is such a thing as a free lunch. If you think about it carefully, there is only one possibility. That is, Lin Feng was just like Chang Zhan in the past, being controlled by the Queen Mother of Jiacheng using the parasitic matrix. Perhaps the person in front of him at this moment is already a bug in human skin, bewitching people and trying to turn the entire team into its puppets. After Qin, who returned, exposed Chang Zhan's disguise, and killed the Zerg spy who was infiltrated in the 13th Division, he had contact with Li Ran at that time. Qin, who told Li Ran during the call that he would not stay in the 13th Division for too long. His help is even more needed in the defense of the federal capital. Therefore, it is actually the best choice for Li Ran to continue to stay with Lin Feng. Before hanging up the phone, Qin, who specifically warned Li Ran that in addition to serving Lin Feng, he also had a more important task. It is to protect Lin Feng from being killed by the Queen Mother, prevent what happened to Chang Zhan from happening again, especially when Lin Feng emerges in the future and becomes a celebrity in the human insect war. Will definitely be targeted by the Zerg Queen once Lin Feng encounters problems, or is even controlled by the Queen Mother to defect to the Zerg. His powerful abilities will undoubtedly accelerate the demise of humanity, so no matter whether Lin Feng was harmed by the parasite or was bewitched and surrendered to the Zerg, at that time, Li Ran must take action to stop it. Even if he is unable to stop the other party, he must ensure that the awakened soldiers under his command will not become sharp blades that stab humans. And at this moment, Liren has already smelled the hints of danger. He thinks deeper and further than his soldiers. As long as he is sure that Lin Feng is no longer around, he will definitely take action, even if it means throwing himself into a flame. He will sacrifice himself to reveal the truth to everyone. Thinking of this, Li Ran turned around and stared at the man standing on the bow, and Liu Yi lying on the ground beside him, struggling in pain. Breathing gradually became heavier. However, not long after, Liu Yi, who fell to the ground and trembled all over, absorbed and digested the organic nutrient solution that was suddenly poured into his mouth. His high-speed metabolic blood circulation gradually cooled down. The body temperature also dropped from a high fever of 40 degrees to 37 degrees, and eventually stabilized. Coming back to his senses, he wiped the sweat off his face, slowly stood up and looked forward. I saw more than 160 people present, staring at me blankly, as if there were flowers on their faces. What's going on? Liu Yi murmured to himself, feeling a little overwhelmed until the sole of the broken left leg felt cold from the socks. Liu Yi, who was in a daze, suddenly woke up and found that he was standing up only supported by his legs. No one to help me. The comminuted fracture of the femur was repaired in just a few minutes. Although I still felt a slight pain when I was standing, I could clearly feel the sensation of my broken left leg. The nerves and blood vessels have been repaired. The things that I have been worrying about for a long time have been solved with just a bottle of organic nutrient solution. Suri, now, what the sergeant said is the truth. A miracle happened. Although something went wrong in the process, it did not affect Liu Yi, who was standing on his legs at the moment and performing miracles to the people present. The next second, as Liu Yi excitedly hugged his broken leg, it was restored to its original state. The soldiers present, who were originally full of doubts, also exclaimed in disbelief. The miracle that occurs at this moment is the best proof. Lin Feng held back the explanation he had been brewing, and instead took the remaining half bottle of organic nutrient solution, slowly spread out his hands, welcoming the applause and cheers. A few minutes later, when everyone's high emotions gradually calmed down, Lin Feng patted Liu Yi on the shoulder. "Go ahead and tell your teammates to come up," then pointed to the last squad of wounded men in the crowd. A total of 12 people were injured to varying degrees. Amid cheers, they came on stage one by one. Lin Feng handed the remaining organic nutrient solution to the wounded and reminded them, "Don't drink too much at once. This stuff is like strong liquor. It takes some time to get used to it, unless you want to be like Liu Yi, falling to the ground and becoming a hunchbacked shrimp." Everyone laughed and took a big sip at a time. A few minutes later, the miracle happened again. The injured's broken hands, fractures, internal injuries, and bruises on the body all healed on their own. The milky white organic nutrient solution is comparable to a miracle drug. After witnessing the miracle happen for the second time, all the soldiers' doubts were dispelled. They have completely trusted this thing awakened the ability to enhance their physical fitness. The value and effect of the organic nutrient solution have increased exponentially. Unfortunately, after the 12 wounded soldiers drank it, the milky liquid in the large bottle was completely emptied, not a drop left. Fortunately, Lin Feng, who was standing by, asked the wounded to return to the team and continued, "Don't worry. We have plenty of this stuff. From insect eggs this big, we can extract dozens of kilograms of organic nutrient solution, which is more than enough for us to use, as long as everyone is willing to fight hard. I, Lin, will never let you down. I will reward you according to your merits and keep my promise." Hearing the Master Chief's assurance, everyone burst into thunderous applause and cheers again. Lin Feng waved his hand, suppressed the noise, glanced at Shenji on the left, and then began to introduce, "This treasure has so many benefits. Some people may wonder, is there any cost of side effects? After all, we all know that the meat of alien bugs is absolutely inedible and contains a highly poisonous substance, and this thing is an incompletely developed insect egg, and it's a second-level insect egg. Although it won't kill people, it still contains trace amounts of toxins for humans. Ordinary people can't eat too much. As for us awakeners, we are completely immune to toxins. There is only one thing I am not sure about. So I need to explain it to you clearly. There is no free lunch in this world. Gifts from God also have their corresponding price. Perhaps you have all heard rumors that the Federation is secretly carrying out a genetically modified warrior program in order to reverse the defeat on the front line. When the Zerg's advance is unstoppable on the front battlefield, genetic warriors who will cooperate with a decapitation operation are about to enter the battlefield. I hope everyone will keep this matter confidential. At least the top leaders have no intention of announcing it to the public, but our soldiers fighting on the front lines will definitely witness the power of the genetic warriors in advance. For example, the former hero of the 13th Division, Major Qin Hu, has now become a second-level genetic warrior, and can burst out a force twice his own physical attributes. Wearing armor, he can even kill a second-level tiger spine worm with his bare hands. With weapons, he can fight a group of second-level Zerg alone without any problem, and to possess such a powerful force, one must pay a corresponding price. Speaking of this, I think everyone should have guessed that the so-called genetic modification plan is to inject the blood genes of the Zerg into the awakened people participating in the experiment. The highly active Zerg cells will invade and assimilate the body tissues of the experimenter, so the stronger the power that erupts, the deeper the assimilation will be. But it's all worth it. After all, this power comes from the experimenters giving everything they have, even their identity as human beings, to protect humanity and the Federation. So at this moment, I also want to be honest with you and give you a warning in advance. Lin Feng patted the empty eggshell beside him. Although this organic nutrient solution can be called a miracle drug, no one knows what negative effects it will have if you drink too much. Maybe while it will enhance everyone's physique, it will also cause some sequelae to the body. For example, a hard outer shell like the tiger spine worm, or skin barbs or something like that. Seeing the complete silence on the field, Lin Feng took a deep breath. But please rest assured, before I took it out, I had already drunk 20 to 30 kilograms of it on the road. And I drank it all in one go so far. There is no problem with this intake, but to be on the safe side, if you have the opportunity to get such a reward in the future, or encounter insect eggs, try not to drink too much in a short period of time. That's it. Let's disband first. Lin Feng finished speaking in one breath, then relaxed and returned to the warship. Upon seeing this, Li Ran turned around with a frown on his face, looking at the people who had dispersed. They all had thoughtful expressions on their faces and were discussing in low voices in groups of 3 or 4. So he walked towards the wounded who had just walked off the battleship. Including Liu Yi, the total number of wounded soldiers in the team has basically recovered and will be able to participate in the next combat mission soon. Had drunk the most, nervously rolled up his trouser legs, turning them all the way to the top, revealing his repaired left leg above the knee, where it was previously broken. Only a circle of yellowish and blackened shed skin remained after it was repaired. Liu Yi rubbed it hard and tore off a large piece of old skin, revealing the new pink skin inside the blood vessels and muscle tissue under the translucent dermis were clearly visible. There is no assimilation of the Zerg appearance as the Master Chief mentioned. Seeing this, Liu Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. And the stone pressing on him finally fell down. But Li Ran appeared in front of him with a stern face. The feeling of anxiety that had just been relieved came back again. Liu Yi quickly let go of the warehouse manager and saluted. Li Ran frowned slightly. He clearly remembered the background information of each of his recruits, such as where they lived, family members, resume, major, etc. After Kinhu's instructions and reminder, he was fully prepared to identify the Zerg spies hidden in the team, so all members of the wounded team were brought to a room in the rest building and questioned one by one. Liu Yi was the first to answer the captain's question with a little nervousness. After he stood up and left, he realized belatedly the underlying reason behind this conversation. When questioning the 6th wounded man, a soldier knocked on the door. "Captain Li, the chief petty officer is looking for you. You are at the rear of the battleship." Li Ran's expression suddenly changed, but he returned to normal in an instant. He asked the notified soldiers and the wounded who were being interrogated to leave, then walked to the side of the room and took out a large caliber rifles handed in by the old soldiers who had surrendered from the cabinet. After thinking it over, I stuffed them back. A minute later, when Li Ran came to the back of the warship, he saw Lin Feng sitting on a stone pier. Behind him was the pilot of the warship, Lin Feng's woman Chen Yanai, and there were 2 unexpected people, Shenji and his female classmate Zhang Liang. They were the first people to follow Lin Feng. After some inquiries, Li Ran learned that Shenji and his companions were still high school students and had no combat experience. The only contact I had was probably 3 or 4 days of military training. So although these people serve as captains, apart from their higher awakening levels, their practical experience is no different from those of the new recruits who have just joined the army. But their appearance here right now made Li Ran a little confused. But soon, after Lin Feng smiled at him, the changes in Shenji and the other man almost made Li Ran explode on the spot. And his hand unconsciously reached for the pistol on his waist behind him, and many more. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, stopping Li Ran's instinctive reaction, then pointed at Shenji and the other man who did not take any action, and began to explain. This is their ability, swallowing and assimilating, absorbing the genes of the Zerg. You can think of this as a natural gene warrior with very few side effects, just like Kinhu. Li Ran took a few steps back and looked at Shenji and the other man, who put away their armor and revealed their true faces. A person whose whole body is covered with black and yellow armor, with huge jaw-like swords growing out of the outside of his arms, and even his face has turned into a pair of jaws like a tiger-backed worm. Zhang Liang, who was standing next to her, also transformed into a small first-order green-winged insect, with a pair of transparent membranous wings shining brightly under the sunlight. It was not until Lin Feng explained, and the 2 of them did not take any further action, that Li Ran steadied his steps. After taking a deep breath, he asked, "Is that why you added that last part?" Lin Feng nodded, revealed the genetic warriors, and exaggerated the non-existent cost of intake of organic nutrient solution, all in order to allow Shenji and the others to successfully display their own abilities. But this alone was far from enough. Lin Feng specifically called Li Ran over to dispel his concerns. At the same time, Brother Qin should have mentioned to you that after activating his ability, he can sense Zerg spies hiding in the crowd, and Shenji and the other 2 who possess similar abilities can do the same. As soon as the words fell, a reminder suddenly flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. LV-27 Electromagnetic Cannon, upgraded. Chapter 128 LV-29 Electromagnetic Cannon, self-upgrade. This matter needs to be kept secret. Shenji and his companion's ability to devour and assimilate cannot be leaked, especially the Zerg Queen. It's just us, and you know it. For now. Lin Feng glanced at the nervous man. Li Ran calmed down, took several deep breaths, and tried to get his brain working again. The pistol he put in his waist was not actually used to fight back, but to fire a warning shot before committing suicide. In this way, the soldiers who rushed to the scene after hearing the news would be aware of the danger in the camp. In addition, his interrogation of the wounded had already planted the seeds of suspicion. Even if he could not reveal the truth that Lin Feng had been replaced by a parasite, it would be impossible for him to let these bugs easily control the awakened team. But what Lin Feng said at this moment made Li Ran unable to understand for a while. If Shenji and the others really awakened special abilities similar to those of genetic warriors as he said, and were able to sniff out the presence of nearby Zerg like Qinhu, doesn't that mean that Lin Feng is not actually being controlled by the Queen Mother of Jiacheng? What he said about surrender and payment of indemnity was indeed true. Li Ran frowned even more tightly because the development of things did not make sense. Either everyone in front of him was lying, or Lin Feng deliberately concealed something at the previous conference. Taking a deep breath, Li Ran said, I just want to confirm 2 points. First, are you still human? Secondly, do the so-called second-level insect eggs really have an assimilation effect on the awakened after being ingested? Lin Feng shrugged, Of course we are human even though they look like human-sized alien insects after activating their superpowers, as long as they still recognize themselves as a human, then they are human. And remember not to let this matter out, we have been on the front lines for a long time, and we cannot bring medical instruments and equipment with us. We can only rely on their special abilities to find the Zerg spies hiding in our team. As for the second thing, no impact. Second-order insect eggs are very valuable. They may be a bit too nutritious for ordinary people, but for awakened people, especially first-order awakened people, this thing is very useful. Before in an hour or two, we will be able to witness the birth of another second-level awakener in the team, in addition to Shenji and me. After receiving Lin Feng's eye signal, Chen Yannian patted her man's shoulder and then boarded the land cruiser. Lin Feng added, before starting the second stage awakening, remember to drink some organic nutrient solution from the second stage insect eggs. It may have a miraculous effect. Chen Yannian waved her hand to indicate that she understood. Lin Feng then turned around and continued, this is the true value of the second order insect eggs. All the Zerg queens who invaded the coasts of the world are not united in order to evolve and become stronger and enter a higher level. They will do whatever it takes. These precious second-level insect eggs are the sincerity that Queen Mother Jiacheng is expressing to me, the sincerity of cooperation. After feeling the extraordinary aura emanating from Chen Yannian, Li Ran had already wavered. However, the truth revealed by Lin Feng at this moment, as well as the emphasis in his tone at the end, made him react instantly. The Queen Mother in Jiacheng wants you to turn around and deal with the one that landed in Heicheng. Because it is so powerful, it has already threatened the invasion pace of the Queen Mother of Jiacheng. Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth and snapped his fingers. That's right. Although our strength has not yet reached the level of completely annihilating a third-level Queen Mother, it is still very easy to slow down its invasion rhythm. We will continue to harass the insects day and night, and kill all the insects that appear on the surface. No matter which queen it is, it will not be able to withstand it. Oh, yes. One more thing. At this moment, Li Ran had fallen into trance. What Lin Feng said was far beyond his understanding and expectations. But as the other party changed the subject, Li Ran quickly came to his senses and waited quietly for what to say next. A solemn look appeared on Lin Feng's face as he stared at the other person. The reason why they went to such great lengths to ask him to come here and personally explain and reveal the current situation was not only to resolve the possible conflicts within the team, but also for another important reason. He needed a channel to convey what was about to happen to the 13th Division after the Queen Mother of Heicheng captured the first line of defense. It was very likely that she had entered the middle stage of the third stage. It was impossible for the second line of defense to hold out for more than 3 days as originally planned. Reality requires them to be prepared. Once the situation deteriorates to the point of no return, we will withdraw from the second line of defense directly to avoid a repeat of the tragedy of the first line of defense. This has further enhanced the strength of the Queen Mother of Heicheng. So when Lin Feng said it was possible, and used the signal interference that appeared in the Tehu service area as an example, Li Ran soon realized the real danger at the moment on the front battlefield. The Queen Mother of Jiacheng was not blocked by the army, and her strength is in the middle of the pack among the Queen Mothers. For the southern part of the Federation, the real threat comes from the Queen Mother of Heicheng. Li Ran took a deep breath. The shock brought to him by the conversation of just a few minutes was like a reshaping of his life. However, he knew exactly what he should do now. When are we going to set off and return to the front battlefield? Lin Feng smiled and pointed at the battleship behind him. At 4 or 5 in the afternoon, we will take advantage of the limited vision at dusk and catch the Zerg off guard. I think the endless wasteland in the Zerg territory is more suitable for our fleet to gallop. Don't let your imagination run wild, Captain Li. You command temporarily. A hint of excitement appeared in Shen Ji's eyes. The long-awaited thing was finally going to come true. After explaining the tasks to everyone, Lin Feng returned to the rest area inside the battleship. Looking at Chen Yan'an, who was already lying on the bed in the bedroom, she was falling into trance. There were a few empty refrigerated boxes on the bedside table, which were the organic nutrient solution she had finished drinking. So Lin Feng sat aside and checked the electromagnetic cannon on his back. On the way back, Lin Feng held the LV-25 armor-piercing magnetic cannon, switched to the LV-9 guard-level pistol mode, and killed a total of 33 second-level insect eggs in one breath. In addition, the parasitic mother body killed before leaving the center of Jichang City has already obtained all the upgrade points needed for the armor-piercing magnetic cannon and his own advancement to the second level. Lin Feng naturally didn't hesitate at all and started upgrading his equipment directly. Caressing the fully upgraded electromagnetic cannon that had been upgraded to level 27, Lin Feng called up its attribute data: electromagnetic gun LV-2729, orange quality upgrade point 99, damage 700, effective range 10 kilometers, remaining bullets 1W/1W. Additional attributes: bullet recovery 1/S, space magazine 0 bullets, death eye 50/50, fire coverage damage 50 plus 10/S, coverage area square meters, bullet time S, cooldown seconds, electromagnetic blast, switch to magnetic bomb, shorten the range tenfold, generate plasma bubble, kill targets within 100 meters, and continuously paralyze all life within a 500-meter radius. New additional attribute: electromagnetic penetration. Charge for 10 seconds to gain 100% initial velocity of the shell and increase armor penetration by 100%. Evaluation: this is a high-tech weapon that goes beyond reality. The breakthrough in electromagnetic miniaturization technology pushes the damage of individual weapons to another level. Even when facing a powerful enemy of a higher level, it has the ability to break through the opponent's defense. Note: be careful when using its electromagnetic properties. Sometimes, too much power can also be a disaster. Look at the changes after 2 consecutive promotions. In addition to the 200-point increase in basic damage, the newly added electromagnetic explosion already has more powerful firepower, and the damage of the magnetic storm bomb can even affect an area of meters. But after its range was shortened tenfold, the maximum striking distance was only 1 kilometer. This means that Lin Feng must use it with caution. Each magnetic storm bomb has to be fired farther, otherwise you will be electrocuted. And the newly added additional attribute, electromagnetic penetration. It uses the properties of electromagnetic acceleration to increase the initial velocity of the charged shells by 100%, and the powerful power gives it stronger armor-piercing properties. From the evaluation given, it can be seen that the last attribute awakened in this second stage is to help the holder of the electromagnetic cannon have the ability to injure high-level beings. Activating the electromagnetic penetration property can threaten the life of the third-level queen. It may not be possible to kill with one strike, but at least it can force the opponent to retreat remotely, and it is possible to kill a third-level existence possible and see the conditions that need to be met to upgrade it to the next level. But before starting the personal upgrade, a reminder popped up in front of Lin Feng. Did you use the reserved spiritual energy to upgrade this time? The estimated spiritual attribute is plus 50. Note: after completing the upgrade, your spiritual attributes will exceed the current personal level limit, and your abilities will undergo unknown changes. Lin Feng looked at it again. His spiritual attribute value was as high as 595 points. According to the rule of the middle and late stages of the second stage, each upgrade interval was points. As long as you add 5 more points, it is very likely that he will experience what happened last time again. During the upgrade process, his consciousness will fall into an uncontrollable and strange spiritual world. Lin Feng didn't want to go to that strange and bizarre desolate space for the second time, especially since Chen Yan'an in front of him was still in the second stage of deep awakening. If both of them go wrong at the same time, it will be a big trouble. Lin Feng vaguely felt that if he entered that spiritual world at this moment, Chen Yan'an, who was also in the process of awakening and upgrading, would most likely wake up as well. What if some unknown accident occurs and causes damage to the mental consciousness and makes it impossible to wake up forever? After careful consideration, Lin Feng, who has always been cautious, chose not to use this spiritual energy for the time being, and first upgraded his own level attributes to perfection after clicking cancel. As a continuous flow of heat flowed from the gun into Lin Feng's body, the upgrade of the equipment and its holder was proceeding simultaneously, having already gone through the second level awakening and the early and middle stages of LV-24. He now possesses 570 points of physical attributes, and is fully capable of transforming his body with these energies. The whole process happened painlessly. Not only was there no pain at all, Lin Feng even felt a sense of ecstasy. The body and the spirit are like experiencing a double baptism from the inside out. Half an hour later, when Lin Feng opened his eyes, he felt completely refreshed. Looking at the data appearing in front of me, I smiled. Lin Feng, LV-28 29 horsepower 870, VT 840, SPR 895. After 3 levels in a row, I have now reached the late stage of the second stage. Possessing attribute data 100 times that of ordinary people. When you charge up and punch out, you can even unleash a terrifying force of nearly 100 tons. It is equivalent to a fully loaded heavy truck, destroying everything in its way like a king. Lin Feng stood up and tried it, and found that when he swung his fist, it was almost to the point of compressing the air. Wearing the level 24 Flying Tiger armor, he can even fight a group of second-order mid-stage tiger spine worms with his bare hands. Equipped with orange-quality equipment, it is naturally a piece of cake for him to destroy a large number of late-stage tiger spine worms. After the excitement faded, Lin Feng looked at the attribute data of the LV-29 electromagnetic cannon, electromagnetic gun LV-29-29, orange quality damage 900, effective range 10 kilometers, remaining bullets 1W/1W. Additional attribute changes, electromagnetic penetration, charge for 3 seconds to gain 200% initial velocity of the shell, increase armor penetration value by 200%, level upgrade condition, killer level 3 lifeform. Seeing the final upgrade conditions, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. There were no other additional conditions attached. He only needed to kill the third level lifeform, which was not difficult for him. Because with a second upgrade, the electromagnetic penetration attribute has a 200% increase in armor penetration. Based on 900 points of damage, Lin Feng can obtain a maximum armor piercing ability of 2,700 points. Such terrifying penetrating damage is more than enough to deal with any second-level Zerg. As for high-level Zerg above the second level, the physical lowest attribute is over 1,000. For example, the Queen Mother has outstanding mental abilities and possesses extremely strong vitality and physique, and the armor value basically starts at 4. Ordinary weapons cannot penetrate its defense at all, and most second-level awakeners find it difficult to pose a real threat to it. This is the dominance of high-level Zerg. Their existence is like an insurmountable chasm that stands in the way of all second-level life forms. But now that the electromagnetic cannon has been upgraded to level 29, it can rely on its electromagnetic penetration properties to have the potential to kill high-level enemies. Gives Lin Feng the ability to enter the third stage. Lifting the gleaming LV-29 electromagnetic cannon, Lin Feng discovered that after switching to electromagnetic mode, its wooden and thick and 1.5-meter-long barrel constantly flashed with tiny traces of electricity and made a crackling sound through the gap. You can also see the magnetic bombs condensing inside the track. If the electromagnetic penetration property is activated, these spherical magnetic bombs will gradually accelerate ordinary armor-piercing cannons, giving them a terrifying kinetic energy of more than 10 Machs within a short distance. After experiencing the sci-fi experience of the electromagnetic gun, Lin Feng immediately switched to normal mode. At this moment, Chen Yannian was staggering, waking up from the second-level awakening. This upgrade experience was not as painful as the first stage of superpower awakening. On the contrary, with the help of organic nutrient solution, Chen Yannian successfully completed the awakening. The original physical defects were completely made up after drinking a large amount of organic nutrient solution. She was already soaked through, and as a result, a thick layer of brown and yellow impurities were secreted all over her body. With a slightly fishy and stale smell, Chen Yannian looked up excitedly and saw Lin Feng staring at her with a smile on his face. She lowered her head and realized her embarrassing situation. She immediately stood up with a red face and walked quickly into the bathroom next to the bedroom. Lin Feng looked at her back, and the appraisal results appeared in front of him. Chen Yannian, LV 29 horsepower 200, VT 200, SPR 240 superpower awakening, mechanical pioneer, Mechanical control ability is greatly improved, can control multiple mechanical bodies at the same time, and has enhanced anti-interference ability. Seeing the opponent's enhanced supernatural powers, Lin Feng became more and more looking forward to tonight's surprise raid battle. After accidentally discovering another wonderful use of the second-level insect eggs, Lin Feng felt that the cooperation with his Zerg Queen should go a step further in the future. Perhaps he should rob a few nearby rank 3 early Queen Mothers during the intervals between battles. As for now, while Chen Yannian's awakening is complete, Lin Feng decides to start his final upgrade. Add that extra mental energy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129: The Secret Past of the Zerg, Half Step to Level 3. In order to avoid dirtying the sheets and bedding, the two of them would do this before every important upgrade. After tidying up and recovering the bed with a layer of film, Chen Yannian had already walked out of the bathroom. Wrapped in a bath towel, she saw Lin Feng preparing to lie down. "You have also awakened?" Lin Feng nodded, holding the LV-29 electromagnetic cannon tightly in his hand, looking a little nervous. "That's right, there is one last and I will be able to advance to the late stage of the second level, and become the strongest person below the high level." Seeing that the other party was actually taking a deep breath, Chen Yannian frowned slightly and said with concern, "What? Will this small upgrade be dangerous?" Lin Feng hesitated for a few seconds and paused. "Remember the parasitic matrix I told you about? It's a special kind of insect race that is a spiritual type." Chen Yannian hummed. "Yes, their chance spiritual attributes are particularly outstanding. Killing them can also enhance her spiritual power. Wait, after you finished talking in the center of Jai Chang yesterday, you killed the clone puppet in the end, and Chang Zhan, who was parasitized and controlled in the 13th division last time. After this awakening, your spiritual attributes should have completely broken through the limit, right?" Lin Feng sighed and nodded. "Yes. I may be able to obtain the third stage of spiritual attribute value in advance, which is equivalent to half a step to the third stage, and it is also the rarest spiritual aspect. That's why I said that I would be the strongest person below level 3. But there is no such thing as a free lunch. The upgrade of my spiritual attributes means that I have to go through the difficult stage of the third level awakening in advance." Chen Yannian swallowed, saw the empty refrigerated box beside her, then turned around and walked out of the bedroom, taking out several bottles of organic nutrient solution from the kitchen. Then he handed them to Lin Feng. "Come on, them. Although I don't know if this is useful for me, spirit, I drank this nutrient solution in advance during my second level awakening, so I didn't feel any danger or pain in the end. Give it a try, it's not a loss anyway." Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, and finally, under Chen Yannian's expectant and commanding eyes, he drank several bottles in one breath. Before he was ready to upgrade, he did not forget to joke, "Enough, enough. If I drink any more, my physical attributes might break through the limit and directly enter the third level. My body can't bear it." Chen Yannian smiled and held the other person's hand. Lin Feng took a deep breath, then started the final upgrade, and at the same time chose to integrate that extra spiritual energy. The next moment, scorching warmth flowed from the gun into the body, along with a strong fluctuation of mental energy. Chen Yannian also felt the terrifying energy in her clenched palms. Because it not only originates from the second-order parasitic mother body, but after being deformed, it becomes a true Queen Mother clone, which contains the spiritual power of high-level Zerg. When this energy rushed into Lin Feng's brain along his arm, his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness instantly. The original trembling struggle calmed down at this moment, and only the rising temperature of the forehead confirmed the occurrence of cross-level awakening. Chen Yannian quickly raised her other hand, poured mineral water on the towel, and used the cold wet towel to physically cool down her man. And after experiencing a tornado-like attack, Lin Feng's consciousness was immediately pushed into darkness by the storm. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself in the boundless universe. As far as the eye can see, there is only a huge planet under your feet, except for the stars in the distance. Lin Feng knew that it was different from the desolate wasteland world he was in before, because that is his own spiritual world, accompanied by bound equipment such as land cruisers and electromagnetic guns. But now I don't have any of these, and I haven't even condensed my body yet. The only thing that exists is an uncontrollable picture, Like the first-person perspective in a dream before Lin Feng could observe for long, the next second, his perspective was like a rocket launching, flying straight towards the planet under his feet after passing through the thin atmosphere. The entire surface of the planet appeared before his eyes. It was not until this moment that Lin Feng discovered that the surface of the rust planet was not as dead and desolate as he had imagined. Instead, there are a large number of tracks and countless holes scattered throughout the mountain valleys. Seeing such a strange alien landscape, Lin Feng was still marveling at the tenacity of life, but the next second, a large swarm of insects suddenly emerged from those densely packed holes. Although their appearance was not similar to that of the black-backed worms, their specialized fangs allowed Lin Feng to recognize at a glance that they were the Zerg that invaded the blue star. However, the swarm of insects that appeared before him were more primitive. They were not like the black-spined insects that lived only for killing. This may be the home planet of the Zerg, that the second-level insect egg nutrient solution he drank before upgrading allowed his consciousness to enter the genetic inheritance of the Zerg. In short, at the moment, his spiritual consciousness, as a member of the parasite race, is experiencing the past development of their race through the first-person perspective. When Lin Feng landed on the surface, he saw a large number of primitive Zergs gathering together like tribal members, dancing and cheering, enthusiastically welcoming their fellow Zergs who had landed from outer space, or in other words, high-level Zergs with extremely high intelligence. In the days that followed, high-level Zerg began to spread knowledge and teach their fellow members advanced biotechnology, allowing their race to thrive. As time passed, Lin Feng integrated into it and witnessed the development history of the Zerg. But the more this happened, the harder it was for him to understand. The alien Zerg were clearly a peaceful civilization, similar to the ant colonies and bee colonies on the blue planet. They have their own farming techniques and obtain food for survival by collecting certain fungi plants. And the biotechnology they mastered continued to improve under the leadership of the intelligent Zerg, and they even developed stable outer space exploration technology. Why will the Zerg of the future become war machines that invade alien planets? Even the individual consciousness they originally possessed was completely wiped out under the mental control of the high-level Zerg. The lower-level Zerg that once made up civilization have been reduced to low-level stupid biological machines. Under the order of the Queen Mother, they go on to the alien battlefield and become cannon fodder. During this time, a terrible transformation must have taken place. Until the peaceful and quiet days were broken by a black light one morning. From then on the nightmare began when the stars rose from the horizon. The original red light did not appear, but instead a black sun that Lin Feng was familiar with appeared, or it was the strange solar eclipse that once appeared in the sky of Blue Star. The sun seemed to be blocked by something. Not only did it turn completely black, but the outermost solar ring also grew wriggling bright red tentacles. But unlike the blue planet, there was no large-scale alien invasion on the Zerg home planet. Instead, flames shot up into the sky and rose up everywhere. Violent explosions were heard from the Zerg nests deep in the ground, followed by the collapse of the entire nest, burying and crushing tens of millions of Zerg. The unknown attack soon attracted the attention of the Zerg high-level officials. From Lin Feng's perspective, this high-level Zerg quickly boarded the biological transport ship and flew into space with his companions. Find the source of the threat. Wait until a large number of high-level Zerg drive biological spaceships into outer space. What happened before their eyes made all the high-ranking Zerg officials stand there in a daze. In the endless darkness of space, I saw a huge black shadow enveloping the star at the center of the galaxy. As it disappeared, the star it was in was revealed. Its brightness dropped by several degrees in just over 10 minutes. It can be clearly felt that the light radiation it emits is no longer as hot and powerful as before. The entire star seems to have accelerated its aging over billions of years, going directly from middle age to old age, and is about to reach the end of its life. However, before the insects could come to their senses. A few minutes later, the mother star used its last rays of light to illuminate the outer layer of the planet, and when the dark and boundless space. In the eyes of the insects, they were surprised to see a giant insect beast that was thousands of kilometers long. It was as long as 1/10 the size of the mother planet and as wide as it was wide, directly occupying half of the sky in the insect's field of vision. Soon, many high-level Zerg recognized the giant beast in front of them. It was the Zerg creator that was recorded in their inherited knowledge. The great, supreme, and unlookable insect god. As a result, a large number of high-level Zerg knelt on the ground in extremely devout submission after the appearance of the Zerg god. Their worries, confusion and fear were swept away like a magic needle, leaving only joy and excitement in their hearts. Lin Feng estimated that this gigantic insect, whose size was close to that of a small planet, must be more than level 4 after all. For it, surviving in space away from its mother planet is not worth mentioning at all. Even if it exerts its full power, it can easily destroy the entire planet. Perhaps he has stepped into another steps level, just as the third level into the fourth level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and above that. Seventh level, 8th level, or even stronger. But before the insects could be happy for long, they saw this great insect god suddenly appear under the light of the star, and in the eyes of all the high-level insects, in an instant. The giant jewel head that was hundreds of kilometers tall turned into powder with a bang. And its body exploded the next moment, and countless blood vessels tens of meters wide, along with the terrifying energy contained in the insect god's body, spread across the entire starry sky as colorful as an asteroid explosion. Covered the biological spacecraft with a layer of blood and flesh residue. Fortunately, the character whose perspective Lin Feng entered was the first to react and piloted the spaceship to avoid the bloody and fleshy debris that were shot at him at high speed like cannonballs. The shock wave generated by the explosion also dispersed the already thin atmosphere on the surface of the mother planet, revealing a flesh and blood sky floating in space. A large amount of blood and flesh residue fell to the ground due to the impact of the explosion, causing a large-scale blood drain on the surface of half of the planet. For a moment, a doomsday scene like hell appeared in the eyes of all the survivors. The remaining flesh and blood of the insect god, with the help of the planet's gravity and the angular force generated by its rotation, formed a flesh and blood halo hundreds of kilometers wide near the equator. The blood-red halo, coupled with the rust-colored surface of the Zerg home planet, forms a gorgeous rose in the universe. The dead silence and despair completely permeated the biological spacecraft. Countless high-level Zerg were simply unable to believe and accept such an ending. They are the insect gods that cannot be looked at directly and are out of reach. Just easily in front of me. The horrific existence that killed him did not even leave a shadow. Fortunately, the perspective character that Lin Feng was hosting was too calm. He controlled the biological spaceship, scanned the battlefield in front of him, and collected and sent back the on-site video it had from the biological spacecraft's control platform. Through layers of walls of flesh and blood, what happened in the distance finally appeared in my mind. At the place where the insect god died, there were several other giant insect beasts, which played roles such as god of war and mother goddess in the history of the Zerg. Their size is only over 100 kilometers, far less massive than the insect god, and their level is estimated to be level 5 or 6. In addition to them, there are more than a dozen other giant insects farther away, ranging in size from 10 kilometers to several dozen kilometers. These giant insects are the true top-level existences of the Zerg race and the highest fighting force guard in the clan. But with the death of the only insect god, they were also an incredible shock. But with a powerful enemy at hand, there is no time for sadness or shock. The next second, the culprit who caused this horrific destruction appeared in front of the giant insects. But the figure of the mysterious enemy was too small. Even if you try your best to focus, you can only see that it is a mysterious alien creature that is only 2 meters in size. But with just a light blow, he completely killed the strongest being in the star field, the insect god worshipped by trillions of creatures. The next moment, a wave of spiritual energy was seen, resounding through the brains of all the giant insects like a thunderstorm. Submit, or die. Under the powerful oppression of the mysterious creature, the low-level giant insects retreated step by step, but there were also many giant insects that vowed to follow the insect god to the death and continued to attack the enemy without fear of life and death. But when they tried their best and rushed to the front of the mysterious creature, the other party just took a look and set off a strong energy storm, which directly smashed these 5th and 6th level giant insects into foam. Not even a trace of blood or flesh left. Seeing this scene, the remaining giant insects knelt down and bowed their heads to show their submission. The drastic change in the situation not only shocked Lin Feng, but also caused the high-level Zerg who had witnessed this scene to fall into deep shock and tension. It quickly memorized the truth about the death of the Zerg god and the Zerg surrender, and then edited and recorded this information into its own gene sequence. In the hope that in the distant future, the Zerg offspring that were cloned and born from its body will reveal this dark and secret past of the group. Up to this point, Lin Feng's consciousness broke free from the high-level Zerg that had fallen into dormancy under the mental control of the surrenderous giant insects. The next moment, his consciousness fell into an endless abyss. In a trance, he seemed to hear the wailing of Zerg, which were trying to wrap around his body like evil spirits from hell. Faintly, I heard 3 words, Makela. Lin Feng then shouted loudly, and stood up from the bed, and his consciousness returned to reality. But his consciousness was not clear yet, and he was in a daze. He let Chen Yannian, who was beside him with a nervous face, patted and shook him, and talked to him. Lin Feng's brain is still in a semi-downtime state. It was not until dozens of seconds later that the text reminder that popped up in front of my eyes became clearer and clearer, and I suddenly came to my senses. What? Lin Feng sighed, then took a deep breath, tightly grasping Chen Yannian's tender hand, not daring to let go. It's okay, it's okay. A few more minutes passed, and with a woman's constant and patient comfort, Lin Feng finally came out of this strange experience with his erg. Well, no, it's okay. Chen Yannian took a towel and wiped the 2 lines of tears that flowed unconsciously from Lin Feng's eyes. With a sad look on her face, Lin Feng smiled slightly and put away the towel. It's okay, it's really okay. Chen Yannian nodded and stopped trying. Lin Feng took a deep breath, stabilized his breath, and began to carefully read the rich rewards brought by his spiritual breakthrough. Lin Feng, LV 2929 horsepower 980, VT 980. SPR 1045 complete the mental limit, mental attribute permanent plus 50 skills improved. Chapter 130 skill upgrade, genetic radiation, dark truth. Lin Feng, LV 2929 horsepower 980, VT 980, SPR 1045 complete the mental limit, mental attribute permanent plus 50 note. The spirit value has been greatly exceeded. Basic skills, identification, upgrade, copy, telepathy, gain additional enhancement effects, identification, the limit range increases by 100%, 10 kilometers, and the level of identification detail increases as the distance decreases, upgrade time reduced by 50%. Copy, the effective range of the replica is expanded from 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers, telepathy, detection range increased from 5 kilometers to 10 kilometers. Note, the spiritual attribute has entered the 3rd stage ahead of schedule, activating additional new skills, genetic radiation, gene radiation. Analyze the hidden genetic secrets of the Zerg, and implant them into nearby Zerg through the radiation of spiritual energy, awakening the ancient memories derived from the genetic bloodline. Each time it is used, the personal level will be reduced by 1 level, and 100 points of various attribute values will be consumed. The radiation range will extend to a radius of 5 kilometers. Evaluation. This is the fruit of the Zerg's biotechnology, originating from the realm of God above the 6th level. Although it is a weakened and castrated version, it is enough to cause a huge change in racial alienation on an ordinary planet. After reading it from beginning to end, the smile on Lin Feng's face gradually disappeared, and he became more and more solemn. The previous changes were all within expectations. The last time the spiritual attribute was greatly improved, it brought about a slight enhancement in various skills. This time it was a cross-level improvement, so the increase was naturally greater. The identification limit distance is doubled to 10 kilometers, and the closer the distance, the more detailed the information is, and the intelligence collected is more accurate and comprehensive. This is the most important thing for Lin Feng. 50%, which is also very important for the future upgrade of land cruisers. Lin Feng remembered that it took almost a whole night, nearly 10 hours, to upgrade the battleship to level 29, and it would take at least 90 hours, nearly 4 days. Such a time-consuming upgrade process is not good news for the subsequent battle to block the Queen of Heicheng's advance. The 3rd stage mid-stage Mother Queen of Heicheng is now only half of watching away from Tehu Lake, about 20 kilometers normally. It can arrive safely in less than 6 days. Lin Feng's transaction cooperation requires a delay of 10 days. So he needs to hold on for at least 4 days. The 13th Division defenders on the defense line can no longer be relied upon. Lin Feng needs the entire fleet of warships under his command to carry out continuous and uninterrupted fighting. Moreover, it is not enough to rely solely on surface fighting. It is also necessary to prevent the Zerg from digging and expanding underground. With himself and Shen Ji as the combat core force, Lin Feng plans to select a group of elite awakeners in the team and let them quickly enter the 2nd level through the remaining 2nd level insect eggs. Then follow Lin Feng into the underground wormhole to fight to curb the expansion of red beetles underground and other more important purposes. According to the information sent by Ding Chenghe, a queen mother in the middle stage of the 3rd stage will hatch mutant 2nd stage Zerg with various special abilities such as Pulse Scorpion, Tank Flame Armor, etc. These 2nd order Zergs will form a special swarm team with the wind-winged insects and tiger-backed insects, specifically to deal with human awakeners and destroy strong fortifications. In order to deal with their sudden attacks, Lin Feng naturally had to form an elite team. A team composed entirely of second-order awakeners. Especially the current copy skill, the effective range of the copy has been expanded again, doubling from the original 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers. The elite team can follow Lin Feng and use the shotgun in their hands to launch an effective counterattack. The improvement in telepathy has doubled from the previous 5 kilometers to a detection distance of 10 kilometers. This allows Lin Feng to sense and predict danger and advance in underground wormholes, which just matches the range of the electromagnetic blasting mode of the LV-29 electromagnetic cannon. After reading the skill changes above, when the new skills appeared at the end, Lin Feng's smile turned into a serious frown and an instant genetic radiation. It sounds like a slightly scary skill name different from the telepathy obtained before. It is not an auxiliary skill, but an offensive ability with obvious aggressiveness. Especially the content in the introduction and the background description of the skill evaluation all reveal the horror of this ability in the simplest introduction. Genetic radiation can make the Zerg within a kilometer nearby awaken the great changes in Zerg history that Lin Feng experienced in his spiritual consciousness, and unlock the genetic seals in their bodies. After radiation mutation, even the most common first-order black-backed insects and green-winged insects will awaken self-awareness and understand the dark past of the Zerg being enslaved. This means that genetic radiation will become a terrible psychological offensive that undermines the Zerg's fighting will. But Lin Feng knew very well that the best target for genetic radiation would definitely be the Zerg Queen, who commanded the entire swarm. Once the queen of the high-level Zerg race has unlocked her own genetic shackles, recalled the truth of her past race, and turned back into peace-loving primitive Zerg. As described in the evaluation, there will definitely be serious divisions within the Zerg group, and they may even fall into infighting because for today's Zerg, class order is the basis for executing orders, the most important rule, and the foundation of the Zerg's rule. Defecting and no longer participating in the awakened Zerg invasion of Blue Star would seriously threaten the Zerg's invasion plan and become the primary target of the existing Zerg. This is more effective than simply killing a queen. What's more, Lin Feng does not have the ability to easily kill a high-level queen at the moment. In the mother nest where they are located, there are a large number of second-level Zerg protecting and guarding them. I want to get something for free, like when I first killed the first-order black spine worm and the second-order tiger spine worm. The probability is very low. Moreover, the current high-level queens have basically been promoted to around LV-33. Not only are their health points in the tens of thousands, but their physical and mental attributes are also over thousands. Even if you use the electromagnetic penetration of the LV-29 electromagnetic cannon, it will take several shots in a row to kill the opponent. During this period, the Queen Mother can fully mobilize the second-level Zerg to launch a counterattack, or use mental abilities to attack Lin Feng. Directly facing a Queen Mother in her prime, the chances of winning are not high, and there is even a risk of being killed in return. But the newly added genetic radiation skill at this moment made Lin Feng think of another possibility. That is to radiate and transform a queen, and then cooperate with it to besiege another queen and complete the task of killing high-level Zerg. Thinking of this, the word appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. The spiritual attribute that he had broken through the limit was obtained from it, and the genetic radiation skills that he could awaken now were also closely related to it. It would be better to strike while the iron is hot and rescue it from the giant insect's mental control and genetic seal. Moreover, there will be many transactions between the two, and there will be many opportunities to use genetic radiation. As for whether the genetic radiation is equally effective on the Queen Mother's clones, Lin Feng is not worried. Judging from the evaluation, this is a realm of gods above the 6th level, and it is very likely to come from the great and only insect god among the insect race. This ability was also analyzed by high-level intelligent Zerg and became a technology for engraving biological genes. Zerg returned to the path it was originally supposed to take. After this analysis, Lin Feng's frown gradually relaxed as the task of upgrading to higher level was about to be completed. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, but the change in his facial expression frightened Chen Yannian, who was watching nervously from the side. Lin Feng smiled foolishly for a while, then looked cold and solemn, and then he showed a weird smile. The key point is that his eyes were always dull, and his facial expression changed, making him look like a patient with serious mental illness. Chen Yannian grabbed Lin Feng's hand and said nervously, "Are you really okay? Hello? Lin Feng, don't scare me. Do you remember who you are? Do you remember me?" Lin Feng came back to his senses from his speculations, looked at the woman who kept asking questions, and smiled mysteriously. "It's okay. I was just recalling the strange spiritual world I entered when my spirit level was upgraded." As he spoke, Lin Feng took Chen Yan'an's hand and held her in his arms. The bath towel wrapped around her body fell to the side of the bed. An hour later, as Lin Feng described the thrilling history of the Zerg in vivid detail, Chen Yan'an's mouth changed from O to O and she exclaimed in amazement, "So, the spiritual power from the Queen Mother and the second-level egg nutrient solution you drank before upgrading allowed you to peek into the genetic history set by the Zerg. After you awaken, you will have the ability to remove the genetic seal on other Zerg and start this period of history." Chen Yan'an rested her hands on Lin Feng's chest. After Lin Feng's explanation just now, she believed that he had not become mentally dull. After all, anyone who goes through all this will fall into deep self-doubt, and find the Zerg's past even more unbelievable. Lin Feng nodded, and then told the Queen Mother awakening plan he had conceived, using the gene radiation skill, and then letting the Queen Mother deal with the Queen Mother. He took the opportunity to pick up the bargain and completed the third-level upgrade. Chen Yan'an nodded in agreement and then reminded, "The cost of using it is too high. You need to kill more second-level insect eggs first to accumulate energy for awakening and upgrading." Lin Feng hummed twice, stretched out his hand and stroked Chen Yan'an's long legs back and forth. "Don't worry. With a cooperation with the Queen Mother of Jiachen, we are not short of insecticide energy now. Moreover, the cost of using this skill is definitely worth it. After all, this is the power of the legendary 7th-level domain. Even if it is a weakened version that has been castrated many times, it is definitely not something that Lin Feng, a small second-level life, can master. The reason why it can be obtained in advance is all due to the upgraded system, which helps to scan and refine it, and summarize it with the help of copying capabilities. The cost of using it once is just the energy for an upgrade, which is not a loss at all in comparison anyway. I still have the level 20 land cruiser, which can help accumulate times, as well as the third piece of equipment in the second stage that has not yet been bound. Lin Feng can completely create an awakening alliance consisting of more than a dozen queens to fight against the invasion of the puppet Zerg and at the same time defend the entire southern part of the Federation. However, before you have absolute strength, it is better to be cautious. After all, Ling Yi had already hinted that there were still fourth-order giant insects above the third order within the Zerg, including the history of the Zerg being enslaved by alien warriors in the spiritual world, and there were also several fourth-order and above giant insects at the end. Finally chose to surrender to the alien strongman and cooperate with him to complete the mental control and genetic sealing of the high-level insect swarms of this race. The originally peace-loving primitive Zerg were transformed into a ruthless biological army that conquered the starry sky. If I were to use genetic radiation recklessly to incite the high-level Queen Mother to rebel after entering the third level, it would definitely attract the attention of the fourth-level giant insects in outer space. At that time, we will use a dimensionality reduction attack, and even if the enemy hides underground, he will be caught on the spot and killed with one blow. Lin Feng's only chance is to take advantage of the global queen chicken eating contest before the final winner is decided, and enter the fourth level before the fourth level queen is born, thereby gaining a glimmer of hope for the survival of mankind and himself. Compared to those giant cosmic insects, the reason why they did not die directly was to cooperate with a high-level queen to complete the harvesting and collection of biomass on the blue planet and finally be promoted to the fourth level. Now that Lin Feng had glimpsed a glimpse of the truth, he felt as if the burden on his shoulders had suddenly become several tons heavier. Killing the high-level queen is not the hope of victory in the Sintai invasion battle, but a prelude to gain a glimmer of hope. It is still a long way from the true victory of mankind. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took a deep breath, then stood up, and pulled Chen Yan'an into the bathroom. After washing and changing their clothes, they walked into the bow cockpit of the battleship feeling refreshed. It was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Feng originally estimated that it would take at least 2 hours to upgrade his mental limit, but after waking up, Chen Yan'an told him that only about half an hour had passed. Development. Unfortunately, those biotechnologies were completely blurred in his mind, and he could not understand the basic knowledge of research on advanced intelligent Zerg. However, the faster time passes, it means that Lin Feng has more time to prepare for the first full-scale attack on the Queen Mother of Heichang at noon. After Li Ran notified the whole team, the players had made full preparations. They not only caught up on their sleep, but also had dinner in advance. It was just after 4 o'clock, and the sun was still hanging in the sky in the west. Lin Feng walked out of the land cruiser and entered the center of the camp. I saw soldiers ready to go, already waiting in front of the LV-19 flying wing tank replica. ready to be on standby at any time. Lin Feng was just about to speak and mobilize everyone unexpectedly. Li Ran came running hurriedly from the rest building nearby. Lin Feng remembered that he and the group of veterans who had escaped from the first line of defense had been fiddling with something at this moment. He took out a stack of paper reports and handed them over. At the same time, he reported anxiously, "Sergeant, this is bad. We used the radio we brought back and after constant debugging, we finally contacted the 13th Division. We received news from the division headquarters that at 3:40 this afternoon, a main fort somewhere in the north of the second line of defense was suddenly attacked by Zerg. According to the survivors who escaped nearby, the attackers were a group of giant bugs with strange appearances. We initially determined that they were newly emerged second-order Zerg. Colonel Qin, who has led the Awakener team to the front line fully armed to investigate the situation. They have temporarily lost the source of intelligence from the research institute. So I passed on the news that the Queen Mother of Heicheng has been promoted to the middle stage of the third stage. Right now, the 13th Division is requesting our support." Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with surprise, and he immediately reacted and reminded, "Quickly notify the 13th Division and ask Qin Hu and the others to come back. This is a trap. The Zerg want to ambush and kill the human awakeners." Chapter 131 Set out to rescue, the power of the new second-order Zerg. He quickly turned around and ran back to the rest building to find the communications soldier in charge of the mobile radio station to convey Lin Feng's warning. But at this time, dozens of minutes had passed since Qin Hu and his team set out. The elite team has most likely already penetrated deep into the Zerg hinterland and will encounter even stronger electromagnetic interference. Even the 13th Division will not be able to contact them for the time being. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Naturally, he had no feelings for the 13th Division, but Qin Hu had helped him many times. Although they were usually mutually beneficial private transactions, the other party did take the risk of violating regulations to help him recruit soldiers. It is both moral and reasonable to lend a helping hand. What's more, the genetic warriors are the trump cards in the hands of the Federation. Once the Zerg Queen finds out their true colors and finds a countermeasure, it will accelerate the speed of humanity's retreat to activate nuclear weapons and drag the whole world to death. The radioactive wasteland and harsh environment after the nuclear explosion will also endanger Lin Feng's survival. Therefore, Qin Hu cannot die here for the time being. He has to continue to shine in the defense of the federal capital. With this in mind, Lin Feng did not make any pre-war mobilization speech. He directly ordered to set off as soon as possible, and at the same time called Li Ran and others in the rest building, urged them to move the communication equipment into the tank. 3.5 minutes later, led by the land cruiser, a total of 8 level 19 flying wing tanks rushed to the Wuchang battlefield at an ultra-high speed of kilometers per hour. After 2 or 3 days of digestion, the Zerg under the command of the Queen of Heicheng have occupied a small half of Wuchang, behind the first line of defense. At the same time, they have digested and excavated the land in the city, as well as the more than 10,000 human-enhanced people and awakened people. While the Queen Mother was starting the third stage mid-stage evolution, a giant hatching tumor in the insect nest biological factory buried deep underground continued to produce eggs of the first stage black-backed insects and green-winged insects. These low-level lives, under the control of the Queen Mother, are constantly born, almost 1 per second. As long as there is enough biomass and energy, more than 80,000 can be born in a day. It only takes about 3 days for a first-level black-spined worm to hatch from an egg into a LV-10 adult. This means that a new batch of black-backed insects will soon enter the battlefield of Wuchang's second line of defense. Together with a mid to late-stage black-spine worms, the strength of the troops of the Queen Mother of Heicheng has now reached its peak, not to mention the newly hatched special second-order Zerg, which can easily disintegrate the 13th Division's fortifications and deal with long-range bombings with super-energy bullets. Lin Feng recalled the latest information sent by Ding Chenghe and estimated the strength of the insect swarm that he was about to deal with. While the land cruiser had already entered the front battlefield. Not far away, 2 kilometers away, everyone saw the outpost bunker that had once been defended. At this moment, the foundation of this indestructible concrete base has been dug through by the Zerg. And coupled with the attack of the Earth-penetrating fuel-air bomb, the entire tilted base has collapsed from the surface. Only a shooting window a few meters high was exposed on one side. It became an unmanned bunker. The 201st Company, which was present and experienced a battle that night, knew very well that when facing the Zerg, no matter how solid the defensive fortress was, it would be conquered sooner or later as long as the Zerg persist in digging. There is no impregnable defense in this world. The only way to defeat the Zerg is to rely on powerful mobility to continuously pull and consume the Zerg's manpower. The only one who can do this is Lin Feng's synthetic superpower, which allows him to copy a large number of weapons and equipment and madly harvest the Zerg's biological energy, making it lose its recycling value. Passing by the barren scorched earth in the southern area of Wuchen, seeing that there were no signs of Zerg activity nearby, under the command of Lin Feng, Chen Yannian drove the land cruiser and led the fleet to continue heading north of the city. At this moment, the fleet was traveling between the second line of defense and the ruined first line of defense. The soldiers hiding in the defense fortresses and the swarms of insects hiding in the wormholes underneath all saw the land cruiser, this huge monster running rampant. Using the land boat mode, it can sail recklessly on any terrain. Even if there are collapsed residential buildings or skyscrapers in front of it, they will be flattened directly. The 8 tanks behind it also activated the ground effect flight mode and closely followed behind the battleship. Their defenses are not strong enough to stand on their own, so they can only travel on the rocky ground that has been crushed by the land cruisers. But even so, the entire fleet still maintained at 100 km per hour among the damaged buildings, which was faster than the advancement of heavy tanks. Truly achieve the goal of sailing on dry land. Facing any terrain, it can be as easy as walking on flat ground. While on the road, Lin Feng used his upgraded telepathic skills to detect some building ruins where the swarm of insects gathered. These signals were then passed to Chen Yannian and speed displayed on the data display screen of the land cruiser. Chen Yannian immediately activated the fire control system, operating the 3 level 19 machine guns, aiming at the target, and at the same time controlling the 8 level 19 flying wing tanks behind her, informing each commander of the coordinates of the locations where they needed to attack. The wing tanks serve as companion ships, each equipped with 5 shotguns and 12 heavy machine guns with unlimited ammunition. To be honest, this firepower has exceeded that of the level 20 land cruiser, which is the leading flagship. In addition, each weapon has a corresponding operator, and the aiming and shooting are more evenly distributed than that controlled by Chen Yannian alone, and more insects that have escaped can be killed. As the land cruiser fired the first shot, 40 shotguns and hundreds of heavy machine guns on the 8 tanks behind it poured out a large amount of firepower. The trails left by shells and bullets created a bright yellow metallic torrent among the ruins, and explosions were heard wherever they went. The shockwave and rubble and dust it created covered most of the city. At the center of the explosion, a large number of insects hiding there died tragically in the flames and impact of the explosion. Just one round of volleys lasting a few seconds killed thousands of red beetles and 600 or 700 first-level black-backed beetles. This is the result under the obstruction of buildings. If it were a barren plain in the suburbs, the results would be several times higher. After a round of salvos, the effect was remarkable, but Lin Feng did not linger on. Instead, he picked up the intercom of the Unicom team and gave orders, "Keep driving until we reach the fortress captured by the Zerg in the north of the city. That is the biggest gap in the entire defense line right now. The Zerg are likely already nearby, gathering in large numbers." Wuchen part of the journey was on the Cross-City Expressway, so the speed was increased at this moment. On the second line of defense in the north of the city, 2 of the 5 main forts near the northernmost kilometer, which were connected together, have been completely destroyed. The outer city wall collapsed directly, and the middle wall connecting the 2 main castles was burned and corroded to the point of melting, forming a large hole with a diameter of 10 meters. To melt reinforced concrete walls, the temperature must reach at least 1,800 degrees. This means that the tank flame armor's attack method is equivalent to a dozen flamethrowers attacking at the same time. Looking at the collapsed wormhole not far outside the city wall, there were footprints left by a second-order swarm of insects crawling out of it. The flamethrower attack range of the tank beetle was within 100 meters. Considering the terrifying destructive power of the molten flames, it is necessary to stay at least 200 meters away from the second-level tank fire beetle to be considered a safe distance. As its level increases, this safety range will continue to expand. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face darkened. No steel can withstand the high temperature that can melt concrete, and it poses a great threat to land cruisers and tanks. Even if you just get close to the molten flame, the temperature inside the vehicle will rise sharply due to heat conduction, and it is possible to reach 70, 80, or even 100 degrees. It would boil its members alive, and any awakened person who came into contact with the flames would have absolutely no chance of survival. It would be a blessing if only a hand or a foot was broken. If the head or torso was splashed with water, it would be a direct result of serious injury and death. But the most difficult thing about dealing with the tank fire armor is its thick shell that is impervious to swords and guns. Even shotguns cannot break through the outer armor. You can only aim at its weak abdomen, or hit its mouth parts that spray flaming molten lava. As for the shooting windows that were blown open on the main fort, they must have come from the Zerg's road-based long-range strike unit, the new second-tier Zerg, the Pulse Scorpion. A scorpion-shaped insect species that can fire magnetic bombs similar to those of the magnetic storm. Its tail has long-range strike capability, and the range of the magnetic storm bullet it launches is over 500 meters, which increases with the level. Once the distance reaches more than 1 kilometer, the threat to human defense lines is absolutely the highest. After all, this distance has exceeded the maximum vision of a first-level Awakener. The Pulse Scorpion can completely hide half of its body in the wormhole, fire magnetic storm bombs, destroy the shooting windows of the main fort, and kill the defensive soldiers inside. The Pulse Scorpion also has a pair of giant pincers, just like the scorpions and crayfish on the blue planet. They can pinch off the enemy in close combat, like two sharp scissors, chopping everything into pieces, which is extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the defense of the Pulse Scorpion is not strong, and is even weaker than that of the Tiger Spine Worm of the same level. After all, the Tiger Spine Worm's pair of orange-quality giant jaws are harder than the tank fire beetle. Lin Feng tried the LV-25 armor-piercing magnetic cannon, which had a terrifying damage of up to 500 points, but it was still unable to shatter the giant jaw, and could only leave a deep pit the size of a wash basin. So to him and the fleet, the Pulse Scorpion is far less threatening than the tank flame armor. Inform Chen Yannian and the 10 captains of the intelligence information collected from the battlefield traces. Lin Feng immediately received a report from Li Ran. Report. According to the news from the 13th Division, the team led by Colonel Qin, who has sneaked into the ruins of the first-line defensive in front of them and is tracking the activities of the new Zerg, the Research Institute sent a notice, hoping that Division Lu 13 can obtain samples of the new second-order Zerg, regardless of whether they are dead or alive. If successful, they will share the relevant technical results with the 13th Division and at the same time assign some researchers to follow the division to retreat to Huzhou. Lin Feng nodded. No wonder Qin Hu would take the risk. It turned out to be an order issued by the Research Institute, and it offered generous rewards. Even Lin Feng was but after tempted. But after seeing the destructive power of the new second-level Zerg on the main fortress of the defense line, he had a more urgent idea. That is to put the Pulse Scorpion's tail into the land cruiser for fusion and upgrading, adding a new weapon system to the battleship, which is comparable to a weakened version of the level 29 electromagnetic gun. The shell of the tank fire beetle and its flame-breathing structure of molten flametons also have extremely strong attraction, which can greatly enhance the performance of both the land cruiser and the level 24 flying tiger armor on its body. Lin Feng himself was lacking the materials needed for upgrading, so how could he give them up? So immediately gave the order for Chen Yannian to continue driving the land cruiser and lead 8 tanks to drive through the city area full of building ruins and attack the Zerg in order to attract the attention of the Queen of Heicheng. He himself took Shenji with him. Before leaving the ship, Lin Feng kissed Chen Yannian. Remember to use the life radar. Don't worry about the energy consumed for upgrading with this second-level insect eggs. It's more than enough. Chen Yannian nodded. Be careful, give me a signal when the time comes and I will provide remote support. Lin Feng nodded, then walked to the deck of the battleship. There are 50 second-level insect eggs, including the 33 used to upgrade the electromagnetic cannon and the one consumed by Chen Yannian's second-level awakening, leaving 16 left. It is completely sufficient for the land cruiser to activate the life radar and detect nearby Zerg, especially the second-level Zerg hiding underground. Moreover, Lin Feng still has 200 second-level insect eggs, which are about to be collected. At this moment, it will not be a problem to let the land cruiser consume some of them and stop the Heicheng Zerg from advancing. When Lin Feng walked out of the warship, the level 24 flying tiger armor had covered his entire body, and at the same time, a pair of feathered membranous wings on his back gradually stretched out. After activating the flight mode, it vibrates and flaps at high speed, causing it to float in the air. At the same time, Shenji also entered the winged angel form. As for the red armor on his body, just like Zhang Liang's, by removing the 2 pieces outside the shoulder blades on the back, he can allow the transparent membrane wings to stretch normally and soar into the sky. Facing the shock and confusion of the other members in the chariot, Zhang Liang, as the acting captain, followed the response plan given by Shenji and explained, because of his outstanding performance, the captain once killed a second-level tiger spine worm alone, so the sergeant rewarded him with an extra second-level worm egg. After drinking the organic nutrient solution in the egg, he unexpectedly gained the ability to fly. Looking at everyone, Captain Shenji's receding back as he followed the chief sergeant at a low altitude, the shock and confusion in his eyes turned into deep envy. After all, that is an opportunity for second-level awakening. And the ability to fly will undoubtedly greatly increase everyone's chances of escape and survival in the current apocalypse. What's more, being able to fight alongside the Master Chief, although the risk is high, the rewards are higher. I believe that in the near future, Captain Shenji, who follows the Master Chief in battle, will become stronger and stronger, and will have a huge gap in strength with everyone else. After a period of flying, Lin Feng and the other two successfully arrived in front of the first line of defense that had fallen. This place is more than 10 kilometers away from the second line of defense, which is beyond the attack range of most light weapons. Only heavy weapons such as large caliber howitzers can cover it. However, contrary to Lin Feng's expectations, most of the city defense wall lines and the main fort did not have much damage. Some of them are even still intact and standing on the surface, and the Zerg have not destroyed them. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and after landing on the surface, he used telepathy skills to detect the light spots nearby. It was discovered that many First-Order Zergs were standing still inside the defense line, and in the basement of the main fort, the Zergs had even hollowed out the ground and connected to a wormhole. Among them is the dazzling light of the second-level Zerg. Lin Feng then took Shenji and walked into the corridor gate under the defense wall. Shenji folded his membrane wings. Under the power of the tiger insects of the flying tiger armor and the suppression of Shenji's second-level aura, the nearby red beetles all moved away. The two talked as they walked. Now Shenji has become proficient in using the Black Warrior and Winged Angel forms. And thanks to the surface assimilation during the second-level awakening, using the first stage assimilation form not only has no burden, but can also be maintained for a long time. Tiger's Frenzy battle mode can probably last for 5 minutes. If it lasts any longer, my will be unable to suppress it, and the mixed sounds of insects will appear in my brain. Lin Feng nodded. This is good news. The Black Warrior form can enhance the physical attribute by 50%, which is also not weak. With Shenji's current basic strength, he can easily suppress even the early stage of the second stage Zerg. While the two were talking, several explosions were heard in the dark corridor in the distance. Lin Feng and the other two looked grim. The pace of the foot instantly quickened a few points. Chapter 132, Hive Battle, Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword. Run quickly towards the source of the sound. While running, Lin Feng activated his telepathy skill to detect the Zerg hidden in the target direction. Soon, in a wormhole 800 meters away from the two of them, signal lights of a second-order awakener and several first-order late-stage fully awakeners appeared. Unlike the Zerg, due to the size difference, although the human awakeners have the same light spot brightness as the Zerg of the same level, the size of the light source displayed is only 1/3 of that of the Zerg, or even smaller. This is also the main basis for Lin Feng to distinguish between the awakened and the insect swarm when analyzing the exploration results. Presumably, these awakened ones who went deep into the wormhole are the elite person team, led by Qin Hu. As Lin Feng and the other got closer and closer to the side of the battle, their telepathy detected that several second-order Zerg had appeared deeper in the wormhole and were fighting fiercely with Qin Hu and the others. Lin Feng, who was fully armed, raised the electromagnetic cannon in his hand and asked Shenji, who had entered the Black Warrior state, to step back and wait for the opportunity to move. His Winged Tiger's Frenzy state can only last about 5 minutes and has to be used at critical moments. Moreover, Shenji's melee ability is stronger than his, especially inside the wormhole. If too many armor-piercing bombs and magnetic storm bombs are fired, it will easily cause the cave to collapse and bury everyone. Seeing that the wormhole entrance from which the sound came had appeared not far away, Lin Feng whispered a reminder, "Wait, you will be in charge of the left and right guards and take care of the rear. The Zerg attacking from the front will be left to me." Shenji nodded. In the Black Warrior form, the 2-meter-long black and gray arm blade was shining with cold light. After being transformed by Zhang Liang, the black armor that appeared on his body could be combined with the red armor, which was equivalent to double the armor it is enough to withstand the powerful attack of the tiger-backed worm. Two looked at each other, and then walked into the bottomless cave one after the other. The entire wormhole was filled with that familiar strange smell, which was stronger than that in the defense corridor. Fortunately, the underground nest dug by the red beetles had a very complete ventilation system. It could connect to the surface air and circulate it into the cave, ensuring that there was still oxygen 100 meters underground. As carbon-based flesh and blood life forms, Zerg also require redox reactions to decompose nutrients in their bodies as the basis for the continuation of their life activities after being transformed by the biological factory. Low-level Zerg have adapted to absorbing oxygen as a way of survival. Therefore, ventilation of insect nests is extremely important. Lin Feng and the other two can also rely on the powerful sensory organs of second-level awakeners to detect the direction of weak airflow and avoid getting lost after going deep into the bottom of the insect nest. Unfortunately, Lin Feng's telepathic skills cannot detect the structure of dead objects, and can only show the location of living things. Fortunately, the continuous explosions coming from deep in the cave allowed the two to successfully find Kinhu and others. As the two sides approached, Lin Feng unexpectedly heard some strange noises, like the sound of machinery operating in a factory, crackling and echoing in the cave. Perhaps it was the Pulse Scorpion's electromagnetic pulse cannon that reduced its power and was attacking Kinhu and others. After walking more than 200 meters in the dim wormhole, the two finally saw a light coming from the distance. Kinhu and his men were seen wearing Zerg exoskeleton armor similar to the red-black armor, and holding a heavy sword-like melee weapon in their hands. But the black and yellow weapons made a high-frequency buzzing vibration sound when they were wielded flexibly in the hands of the awakened ones and split the attacking second-order tiger spine worms. They directly rubbed out the sizzling sound that Lin Feng heard. With the help of the searchlights they were equipped with, in the dim light, Lin Feng saw that those weapons that looked like heavy swords were actually a 2-meter-long electric chainsaw. With the help of the madly rotating motor, the saw teeth began to cut the giant jaws of the tiger spine worm. Especially when the awakened ones raised their chainsaw swords to block the tiger-backed worm from raising its upper jaw to bite, the rotating saw splash teeth could directly cut off the giant jaw in just 2 or 3 seconds. Such a powerful display made Lin Feng's eyes light up, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. Soon, Lin Feng walked behind the group of awakened people. He raised his gun and aimed at a late-stage second-stage LV-27 tiger spine worm that was about to pounce in front of the crowd. As he pulled the trigger, under the headshot lock of the Death Eye attribute, the damage of the armor-piercing bullet was as high as 900 points, hitting the tiger-back worm's torso behind its jaw directly, and then exploded inside its body. I saw the entire second-level insect body explode. The 10-centimeter thick armor was shattered into pieces, and the body parts flew everywhere. But because of this, the power of the armor-piercing shells was absorbed by the tiger-back worms and did not have much impact on the nearby caves. With the death of the only late-stage second-stage tiger spine worm, the Zerg's offensive was gradually suppressed, and the elite team led by Kinhu fought and retreated. He used the chainsaw sword in his hand to split a second-stage tiger spine worm in its mouth, then turned and walked in front of Lin Feng, shouting, "What are you doing here?" Because of the chainsaw sword's attack, the noise of cutting was deafening and difficult to hear. After Lin Feng barely understood, he also replied loudly, "This could be a trap. The new second-order Zerg will ambush you." Kinhu shook his head at this moment. The battle in front was nearing its end. Many awakened people in the late stage of the first stage successfully completed the first kill of the second stage Zerg with the powerful chainsaw swords in their hands. As long as you return to the second line of defense, you can enter the second-level Deep Awakening and become another second-level Awakener. Combined with the genetic modification surgery of the Research Institute, genetic warriors with strength comparable to the mid-second stage will all appear on the scene during this period. Even Shenji used the shotgun in his hand to seriously injure a tiger-backed worm, and then used his 2-meter-long arm blade to kill it, gaining energy for upgrading. As the war ended, everyone retreated to the outer entrance of the cave to rest for a while. Lin Feng and Kinhu continued to communicate. Through identification, Kinhu has now reached level 22, which means that he has killed at least 5 second-level Zergs, but he has not entered the state of genetic assimilation. He probably relies on the extraordinary melee weapon in his hand. Kinhu took a deep breath and said excitedly, "This is the first time that we humans have defeated a Zerg attack underground in a wormhole. But we didn't expect that the scale of the underground wormhole is even larger than we imagined." Pointing to the cave where everyone had just left, according to the data from the Research Institute, there should be a third-level insect nest there, which is about 3 or 4 square kilometers in size, equivalent to a commercial district. There are thousands of first-level black-backed insects and a dozen second-level tiger-backed insects living inside. After we went in, we drove away the low-level insects, but we were chased and intercepted by the tiger-backed insects. In the end, we retreated back to the insect tunnel while fighting. Fortunately, you took action. Otherwise, we would have suffered casualties when facing that second-stage late-stage tiger spine worm. Lin Feng shrugged electromagnetic cannon in himself. He was no longer willing to take action. No matter how many tiger spine insects he killed, there would not be much benefit. Moreover, being in the underground cave, it is impossible to bring back too many biological materials for fusion and upgrading. Unless you encounter new second-level Zerg, Pulse Scorpion, Tank Flame Armor, etc. Facing the second-level Tiger Spine Worm, Lin Feng would rather give the upgrade opportunity to Shenji or other Awakeners. After all, second-level Zergs are still quite rare, and such close-range combat experience is also equally valuable. It can allow the awakened ones to grow quickly. After hearing Qinhu's introduction, Lin Feng asked, "So you are going to continue to stay in the wormhole and fight in order to complete the mission assigned by the Institute? Those new second-order Zergs are not that easy to deal with. Compared to the Tiger Spine Zergs, they are more professional and specialized. Just like the difference between ordinary soldiers and snipers and rocket soldiers, they are extremely difficult to deal with." Qinhu nodded, took off his mask, lit a cigarette for himself, and took a deep breath. "Yeah, but we have this." He raised the chainsaw sword in his hand, exhaled a puff of white smoke and continued, "It is our mission and responsibility to understand and obtain intelligence on the new second-order Zerg, hand it over to the Research Institute, and then study how to deal with them. And victory in the war also requires this information." The capital has sent several teams of genetic warriors, but because they are facing so many queen mothers and the wormhole cave has a complex structure, no one has survived so far. There is only one queen mother in Heicheng, and the number of new second-level Zergs it hatches is also small. This is one of the few excellent opportunities for us. Besides, this time, we have gained more than just these. Qinhu turned his head and took a look at the team member sitting behind him, the deputy captain of the team. A level 19 awakener. He is also a genetic warrior. Lin Feng and Shenji can both smell the strange smell emanating from him and the hint of madness that flashes in his eyes. The vice captain interrupted, "Hello, Sergeant Lin. I have heard of your great name for a long time. My name is Chen Shu. I was the former commander of the 98th Company and I am currently serving as Colonel Qin's deputy." Chen Shu took out a bag of things from his backpack, showed it to Lin Feng, and then carefully put it back. It was a medical biochemical pay-sealed bag with a yellow skull warning sign printed on it. It contained some substance that emitted a faint green fluorescence, similar to the slime fungus that grew on rotten wood. Chen Shu pushed his non-existent glasses away out of habit. He was probably a top student in the past. If it weren't for the invasion of the alien Zerg, he wouldn't have had to risk his life in the Zerg's heartland. After showing it to everyone, Chen Shu introduced, "This is some kind of luminous slime mold we found in the insect nest. It seems to be able to produce nutrients. I saw red beetles sucking it from afar. If we take it back for research, we might be able to uncover the basic life cycle of the Zerg. If we can find a way to destroy this luminous substance or its proliferation environment, we can cut off the survival foundation of the Zerg like cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron." Food. This is more meaningful than victory on the front battlefield. Lin Feng nodded. This was also an idea. Qinhu finished smoking most of his cigarette and said with a smile, "People with culture are different. We rough people can't compare to them." Then he looked at Lin Feng with a serious expression. "Do you want to go together? Or do you want to leave first? But with your joining, using long-range attack methods, I believe we can easily win against the new second-level Zerg." Lin Feng stared at the chainsaw sword in Qinhu's hand and nodded. "No problem. This is one of the reasons why I came here. There's something special about this weapon. Are the teeth on it made from the giant jaws of the tiger spine worm?" Qinhu smiled. He knew very well that Lin Feng was coveting this weapon. He stood up and swung the chainsaw while solemnly introducing it. "This is called the Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword, and it is the latest individual weapon developed by the Weapon Research Institute. The sharp teeth are made from the giant jaws of the tiger spine insect, and the sword body is made of tungsten alloy. It is 2 meters and 3 meters long. The chainsaw is 1 meter and 80 meters long, and 35 centimeters wide. It weighs a terrifying 800 kilograms. If you don't have the late stage of the first order, and the physical strength is close to 10 tons, you can't wield it for a long time." Lighter. The Research Institute is currently developing weapons that are more suitable for second-level awakeners. Then Qin Hu took out 3 fist-sized tiger worm saw teeth from the backpack behind him and replaced the excessively worn teeth on the chainsaw sword. Yes, this is a modular design. Each saw tooth can be replaced individually, which is convenient for maintaining combat effectiveness, and the 30 kilograms of fuel fully loaded under the backpack is enough for it to be used for more than 5 hours. With it here, any second-level Zerg that gets close will be cut to death by its tiger teeth. Lin Feng nodded. Agreeing very much? The tiger spine worm's giant jaws, as the hardest organ of all second-order Zerg, do have the ability to break through all defenses after being made into serrations. Especially under the gravity of the tiger tooth chainsaw sword itself, the power bonus of the awakener, and the repeated cutting of the teeth, even the flying tiger armor would not be able to withstand it for long. It's a pity that to deal with this second-level tiger spine worm, the saw teeth need to be replaced in time, but there is no time to replace them during the fierce close combat. If it is treated as an item, bound into equipment, and then upgraded, perhaps this defect can be solved. After witnessing the powerful force of the tiger tooth chainsaw sword, Lin Feng had already been tempted. As Qin Hu fully displayed himself, the appraisal results appeared before his eyes. Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword LV24/29, Orange Quality Upgrade 0.3 for 10, Durability 10/10, Single Saw Damage 400 inches. Note, after starting the chainsaw, it deals 2000 damage per second, causing effective damage. The durability decreases by 1 point every 10 seconds. The damage decreases as the durability decreases. Replacing new teeth can restore the durability. It is the strongest shield in the world, so it can naturally become the sharpest spear. Use it with caution and pay attention to its durability. After reading the appraisal given by the system, Lin Feng exclaimed, "Wow, the speed at which the wear is reduced is faster than driving without releasing the handbrake." But thinking about it carefully, according to the reminder in the notes, it can be used normally for about 50 seconds at full status, and the damage per second is more than 1000. During the battle, on average, it takes 2 seconds to kill a tiger spine insect. In this case, a tiger tooth chainsaw sword can kill at least 20 tiger spine worms before it is almost scrapped. In fact, it's been pretty good. Maximize the utilization value of the tiger spine worm's giant jaws. The owner might be exhausted before killing 20 tiger-backed insects. Qin Hu in front of him seemed to see that Lin Feng was moved, so he picked up the tiger tooth chainsaw sword in the hands of the adjutant beside him and handed it over. "Try it, you'll definitely like it." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, but did not reach out his hand. "What price?" "I want to get up early." "Get up early." "I want to update more." "Update more." Chapter 133. Obtain the chainsaw sword and kill the pulse scorpion. Qin Hu offered his sword voluntarily, so he must have other requests. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and guessed it. But he was not sure how much Qin Hu would ask for. After all, the number of new second-order Zerg was limited, and even if he encountered them, he might not be able to keep them all. Qin Hu coughed lightly. What he said to Lin Feng before was definitely exaggerated, but in order to boost morale, he had to make a big promise. He knew very well that if he was leading a team of second-level awakeners, they would have to undergo genetic modification and become second-level genetic warriors. Then, with the armor and the tiger tooth chainsaw sword, once you go deep into the heart of the insect nest, it will be like being in an empty space and you will be unstoppable. Even though he might encounter a new second-order Zerg with long-range attack capabilities, Qin Hu was still confident that he could kill it and bring it back to the Research Institute. But the problem right now is that, except for Qin Hu himself and the other 3 first-order gene warriors in the elite team, the remaining 10 members are just ordinary physically awakeners. I can only cooperate with the genetic warriors and give a helping hand, unable to handle several second-level Zergs on his own. Therefore, in order to successfully complete the sampling task, Lin Feng's participation is indispensable, especially judging from the strength of their aura. The 2 people in front of them have already entered the second stage of awakening, especially Lin Feng at this moment. He was more powerful than the last time he chased Chang'an. He even secretly activated a zygote on his waist and back and injected genetic fluid to increase his physical attribute value to more than 600. However, he was still unable to compete with Lin Feng. Considering the news about him these days, Qin Hu estimated that Lin Feng might have already entered the late stage of the second stage. With his synthesis ability and equipment, he could kill the second stage Zerg as easily as killing a chicken. With his participation, the success rate skyrocketed. Qin Hu still had some impression of the younger brother following behind Lin Feng, even though he was now covered in armor and had exposed Zerg-like limbs. Doesn't look like a normal human at all. But as a genetically fused human, Qin could smell a familiar scent on him and subconsciously thought that the other party was also a genetic warrior. And he is the same as him, a second-level warrior. Lin Feng has some connections with the people in the research institute, and Qin knew this when they first met. He saw the assimilated human at this moment. He thought that it was a transformation agreement signed by Lin Feng through an acquaintance in the research institute. There was no doubt that this was the other party's special ability. Although the opponent's awakening level is slightly lower than his own, the strength of a second-level awakener is there, which is several times stronger than the dozen or so awakeners under his command. Lin Feng and his younger brother are strong enough to handle more than a second dozen-level Zerg at the same time, as long as they are willing to help. Maybe you can take down all the new second-level Zergs. So when Lin Feng asked what the price was in exchange for a tiger-tooth chainsaw sword, Qin did not hesitate at all, stretched out 3 fingers, and blurted out. The headquarters of the capital's research institute has initially determined that there are 3 types of new second-order Zergs, namely the Pulse Scorpion, the Tank Flame Armor, and the most mysterious one, a humanoid Zerg that is only 3 meters tall. They are special insects developed by the Queen Mother through the bodies of awakened people as a solid defense line against humans. They have extremely high combat intelligence, can use various weapons, and can inherit the awakened people's previous abilities. They can enter the defense line and kill people. Yours. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He already knew about the first 2 types from the information sent by Ding Chenghe, but the last type, the warrior insect hunter, sounded just like the genetically modified human warriors. They were both strange products of the fusion of genes from both sides and the absorption of each other's excellent genetic characteristics. Warrior hunter bugs are like genetic warriors and are extremely difficult to deal with. If warrior hunters sneaked into the defense line and slaughtered the awakened ones, their upgrade and evolution speed was faster than other second-level Zergs. Perhaps this is the response strategy of the high-level Queen Mother. Thinking of what Long Yi from Shangjiacheng was doing, Lin Feng frowned even more tightly. He would have to be prepared in advance when they meet again. After completing the remaining parts of the information sent by Ding Chenghe that were missing due to electromagnetic interference, Lin Feng immediately turned his attention back to the conditions proposed by Qin 2 new Zerg corpses for a chain sword. This deal is not a good deal, especially since the fusion value of the new Zerg is much higher than that of the Tiger Spine Zerg's jaws, and cannot be compared with a mass-produced chainsword at all. Lin Feng shook his head. 1 at most. Qin glanced at Shenji behind Lin Feng. I can give you 2. Lin Feng shrugged. Shenji didn't need this thing in the assimilation state. The extended arm blade greatly affected the flexibility of his hands, and he could only barely pick up the shotgun. Besides, Shenji entered the winged tiger frenzy state, and the 2 heavy swords that were comparable to the giant jaws of the tiger spine worm were not much weaker than the tiger worm chainsaw sword. 1 for 1, you still make a lot of money. Whoever shoots and kills it will own it. Of course, we can also do our own things. After all, the entire underground insect nest is so big, we can go our separate ways. Seeing that Lin Feng was unmoved and even wanted to quickly get rid of these burdens under his command, Qin could only nod and give up. Okay, I know you need their special organs as biological materials for synthesis, but before you take them away, can you let us take a picture and extract tissue samples? Lin Feng nodded. He thought there was no problem at all and was even very supportive. After reaching an agreement, Qin handed the adjutant Chen Shu's tiger-tooth chainsaw sword to Lin Feng, then patted Chen Shu on the shoulder and said earnestly, you go back first. Take 3 ordinary awakeners with you to escort you out of here. Make sure that the luminous fungus can be successfully delivered to the research institute. I believe they will be very interested in this thing and can get a lot of good things in return. Chen Shu nodded. Don't worry, Captain. I will sell it for a good price. Qin, who cursed in annoyance, then selected 3 ordinary awakeners whose conditions had deteriorated, to protect Chen Shu and leave the underground insect nest. As a genetically modified warrior, Chen Shu has no worries about protecting himself. Sending 3 more people to protect him can, on the one hand, reduce the number of redundant members, and increase the transfer speed in the wormhole without the need for distracted care. On the other hand, after the 4 people are successfully evacuated, even if the remaining people meet with an unexpected disaster, the 13th Division can still have at least 4 second-level awakeners alive to resist the Zerg invasion. Before leaving, Chen Shu took off his backpack and handed it to Lin Feng. There is not only a spare fuel tank at the bottom of the backpack, but also new saw teeth for replacement. Each piece weighs 10 kilograms, a total of 50 pieces, 500 kilograms. Lin Feng took the heavy backpack, put it on his back, and inserted the oil hose into the rear notch of the hilt of the chainsaw sword. Companions leave the insect nest along the same route they came. Seeing his subordinates leave, Qin Hu took a deep breath, stood up and looked at the remaining 9 team members together with himself. There were exactly 10 of them, and they could form a solid line of defense in the cave with a diameter of 20 meters. With the addition of Lin Feng and the other 2, the team's strength would be further improved, so we prepared to continue exploring other Zerg passages and look for new second-level Zerg. Lin Feng looked at the chainsaw sword in his hand for a long time, his eyes shining. Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword LV23/29, Orange Quality Upgrade .2/10, Durability 810, Single Saw Damage 300 inches. Note: after starting the chainsaw, it deals 1,500 damage per second, causing effective damage. The 10 durability decreases by 1 point every seconds. The damage decreases as the durability decreases. Replacing new teeth can restore the durability. It can be bound as the third piece of equipment. It seems that the specific level of each Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword is different. The one in Qin Hu's hand should be the strongest, and the level of the finished product should be related to the level of tiger spine worm used in its production. In the early, middle and late stages of the second stage, the hardness and strength of the giant jaw increase continuously. Fortunately, as long as it is bound into equipment, it can be continuously upgraded by killing insects to make up for its shortcomings in close combat. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and chose to bind directly. The next moment, a faint orange light flashed from the Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword in the dark underground wormhole, and then the slightly worn teeth were renewed. More detailed data immediately appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword LV23/29, Orange Quality Upgrade .2/10, Durability 10/10, Base Damage 300. Additional Attribute: Extreme Cutting Speed, Saw Teeth Rotate Speed 5 times per second, causing 5 times the basic damage. It turns out that this handheld chainsaw has a rotation speed of 3,000 revolutions per minute. No wonder it can cause 5 times the damage in 1 second. Even a tank beetle can't last more than 2 or 3 seconds before being cut in half. It's quite useful against targets with high armor values. Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword. But if other awakeners can't do it, it doesn't mean that Lin Feng can't do it either. As for the spiritual attribute value, he has already broken through to the third stage of the half-step third-level awakener. By killing a few more spiritual Zergs, or finding the Queen Mother and borrowing some clones to further improve her spiritual attributes, Lin Feng will be able to withstand the mental pressure from the Queen Mother. At that time, a level 29 Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword will be used to directly give the Queen a chainsaw headshot, causing critical damage. Hey! After Qin Hu's gentle reminder, Lin Feng came back to his senses from his beautiful fantasy. Looking at the very dark and depressing wormhole in front of him, he stood up and set off with the LV-29 electromagnetic cannon in one hand and the LV-23 Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword in the other. The third-level Zerg nest explored previously was just an ordinary Zerg barracks. There were no new second-level Zergs, so we needed to continue looking for a new Zerg nest. Qin Hu walked in front of the team and chatted with Lin Feng beside him as they walked. Based on the signal marking method used by the Research Institute, we have discovered the underground nests of the Zerg. The entire structure is the same as that of ants and termites. It can be divided into 3 levels. The third-level nest is at the top, more than 100 meters underground, and covers an area of about 3 or 4 square kilometers. It is generally used as a Zerg barracks or a gathering place for the army. We just checked it out. It's over 30 meters high. It's reinforced with some kind of sticky saliva from the Zerg. It's very strong and won't collapse even with a small explosion. As for the secondary insect nest, it is 200 meters underground and covers an area of 10 square kilometers. It is huge. It is a hatchery for insect eggs and a place for larvae to grow. The lowest level is about 500 meters to 1 kilometer underground. This is probably the Zerg's mother nest and the location of the queen. It could also be a secret place where first-order black spine insects and green-winged insects lay eggs and advance to second-order insects. In short, the deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. After all, if you go, you will be surrounded by the Zerg deeper army in the third-level hive. Moreover, the new second-level Zerg, as a long-range attack unit, is likely to be hiding in the third-level hive. Let's head west, towards the second line of defense. If we scout a few more people, we should be able to find the pulse scorpions that attacked this afternoon, as well as the tank beetles that destroyed the city wall. Lin Feng nodded. It seemed that Kinhu had made sufficient preparations before coming. He was not as impulsive as he thought last time when he was chasing Changzan. As everyone walked in the wormhole tunnel and continued to move westward, not long after walking more than 800 meters through a winding wormhole that turned left and right, another level 3 worm nest appeared before their eyes. Kinhu turned on the searchlight above his head, and then released the aura of his own second-order tiger-backed insect, forcing back the black-backed insects that came to investigate nearby. Lin Feng also released the tiger insect power of the flying tiger armor, and the low-level insects under his feet all moved away. This is the best use of genetic warriors. It can avoid the siege and harassment of low-level Zerg, thus saving a lot of trouble and loss, and leaving all your energy and the equipment you carry to the Zerg of the same level. When Kinhu took the lead and rushed into the insect nest, a large number of black-backed insects retreated one after another, leaving a circle with a diameter of more than 20 meters. The rest of the team members took the opportunity to turn on the high-power spotlights they carried, which were able to illuminate an aperture area of more than 10 meters in diameter 100 meters away. In this way, we can find the whereabouts of the new second-order Zerg. Don't worry, the pulse scorpions and tank beetles will not attack without permission. After all, they are all Zergs here. If we attack rashly, they will suffer more casualties. Kinhu searched for the target and at the same time spoke to comfort everyone. Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't believe that the Queen Mother would be so soft-hearted, especially when the Zerg corpses could be recycled and reused. In order to capture human genetic warriors, the death of hundreds or thousands of low-level black-backed insects was nothing. Even the second-level tiger backworm can be sacrificed. The tank beetle, on the other hand, would not attack without authorization in the insect nest, because its attack method could be described as a devastating blow. Under 1,000-degree high temperature, it would carbonize everything and destroy the insect nest, leaving nothing behind. Therefore, the only ones that everyone needs to guard against are the pulse war scorpion and the elusive warrior hunting bug. Just as Lin Feng was estimating, a few hoarse roars suddenly came from a distance. Kinhu's expression changed and he shouted, reminding everyone to prepare for battle. He held the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword tightly in both hands, slanting it across his chest, and looked ahead with a serious and nervous expression. As the nearby swarm of black-backed insects retreated, they quickly retreated. Several tiger-backed worms appeared 50 meters in front of the group, rushing towards them with their huge jaws waving. Tiger spine worms and could only rely on their agility to dodge and wait for opportunities to attack. Following Lin Feng's instructions and reminder, Shen Ji first used the shotgun in his hand to provide fire support, and then used the double arm blades in the Black Warrior state to reap the rewards. In the Dark Warrior state, his physique is far superior to that of a second-stage early awakener. In the chaos, he can even flexibly shuttle across the battlefield after severely injuring the tiger backworm with a shotgun. Then he drilled under the belly of the tiger-backed worm and quickly killed the powerful enemy just like he did last time with the tiger worm and giant Chang late-stage second-stage tiger spine worm. Lin Feng wiped off the blood and flesh of the worm that were splashed and covered on his visor, and then looked into the distance. Behind the swarm of insects, one by one, the second-stage early-stage tiger spine insects were killed by Shenji's arm blade. In the end, 6 of the second-level swarm of 18 tiger-backed insects died at the hands of Lin Feng. 4 were killed by Shenji, and the remaining 8, except for the 3 killed by Kinhu. There were 10 team members left, and it took 2 of them to kill one Lin Feng, and the other 2 alone killed half of them. Unfortunately, there are no new second-order Zergs in this insect nest. Kinhu sighed and ordered to replace the worn teeth on the chainsaw sword one by one to maintain the lethality of the weapon. At this moment, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had just come back to his senses from a fierce melee while asking Shenji to be on guard. He replaced the teeth of the level 8 chainsaw sword in his hand, which had accumulated October 23rd upgrade points. At the same time, he used the remaining energy to stimulate his telepathy skill. Although the detection range of telepathy in an underground enclosed space is only 1 kilometer, which is 10 times shorter, it can still see much farther than the searchlights of Kinhu and others. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's telepathic skill sent back several bright spots of light, which were coming at a high speed from the entrance of the insect nest, where they jumped into. Judging from the speed, it should not be a new second-order Zerg, but a tiger spine Zerg transferred by the Queen Mother from other Zerg nests. But the Queen Mother had already discovered them. She had actually been testing the strength of the Gene Warriors all along the way. She had waited until now to learn the true strength of the enemy, then decided to close the net. So when Lin Feng turned around with a frown, He found that several brighter lights suddenly appeared from the insect nest, and in the distance this is a pincer attack from both sides. The brightness is much higher than that of ordinary tiger-backed insects, but it is impossible to be a third-level queen. Lin Feng estimated that in the dark depths in front of the Zerg nest was the new second-order Zerg that everyone was looking for, and it was most likely a pulse war scorpion. Because their abdomens can condense compressed plasma, this dangerous substance with extremely high energy density will naturally show a stronger brightness of life and telepathy. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and directly raised the level 29 electromagnetic cannon in his left hand, switching to the magnetic storm bomb with area damage, intending to take the initiative. Use telepathy to open up a full map view, then pre-aim and charge, and fire several magnetic storm bombs in succession. The next moment, the magnetic bomb was like a ball of lightning, releasing high-voltage electric shocks along the way, sweeping across the swarms of black spine insects on both sides of the path. On a kilometer away, it continued to expand and finally exploded. Within a radius of 100 meters in diameter, a high-voltage electric explosion zone of more than 100,000 volts was formed. At the same time, a strong voltage of tens of thousands of volts spread toward the nearby area of 500 meters. Reminder to kill flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Successfully killed a LV-24 Pulse Scorpion. Successfully killed a LV-25 Pulse Scorpion. But just as everyone was stunned, a blue electric ball appeared, suddenly coming from a distance. There are also surviving new second-order Zerg. The Pulse Scorpion attacks. Today 5K, tomorrow 6K. Go, go, go. Chapter 134 Absolute Defense. Confrontation with a Samurai Hunter. At the critical moment, Lin Feng's pupils shrank sharply, and the level 29 electromagnetic cannon on his left hand flashed an orange light and sank into the body of the holder. Lin Feng, who entered the bullet time, immediately absorbed the giant jaws of the second stage late-stage tiger spine worm under his feet and stored them as upgrade points in the level 24 flying tiger armor on his body. Absolute Defense was directly activated. After consuming a pair of top-quality orange jaw giants, this time in absolute defense form, a powerful energy surged out from the flying tiger armor on his body, which continued to expand and swell, eventually forming an orange light ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Lin Feng clearly remembered that when he used it at the early stage, the translucent shield light film formed could slow down all fast-moving attack methods, and the faster, the better the delay and prevention speed effect. This strange energy shield has now become Lin Feng's best response to long-range attacks. By the time everything was done, the ion plasma cannon flying from not far away had hit the location where everyone was. Fortunately, perhaps because Lin Feng took the initiative and disrupted the Pulse Scorpion shooting aim, the landing direction of the plasma cannon shifted forward more than 10 meters, and the final center of the magnetic storm's electric shock was not under everyone's feet. This is why Lin Feng did not choose to dodge. Even with the help of bullet time, he could only evacuate a few dozen meters from the swarm of insects in just 1 or 2 seconds. He still couldn't escape the paralyzing range of the aftermath of the electric shock. So just use it on the spot, the absolute domain form of the LV-24 flying tiger armor, to see if it could withstand the attack of the plasma cannon. As the electromagnetic explosion occurred, a dazzling light flashed before everyone's eyes. Even with a tiger-tooth chainsaw sword to block it, they still felt dizzy for a short time. After Lin Feng put on his visor, he saw through the sunglasses that this oil at the center of the explosion was directly shattered and turned into scorched earth. Then, hundreds of electric currents as thick as arms spread out in all directions like a flying snake. Immediately, more than a dozen of them bombarded the shield. Lightning itself is close to the speed of light, but due to air resistance and oil obstruction, it is eventually reduced to tens of thousands of meters per second. Even so, no lower life on any planet can withstand it. The energy shield began to vibrate violently under the bombardment of these lightning strikes and was in danger. Fortunately, they come and go quickly. In addition, the energy shield generated by this absolute defense was the strongest and thickest Lin Feng had ever seen. It directly absorbed and consumed a pair of giant jaws in the late second stage. When the energy shield was completely shattered, the remaining current in the surrounding area was absorbed by this oil and quickly decayed to hundreds of volts. The current was also several times smaller and could not pose much threat to the first-level awakener. If there was no shield to absorb and resist, a person who was only at the first stage of awakening would definitely be killed on the spot by the lightning. Even Lin Feng, who was at the late stage of the second stage, would still suffer severe injuries all over his body, be burned in many places, and lose the ability to move. But even so, the residual power of hundreds of volts still caused many first-level awakeners to have paralyzed limbs and weak legs, and they were barely able to hold on with the help of the tiger tooth chainsaw sword. Even with the protection of the energy shield, the rest of the first-order black-backed worms around died instantly. Their brains and bodies were penetrated by the electric current, and they were burned and rotten. For a moment, the entire insect nest was filled with a thick, burning smell, accompanied by white smoke rising from the corpses, and the field of vision became more restricted. Lin Feng, who had tried his best to withstand the plasma cannon attack, did not hesitate at all and gave an order to Shenji, who had already activated the winged tiger frenzy mode behind him. "Leave the pulse scorpion to me. There's a group of tiger spine insects behind, you go deal with them." Shenji, who survived the disaster, was breathing heavily and trying to calm down. When he heard Lin Feng's order, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, disappeared into the darkness. Qin Hu had come to his senses, finally realized the horror of the new second-order Zerg. He immediately ordered the remaining 9 people to follow Shenji and go to annihilate the second-order tiger spine Zerg swarm that was about to block their retreat. If they cannot quickly close the distance between themselves and the pulse scorpions, they will become sitting ducks. At this moment, the enemy is in the dark and they are in the light. We can only do as Lin Feng said, withdraw from the enemy's attack range and escape from this insect nest. Qin Hu had no doubts or worries about Lin Feng's decision to deal with it alone. There is no doubt that Lin Feng is powerful, and this has been deeply imprinted in Qin Hu's mind. If they go together, they will only become a burden to him. It is better for them to follow Shenji and deal with the tiger-backed insects surrounding them. Qin Hu took one last look at Lin Feng's disappearing figure, then led the recovered team members and rushed back the way they came. While walking and absorbing, Lin Feng, the giant jaw of the tiger-back worm, did not forget to pick up the level 29 electromagnetic cannon in his hand after storing more than 10 points of upgrade reserves for the flying tiger armor, and continued to fire magnetic storm bombs to suppress the direction of the light spots in his mind. In fact, the flying tiger armor has stored enough variant forms for use in consumption, but these are all red quality giant jaws that absorb black spine insects. They are okay for resisting ordinary physical attacks, but facing the energy-intensive plasma cannon attack, Lin Feng estimates that it will be a bit difficult. At least orange-quality storage materials must be consumed to sustain it. It's just a pity that these high-quality giant jaws could be taken away and integrated into the battleship, which would definitely increase the defense capability of the land cruiser battleship by several levels. Once upgraded to the next stage, it can be used as an Iron Queen or a mobile base. It is indestructible and has powerful firepower. Lin Feng felt regretful in his heart, but he did not stop moving. He rushed directly into the depths of the insect nest. With the help of the blue and white light flashing from the explosion of the magnetic storm bomb and telepathic detection, he quickly locked onto the enemy's location. It turned out that these pulse war scorpions did not appear on the surface of the hive, but were lying upside down on the top of the hive. No wonder there was no notification of any kills after so many electromagnetic cannons were fired. It turns out that these guys were hiding on top of the insect nest. However, the electromagnetic cannon's magnetic storm range damage still affected them, interrupting the accumulation of plasma compression in their abdomens, so they stopped attacking. Seeing this, Lin Feng did not hesitate to switch the LV-29 electromagnetic cannon in his hand to the LV-19 howitzer, and then fired wildly at the pulse war scorpion above his head not far away. The howitzer's lethality is not as good as that of the armor-piercing gun, but it is more than enough to break through the abdominal armor of the pulse scorpion. Moreover, when they are shot down, the damage to the insect nest is also very limited. It will not drill directly to the top and blow up the entire structure like an armor-piercing cannon. Watching the pulse war scorpions falling to the ground and struggling to turn over, some of them even had their abdomens blown apart. Feng then jumped forward, wielding the tiger tooth chainsaw sword in his right hand, killing them one by one. A total of 5 pulse scorpions survived. So the tiger tooth chainsaw sword gained 5 upgrade points. After the kill, there were a total of 7 pulse scorpion corpses buried under the soil that fell from the top of the nest. Finally won a great victory. After confirming that there were no extra tier 2 Zergs nearby, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at the tiger tooth chainsaw sword in his hand. Tiger tooth chainsaw sword LV-23/29, orange quality upgrade points 13/10, durability 9 out of 10, Basic damage 300 inches. Additional attribute, extreme speed, saw teeth rotate 5 times per second, causing 5 times the basic damage. It seems that the armor defense of the Pulse Scorpion is not comparable to that of other second-tier Zergs. It is a fragile long-range cutting turret, and it takes only a little durability to kill 5 of them. Seeing that the upgrade points were full, Lin Feng directly started a minor upgrade of the Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword, from 23 to 24, looking forward to the addition of additional new attributes. Then he walked to the pile of corpses in front of him and began to observe and study. The Pulse Scorpion at close range has a pair of giant pincers covered with sharp flagella, and the serrations in the jaws are even sharper and more terrifying. But Lin Feng thought they were suitable for Shenji to taste, as he was about to grow an extra pair of limbs, and he believed that the meat inside must taste good. After watching, Lin Feng directly used the chainsaw sword in his hand to cut open the abdomen of the Pulse War Scorpion, and then peeled off the entire plasma cannon's launching organ from the abdomen to the entire tail. A reminder immediately appeared in Lin Feng's eyes: Pulse Scorpion, Plasma Tail Cannon, Orange Quality Evaluation. The Pulse Scorpion's tail and abdominal organs have the ability to strike with high-energy plasma. Apart from the short launch distance and long charging time, it has no other disadvantages. It can be installed on a large fixed platform for close-range defense, or integrated into weapons to add a new attack mode. 29 Electromagnetic Gun. Before Lin Feng entered the 3rd level, its role was irreplaceable. Even if he upgraded the electromagnetic cannon in his hand to higher quality and made a replica, there were still defects limiting its usage distance. By installing it on a battleship or integrating it into orange-quality weapons, even if he had to leave alone for some reason, his forces would still be able to fight against the Queen Mother's attack. In particular, the greatest use of the plasma cannon is that the magnetic storm has a wide range and can effectively resist air-attacking units. Thinking of this, Lin Feng swung the chainsaw sword in his hand, intending to continue cutting the Pulse War Scorpion. However, at this moment, Lin Feng instinctively sensed that a dangerous aura was emerging from the depths of the darkness. I used telepathy directly, but failed to detect any second-level or higher life lights nearby. Lin Feng, who was alert, did not take it lightly. Instead, he pretended nothing had happened and continued to cut the Pulse Scorpion under his feet. However, his mind and muscles were already highly tense. In his left hand, he held the electromagnetic cannon with his finger on the trigger, and in his right hand, he swung the chainsaw sword, secretly gathering strength. The absolute defense form of the flying tiger armor on his body was ready to go off at any moment. Feng's head, a thin phantom nearly 3 meters long, suddenly appeared. As he appeared, he swung several sharp blades in his hands towards the back of Lin Feng's neck. He jumped up with a sudden kick and flew straight towards me. But just as he was about to succeed, a strong wave of energy suddenly surged out from the target's body and continued to expand until it submerged the assassin's body. And hold it firmly in the air. Lin Feng activated the absolute defense form and entered the bullet time state. He turned around and swung the Tiger Tooth Chainsaw sword in his hand. Using the inertia brought by the turning, he slashed through the air with lightning speed. The speed was so fast that it made a sonic boom. As the tip of the sword slowly passed through the energy shield, the assassin who was launching a sneak attack was directly cut in half by the chainsaw sword. But after resolving the crisis, Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. After killing one of them with a chainsaw sword, he raised the level 29 electromagnetic cannon in his left hand and fired an armor-piercing bomb at the back of the Pulse Scorpion corpse under his feet. There was a loud bang. It dealt 900 points of damage, and while creating a pit 10 meters in diameter, the shock wave also destroyed the remaining shield energy in the absolute defense form. As the shaking stopped, the explosion ended. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the several human limbs scattered in the deep pit in front of him. Then he frowned and turned around. Next to the body of the Pulse Scorpion, the sneak assassin who was cut in half by his chainsword was still alive. What came into view was a giant insect in human form. It is about 3 meters tall and has 2 pairs of thick thighs in its lower body, which allows it to stand upright. There is a row of sharp barbs at the end of its legs, which allows it to climb silently and stand upside down on the top of the nest chips, and under its head, there is a pair of pincers and 2 pairs of zerg-like limbs, ending in human hand structures. Each of the 4 hands held a sharp bone blade, the material of which looked like the same giant jaws of the tiger-backed worm, extremely hard. 2 of the blades have smooth, sharp edges, while the other 2 are serrated and are specifically designed to cut through human armor. In addition, What shocked and confused Lin Feng the most was, on the abdomen and chest of this strange insect, there was a strange tumor that looked like a human face. The roar of pain and struggle came from the hoarse mouth of the man with the tumor on his face. But if that were all, the knowledgeable Lin Feng could barely bear it, but the sound made by the tumor on this person's face was very similar to that of someone in his memory. As the face in my mind emerged, I looked at the tumor in front of me again. The comparison between their appearances. Lin Feng became more and more certain that the human face growing on the strange insect was the person who left a deep impression in his memory. It was Chang Zhan who led the elite team of late-stage First-Order Awakeners and ventured deep into the Zerg swarm, wanting to kill the Second-Order Zerg as soon as possible and complete the second stage of awakening. He was later captured by the Zerg, implanted with a parasitic mother body, and sneaked back into the 13th Division of the Army, defeating the Federation's decapitation operation, helping the Queen Mother to successfully break through the first line of defense, swallowing tens of thousands of soldiers, and finally achieving advancement to the middle stage of the third stage ahead of schedule. It can be said that if Chang Zhan hadn't taken that risk, it is absolutely impossible for the Queen Mother of Heicheng to be promoted so smoothly and become extremely powerful at the same time as she is doing now. And now, Chang Zhan is still continuing to exert his remaining energy and almost kills himself. Looking at the appraisal results that appeared before my eyes, Lin Feng's eyes became colder. Samurai Bug Hunter, LV 21/29 near-death horsepower 3200, Constitution 5250, Spirit 20 out of 150 superpower awakening, Hidden Walker, hide your own life breath for 5 minutes, cooldown time 1 hour, evaluation. This is a hybrid biological weapon with human genetic tissue added in. It has the physical strength of the Zerg and the spiritual wisdom of humans, and naturally inherits human superpowers. Never underestimate the Zerg's biotechnology. Their low intelligence setting is only for the convenience of control and rule, and it is by no means natural stupidity. Sometimes, a self-righteous individual will cause a disaster. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and the situation was just as he expected. When Chang Zhan first went deep into the Zerg swarm, he was already targeted by the Queen Mother before he was controlled by the parasitic mother. It has been laid out here since then. Perhaps this is also the reason why the Zerg Queen is so keen on capturing human cities. The human brain and the racial characteristics that can awaken superpowers are their real targets. Otherwise, the mountains, rivers and forests outside the city would contain biomass dozens of times more than that in the Steel City. There will be no more attacks or resistance from humans, and once the Queen Mother captures and absorbs more awakened ones and hunting hatches more difficult to deal with the warrior insects, the future of mankind will be in jeopardy. Just as Lin Feng was full of vigilance, thinking about the consequences of the warrior hunter bug, the Zerg version of the genetic warrior, while continuing to cut the plasma tail cannon of the pulse war scorpion, I only heard the deep and dark entrance. Suddenly, several shrill screams of pain were heard. Lin Feng's face changed. Shenji and Qin Hu also met with an accident. I spent a long time thinking about this chapter, so I wrote less. As the ultimate biological weapon, the Zerg also possesses the foundation of a god-level civilization, so they will definitely become stronger as they fight. Survival of the fittest, continuous evolution and upgrading, it will surely sweep across the Milky Way in the future and become one of the natural disasters. Chapter 135 Tiger Spine Elite Team, Unknown Danger. There, a group of second-order tiger spine insects were mobilized from other insect nests to cooperate with the pulse war scorpions to attack from the front and back. Shenji was a little overwhelmed when dealing with a long-range attacking pulse scorpion, as he was unable to detect the enemy's position. But facing the tiger spine worm that also fought in close combat, he was not afraid at all as he entered the winged tiger berserker mode. Even under the influence of Zerg genes, he became more and more excited. Qin Hu, who was leading the remaining team members and following closely behind, had already noticed the change in Shenji's condition. His giant jaws, which looked like a smaller version of the tiger-backed worm, were too conspicuous, and the hardness of the material was almost the same as that of the giant jaws. Coupled with the genetic warrior's reaction speed, he was actually much more flexible and agile in close combat than those holding tiger-tooth chainsaw swords. He could easily dodge the attack of the tiger-backed worm's giant jaws and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. However, the most prominent change was his assimilated Zerg head. A small 1-meter-long giant jaw appeared on his face, and a pair of Zerg limbs grew on both sides of his waist and abdomen. With such a deep assimilation of characteristics, Kinhu estimated that the other party's genetic fusion degree must have reached more than 40%, or even higher. What a madman who doesn't care about his life. After all, even I can only withstand about 30% of the fusion synchronization once it exceeds 40%, although they can still retain most of their sanity due to their tenacious consciousness. Irreversible mutations will occur on their body surface. For example, last time in order to hunt down Chang Zhan, facing a team composed of 3 tiger-backed worms, Kinhu, who is unarmed, only broke through the safe upper limit of the fusion degree for a short while in a hurry. But when Lin Feng appeared, he directly cancelled the continued injection of zygotes. But even though it was only a brief 10 seconds, Kinhu, who had exploded with ferocity, later discovered that a 2-centimeter high serrated exobone had grown on the soles of his feet and the outside of his calves, like the barbs on a grasshopper's hind limbs, hard and sharp. Even after that, Kinhu cut it off with a boning knife many times, or pulled it out by the roots with pliers, but it would still grow back the next morning after a night's rest. The impact of excessive integration after breaking the safety limit is irreparable and irreversible. It directly changes the cells in the body, the most basic genetic sequence. Even if Kinhu cuts off his legs and grows them back, the protruding spikes and barbs will still exist. Vigilant, and he was always careful to control the degree of gene fusion to a safe level below 40%. Although Kinhu knew that after becoming a genetic warrior, sooner or later he would be completely reduced to a terrible monster that was neither human nor insect, he did not want to reach that point so quickly. He still has the capital to defend, and his wife and daughter waiting for him to return home. Seeing the change in Shenji's appearance at this moment, Kinhu's deep-seated fear was aroused. He was afraid that he would step into the abyss step by step, and eventually be transformed into a bug man, unable to change back. What I am even more afraid of is whether I can still clearly remember my identity as a human being at that time. After all, one of the side effects of genetic assimilation is memory loss and confusion and doubt about self-awareness. But in the state of assimilation, being strong is really strong. Kinhu had witnessed with his own eyes before, Shenji charging into a swarm of second-order tiger spine insects, coming and going freely as if he was in an empty space. This amazing physical attribute and nerve reaction speed is far beyond the reach of ordinary second-stage early awakeners. Kinhu was just sighing at the young people's desperate efforts when they finally squeezed to the entrance after crossing the torrent of black spine insects. I saw many tiger-backed insects with powerful aura swinging their huge jaws, mercy picking up and flying away the black-backed insects that were blocking their way. They had cleared a space and were charging towards Shenji and others. Judging from their huge size and the aura they exude, this group of tiger spine insects are all in the middle or late stage of the second stage. Obviously, after the previous 2 waves of failures, the Queen Mother of Heichang has learned her lesson and will naturally not send out the weaker second stage early stage tiger spine worms again. Instead, he summoned the top forces of the Zerg and sent them all out. Planned to deal with all the invading awakened people in one go. After all, as long as they can't escape, all previous losses can be made up, and the true strength and physical data of human genetic warriors can be obtained. When faced with a powerful enemy, Shenji, who had transformed into a tiger worm, rushed forward without hesitation and engaged in a fight with a tiger worm. Kinhu no longer hesitated and activated the genetic fluid in the zygote behind him and injected it into his body. Black and yellow insect scales gradually appeared on its body, and a hint of madness also flashed in its yellow, upright pupils. Then Kinhu activated the attack signal to the remaining 2 genetic warriors behind him. The degree of their genetic fusion with a black-spined worm can match more than 70%, achieving a physical enhancement effect of nearly 70%. Combined with their own special abilities, they can fully reach the perfect strength of the early second stage equivalent to LV-23 Awakener. However, under this extreme state, the speed of Zerg gene assimilation will also be accelerated, and the body surface will be wildly distorted to have the characteristic structure of the Zerg. The impact on rationality is also deepening, but the tiger-backed insect swarm is already coming with great force. There are 12 in total, 4 of which are in the late second stage, and the remaining 8 are in the middle second stage. It brings together the top combat forces from 3 insect nests. Even if Shenji and Kinhu could attract all the late-stage tiger spine worms, it would be difficult for the other 9 first-order awakeners to defeat the early remaining mid-stage tiger spine worms. 9 against 8. If they were just second-stage tiger spine worms, they could still be dealt with, but if they were all mid-stage second stage, there would definitely be casualties even with the support of the tiger tooth chainsaw sword. If one person fails, the tiger-backed worms that defeat their opponent will then besiege other human awakeners. thus creating an avalanche-like chain reaction. Except for Qin Hu, the remaining two genetic warriors are also aware of the current crisis. Therefore, if they don't fight desperately, everyone, including them, will soon die tragically under the giant jaws of the tiger-backed worm. As the fight between Shenji and the first row of tiger-backed worms was about to break out, everyone immediately got involved in a tough battle. The cleared insect nest site also became a death arena for the war between humans and insects' late-stage second-order tiger spine worms. At the same time, he seemed to be at ease in the fight. While avoiding the bites of tiger bugs, you can also use the heavy blades of the giant jaws on the outside of your arms to strike at their abdomens or joints, causing considerable damage. Qin Hu, who noticed this scene, was delighted. After all, with someone to share the pressure, he could quickly deal with the late-stage tiger spine worm and then rush to support his subordinates. Moreover, at present, Shenji's overall strength is actually far superior to his own. His close combat skills against insects were totally unlike that of a young high school student. Even if Qin Hu activated more than 40% of the fusion degree, it would be difficult for him to deal with 3 late-stage second-stage tiger spine worms at the same time in the early-stage second stage. There is a physical fitness gap of nearly 3 times between the two. No matter how much improvement and amplification there is, it will be difficult to make up for it, let alone deal with 3 existences at the same time. A thought of admiration flashed through his mind. Qin Hu had already relied on the tiger worm fusion form, wearing 2 layers of thick armor inside and outside, raising the chainsaw sword, and killing the last late-stage tiger spine worm. Relying on the speed advantage brought by its small size and the destructive power of the tiger tooth chainsaw sword far exceeds that of the Zerg's giant jaws under the same strength. Qin Hu, who entered the tiger worm form, quickly defeated the powerful enemy in front of him. Qin Hu pulled the chainsaw sword out from the broken head of the tiger-back worm. He saw Shenji, who had also killed a late-stage tiger-back worm, and was continuing to deal with the remaining 2 not far away worm. The opponent showed no signs of decline at all, and even became more and more excited as the fight went on. His reaction speed was getting faster and faster, and his slashing force was becoming more severe and terrifying, so he didn't need any help from me at all. Shenji seems to have overcome the lack of endurance due to the small size of humans, and can become stronger and stronger in the fight between life and death. Perhaps this is the advantage of young awakeners. Their potential is greater than that of awakeners in their 30s or 40s. Qin Hu, who was quite self-aware, chose not to disturb the opponent's fight. When strength surged out of his body again, he picked up the tiger tooth chainsaw sword and went into the darkness to provide support. However, during his short 1-minute battle, an accident occurred among his team members. A late-stage first-order fully awakened faces a mid-stage second-order tiger spine worm. The physical attribute value is limited to 200, but he has to deal with 400 or more. The gap in strength between the two sides is more than twice. Even if one has a set of solid armor and a powerful weapon like the tiger tooth chainsaw sword, the disparity in strength and speed is too great to be compensated by equipment. What's more, most of them are not genetic warriors and cannot burst out with strength levels above the second level. They are several times weaker than tiger spine worms in terms of strength. In addition to the constantly refreshing tiger spine worms, they are always in their prime condition, and the human awakeners who have sneaked into the hive have experienced 2 battles and low-intensity magnetic storm electric shocks. Being able to retain 60% of the initial strength is considered an ideal state. At this moment, facing an enemy that is twice as strong as his own, he can only struggle to hold on and try hard to save his life. When Qin Hu rushed to the battlefield, he saw a human corpse, with broken armor scattered all over the ground, and the whole person was cut in half. This is the tiger-back the worm's usual move. The tiger tooth chainsaw sword also flew to the side and stuck into the ground. Qin Hu frowned. Although casualties were within his expectations, since Lin Feng joined, his inner hope naturally became that would be safe. But what they didn't expect was everyone that they didn't die in the long-range attack of the new second-level Zerg. Instead, it struggled and died in the most painful and tragic way under the giant jaws of the tiger-backed worm. Who was furious, pulled out the tiger tooth chainsaw sword from the ground, plugged in the spare oil pipeline, and then holding 2 swords, he ran towards the tiger-back worm closest to him, roaring. With 2 swords in hand, he swung them back and forth, and the crackling sound of the chainsaw made it difficult for the tiger-backed worm to open its jaws and get close, and it soon died under the crazy cutting of the huge jaws and tiger teeth. With Qin Hu joining in, The remaining 8 members' tough battle against 8 second-stage mid-stage tiger spine insects was quickly resolved with unstoppable force. The powerful offensive of the Zerg was easily defeated. At the last moment of the battle, Qin Hu, who had killed several in a row, gradually became exhausted. Wielding 2 800-kilogram chainsaw swords and maintaining the tiger worm fusion form will accelerate physical exhaustion. After the last battle, with the help of 2 genetic warriors, Qin Hu successfully killed the tiger spine worm. He directly released the status, closed the injection of the original fluid of the zygote, and then looked at another fight not far away. As expected, Shen Ji's battle against the 3 late-stage tiger-backed worms alone ended faster than their battle. At this moment, the other party was already cutting and taking samples from the tiger-backed worm's giant jaws. Qin Hu revealed a smile, and the familiar energy accumulated in his body finally gathered to its full potential, starting a slight awakening from the early to middle stage of the second stage. After upgrading from LV-23 to LV-24, Qin Hu's gene fusion degree will break through the upper and lower limits of safety by then. As a mid-stage second-order gene warrior, he will no longer take as long as he does now when facing the upper and late-stage tiger spine worms on another battlefield. It took Shen Ji more than 4 minutes to deal with the 3 late-stage tiger spine worms, which was close to his limit after killing them all. He immediately exited the winged tiger's frenzy state to avoid falling into madness due to lack of reason. Under the high-intensity combat, the rate at which energy is consumed in the body reaches 4 or 5 times the usual rate. The stomachs that were well fed before setting off hunger are now rumbling with. Shen Ji sat on the corpse of the tiger-backed worm, with his back to Qin Hu and others, and licked the Zerg blood from the corner of his mouth. He first awakened, he would only eat a little bit and there would be some adverse reactions. Now Shen Ji even instinctively wants to devour the flesh and blood of the Zerg to replenish his own energy. According to the guess that Lin Feng once told him, it should be the devouring and assimilation ability when he awakened to the second level, which not only changed his appearance, but also the organ structure in his body. After eating a large amount of insect meat, Shen Ji's intestines and stomach have undergone special adaptive evolution able to digest and absorb the nutrients of Zerg flesh and blood. At this moment, he could even smell which part of the insect had the best tasting meat and the most nutrition, and he even gradually fell in love with this kind of food. So while Qin Hu and his men were still fighting hard, Shen Ji had already treated the fighting on the battlefield as cooking in the kitchen. He wanted to take the tiger spine worm's life while also preserving the jaw part with the best meat quality. That's right, the ligament muscles connecting the upper and lower jaws are the best tasting part of the tiger worm. When Lin Feng took away the giant jaw and left the corpse, Shen Ji looked at the exposed meat-eater muscles and instinctively developed a desire to devour it. At this moment, after cutting off the giant jaw, Shen Ji turned his back to everyone. While being alert to the dim environment around him, he silently swallowed the tiger worm's jaw muscle in his hand. On the other hand, Qin Hu's elite team that survived the disaster was counting all the survivors. Unfortunately, 2 were killed and 1 was seriously injured. There are only 8 members left now, and only 3 of them are still capable of fighting. If you encounter a second-level insect swarm again, you can only flee in panic. Qin Hu squatted on the corpse of the tiger-back worm and ordered everyone to replace the teeth of the chainsaw sword, and then take the nutritional supplements provided by the Research Institute. In addition to the basic needs such as sugar, protein, inorganic salts, etc., it also included a large amount of stimulant substances. The muscle cells will self-dissolve on a large scale due to excessive expansion and contraction. This will lead to a significant decrease in physical attributes. However, given the current situation, whether he could escape was another matter, so naturally, restoring his combat power was the priority. While everyone was resting, Qin Hu called a genetic warrior to go with him to collect the bodies of the fallen team members, and at the same time recover the lost tiger tooth chainsaw sword and backpack materials. These weapons and equipment are specially provided by the Research Institute and are very valuable. People can die, but swords cannot be lost. The purpose of trading with Lin Feng is just to exchange for more necessary materials. Qin Hu only brought a chainsaw sword with him, and returned to the team member who had just been cut off from the waist, and helped him gently stroke his eyes, which were still open in death. The bloodshot and swollen eyeballs were a symptom left over from the waist and abdomen being squeezed and the blood pressure soaring before death. Unfortunately, they were already short of manpower and had to drag back the heavy corpses of the new second-level Zerg, so they were unable to bring the bodies of the fallen team members back to the defense line. Distinguishing the voices, How could it be so similar to those of his former subordinates, those old comrades who had died in the first line of defense? They were clearly buried in the insect siege when the defense line collapsed, and their bodies were completely destroyed. How could they appear here? Could it be that they hid in the main castle, luckily escaped the Zerg search, and then dug through the underground wormhole, lurked in the underground Zerg nest, and survived? Thinking of this possibility, Kinhu quickly stood up and walked in the direction where the sound came from, but at this moment, a shrill scream was heard from not far away. Help, help. This scream interrupted Kinhu's search, because he knew without identification that the one who screamed was the genetic warrior he had summoned with the explosive power of the early second stage. He could fight even against a tiger spine worm in the middle second stage. How could he suffer such a tragedy? Moreover, even his own breath sensing did not detect any warning, which meant that there were no second-level Zerg nearby that could threaten him. What on earth attacked him? Suddenly, Kinhu's heart was filled with alarm. The relaxation he had previously been trying to find the source of the call was swept away. He instead tightly grasped the tiger-toothed chainsaw sword, put a searchlight on his head, and quickly walked towards the place where the scream came from. It's just 100 meters away. The rest of the team heard the call for help and rushed over. The group turned on the searchlight and quickly found the team member lying on the ground holding his broken leg. At this moment, one of his right legs was cut straight off above the knee, and the exposed bone cross-section was extremely smooth and without any marks, indicating that the attacking enemy used the sharpest blade weapon. And you must act quickly. Speed and explosive power are both essential. But the tiger-backed worm has no such ability at all. Pain and excessive blood loss. The injured team member fell into coma after being sprinkled with medicine powder and wrapped with a hemostatic bandage. Before he passed out, he held on to his teammate's arm tightly, and described with blood and sweat on his forehead, "A bug with a knife, a bug with a knife." With such a serious injury, if he is not sent to a frontline hospital as soon as possible, even gene fusion cannot save him. In fact, excessive blood loss is more fatal than a wound with clotted blood and scabs. If an ordinary person encountered this situation, he would die within a few minutes. As an awakened person or a genetically modified warrior, he could only barely stabilize his injuries. However, he couldn't just leave now. Kinhu took a deep breath and had to find the enemy as soon as possible, otherwise it would be even more dangerous if people were in panic. But when the remaining 7 people formed a circle, looking around and looking for the source of danger, the result was nothing. Whether on the surface or on top of the insect nest, apart from a few tiger spine insect corpses, there was no sign of the insect holding a knife, as the seriously injured team member mentioned before he passed out, and many more. Kinhu's face turned pale, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Shenji, brought by Lin Feng, fell into a state of madness due to excessive fusion of tiger tooth genes, and even after killing the tiger spine worm, he continued to hunt living creatures in the insect nest and targeted the human awakeners? The more Kinhu thought about it, the more he felt that it was very possible. After all, he had almost lost his mind, and in the testing laboratory of the research institute, he had seen too many experimental subjects who had lost their sanity due to excessive fusion and turned into irrational killing tools. Their appearance has become largely Zerg-like, and they look like Zerg in human form. It exactly matches what the seriously injured team member said. However, when everyone was worried and anxious, a 2-meter-tall humanoid insect covered in blood and holding its side suddenly walked out from behind a tiger-back worm corpse. In the distance, the giant jewel-heavy sword on his left arm had been completely broken, and there were also a few cracks on his right arm. A human face was revealed in the broken head armor and huge jaw. It was the alone Shenji. Kinhu's expression suddenly became solemn. Holes could it be? In the dark insect nest cave, an unknown fear gradually spread, and the survivors seemed to be strangled by an invisible claw. My heart was in my throat. Any disturbance would cause panic at this moment. A rustling sound suddenly came from deep within the insect nest. The searchlight shone in the direction of the sound, and saw a thin figure dragging several huge Zerg corpses towards the crowd. The moment they saw Lin Feng, everyone's anxious hearts finally settled down a little. Lin Feng saw Kinhu and the others looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and Shenji leaning against a tiger-backed worm, breathing heavily, with heat all over his body. Half round slightly, threw out a 3-meter-long humanoid insect corpse, and asked, "Why, how many did you encounter?" 6K, not easy. Tiger spine worms are okay on the front battlefield, but to deal with human genetic warrior teams, We still have to rely on warrior hunting worms. Both have different paths but the same destination. It is also the only way to advance to the 4th level. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Bloodthirsty Blade, Qin Huan number 039, S Determination. Seeing such a hideous-looking humanoid insect, with a 3-meter tall body, especially a spherical tumor in the shape of a human face growing on its chest and abdomen. Manatee members were so nervous that they were shaking with fear, their hands and feet were numb, and their tightly grasped tiger-tooth chainsaw swords gradually became unsteady. Help me. Before everyone could calm down, they saw the face on the tumor, as if stimulated by the light, opening its mouth and struggling, making a hoarse cry for help. The familiar federal language reached everyone's ears. Qin Hu instantly realized that the shouting voice he had heard from the depths of darkness was most likely made by this strange monster. It was a trap. I almost suffered the same misfortune as the team member who was seriously injured and unconscious behind me guard. Seeing the still squirming human face, several team members who were less able to withstand the pressure started vomiting. He vomited out most of the liquid nutrition he had just swallowed. Qin Hu took a deep breath and said to Lin Feng, "Is this the most secretive third new second-order Zerg, the warrior hunter?" Lin Feng nodded, and his left hand grabbed the complete body of a pulse war scorpion. When a pulse scorpion dies, its 6 legs will curl up and fold against its abdomen, like most arthropods, forming a flower-shaped basket. Just turn the corpse upside down with the abdomen facing upwards, and the remaining 6 plasma tail cannons can be placed inside. Zerg corpses was extremely easy in his free right hand. He held a brand new tiger-tooth chainsaw sword, which was somewhat different from the chainsaw swords in the hands of Qin Hu and others. Its teeth have become wider and sharper, and there is no oil hose plugged in to provide cutting power. The tiger-tooth chainsword has been upgraded, that he was not on danger of death. At the same time, he noticed that Shenji was upgrading, so he patted his shoulder, turned around and said, "After I killed the pulse scorpion, I was attacked by the warrior hunting bug. 2 of them attacked at the same time, but they were all resolved. On the way here, there were 3 more warrior insect hunters. I killed 2 and 1 escaped." Lin Feng glanced at the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword in his hand, which had accumulated 6 upgrade points, and the upgraded attribute data appeared. Tiger-tooth chainsaw sword LV24/29, orange quality upgrade points 6/10, durability 10/10, damage 400 additional attribute, extreme cutting speed, saw teeth rotate 5 times per second, causing 5 times the basic damage, current endurance time is 2 hours, new additional attribute, bloodthirster, every time you kill a second level Zerg, in addition to obtain upgrade points, you can also restore a point of durability and increase the endurance by 1 hour. Note, the basic damage will decrease as the durability of the chainsaw decrease swords. After upgrading and gaining the bloodthirsty blade attribute, Lin Feng threw the bulky backpack aside. It's not that the backpack is too heavy, but it affects the sword swinging. Especially when facing the swift and tricky sneak attacks of the warrior hunter insect. I can't hold the handle of the sword in reverse to protect my back, and I need to turn around and deal with it head-on. Bullet time and absolute defense both have a certain cooldown period, during which the backpack becomes very cumbersome and may even hinder the flying tiger armor and activate flight mode. So on the way here, after upgrading, Lin Feng simply discarded his backpack and relied on killing insects to provide the endurance of the chainsaw sword. Unexpectedly, he really encountered the ignorant warrior hunting insects, and 3 of them attacked at the same time. Lin Feng fought back with a chainsaw sword in hand, but he didn't have time to use the electromagnetic cannon on his back, and finally let one go with regret. After Lin Feng finished describing his experience, the survivors present all swallowed their saliva. It turned out that the one who was in real danger was Lin Feng. These weaklings don't even have the ability to detect the enemy. In other words, their strength is not enough for the samurai insect hunter to take action. Only Qin Hu and 3 other genetic warriors, as well as Shenji who possesses the ability to devour and assimilate, are worth hunting and capturing. Qin Hu took a deep breath and stared at the body of the warrior insect hunter in front of him. Seeing the struggling and twisted face gradually losing its life, he opened his mouth and asked, "They have the genes of the awakened integrated into their bodies?" Lin Feng shrugged, "Probably, but it might be faster to just sew the awakened's upper body in. Create a deformed monster with both the strong physique of the Zerg and the intelligence of humans. As he spoke, Lin Feng's expression became gradually serious. These warrior insect hunters can also use the superpowers of human awakeners. Just like the genetic warriors, when I was cutting up the body of the pulse scorpion, I encountered a warrior hunter insect that could hide its breath. Guess who is on the human face tumor on its abdomen? Qin, whose pupils shrank sharply, investigated the other party's identity verification information. Chang Zhan explained how he was able to escape by saying that his superpower was not only to enhance his physical fitness, but also to have the additional effect of hiding his own aura. He has also experimented with it himself and found that it is almost invisible in a dim environment. If that's the case, everything makes sense. Therefore, the top leaders of the 13th Division relaxed their vigilance. It's that guy Chang Zhan clenched his fists even tighter. When I was alone, collecting and burying the bodies of the soldiers who died in the battle, I heard the voices of my former comrades from the warrior hunter insects. Now that I think about it, it must have been a lure trap they set. Having said this, Qin, whose expression suddenly changed, and he quickly took out the fuel tank from the backpack left aside. Then we came to the place where the pit had just been dug not far away. Unfortunately, the bodies of the team members he put into the grave had disappeared. The long footprints that appeared beside the grave pit suggested that the body of the awakened person was dug out and taken away by the warrior insect hunter. Qin, who realized it later, was ultimately a step too late. It seems that the real purpose of the warrior insect hunters is not only to lure the awakened ones to let down the guard, but also to take away the awakened ones' bodies so that the Queen Mother can give birth to new hybrids. Qin, who, feeling somewhat lost, returned to the crowd. At this moment, everyone has gathered together to guard against the warrior hunters hiding in the dark. Shenji, who was beside Lin Feng, had already put away his winged tiger berserker form and was healing the serious injuries he had suffered previously through the energy release during the upgrade to conceal their presence. Instead, their agility was comparable to that of a mid to late stage 2. I could only barely cope with their swift swings of their swords. Fortunately, this armor saved me. Finally, I succeeded in killing them, and I was promoted to the middle stage of the second stage. Lin Feng nodded and identified Shenji's current data. Shenji, LV 2429 horsepower 450, VT 450, SPR 350 superpower awakening, devouring and assimilation, winged tiger mad battle. Note, excessive use of assimilation will increase the degree of distortion, physical attribute plus 50, mental attribute minus 50. It seems that the attack of the warrior hunter insect has made Shenji's condition worse again. Even though he has exited the assimilated form at this moment, the joints of his 5 fingers still maintain sharp spikes like those of insects. If the situation gets more serious, even human firearms won't be able to be used in the future. After Shenji finished his report, he suddenly realized that the shotgun replica that was originally carried on his back had disappeared. Thinking back to the dangerous battle just now, it seemed that it was the shotgun that helped him block the sharp blade coming from behind when the warrior hunter was attacking from both sides. Then it was cut in half and dropped to the ground. Shenji mentioned this to Lin Feng and apologized quickly. Lin Feng shrugged. It's okay, it's just a few pounds of steel. There's still a lot of it inside the land cruiser. You should be more careful. If you keep going like this, it will be difficult for you to even pull the trigger. Shenji clenched his claws and nodded silently. Qin, who returned to the camp feeling a little disappointed. Looking at the people with low morale, he said, "We have obtained 2 new types of Zerg corpses. Our mission is complete and it's time to leave." A glimmer of light flashed in the confused eyes of the team members, and they couldn't wait to get up. Qin, who walked up to Lin Feng and looked at the insect corpses on the ground, "Can you give me 2 more? Lin Feng pointed behind the tiger spine worm corpse. "There are 2 more behind, the warrior hunting insects killed by Shenji. They are all yours so you can take them away." "Scorpions, there are 7 in total. The intact one I dragged here is for you. As for the 6 plasma tail cannons I cut off, keep them all." Qin, who nodded in agreement without hesitation. Just as Lin Feng said, there are only 8 of them left now. 1 of them is injured, 1 has a broken leg and is seriously injured. He can't even move on his own and needs someone to support him. In this way, only 5 people can carry the insect corpses. Someone must be responsible for protection and vigilance to guard against another sneak attack by the samurai hunting bug, so at most you can bring 1 pulse war scorpion corpse. As for the samurai hunting bug, 2 will be enough. Thinking of this, Kinhu quickly made arrangements. They took out bundles of 3 centimeter thick braided ropes from the team members' backpacks, tied the insect corpses tightly and packed them up for easy dragging and transportation. While waiting, he lit a cigarette and chatted with Lin Feng while keeping alert. The capital only has a rough description of the hunting warrior insects. I didn't expect them to be so strange and difficult to deal with. You are absolutely right, they are like the genetic warriors of the Zerg, unlike the large Zerg that have fused insect genes, such as the pulse scorpion and the tank flame beetle. The warrior hunter insects are developed and cultivated specifically to target the powerful awakened humans and genetic warriors like us. We need to bring this information and samples back so that the research institute can find a solution as soon as possible and alert other fronts and the capital to guard against sneak attacks by humanoid Zerg. Lin Feng nodded and continued, the key is to protect those awakened ones with powerful or special abilities, to prevent them from being captured by the Zerg or their bodies from being obtained by the Zerg. I remember when the first line of defense was breached, there seemed to be a super bullet awakener who was surrounded by insects. Insects are physically stronger than humans, which is equivalent to having physical enhancement abilities. They are powerful in close combat if they are equipped with long-range attack methods. Kinhu's face became increasingly gloomy. I'll remind them before I leave. Lin Feng was a little surprised. Leaving soon? Kinhu hummed. The high-end combat power in the capital is in short supply. If we are lucky enough to escape this time, we will be the only special forces team that has penetrated deep into the insect nest and returned safely. I will be transferred to the federal capital immediately. Lin Feng was a little puzzled. When the Wuchang battle was over, the federal leaders would abandon the entire south, and the 13th Division currently stationed there would also go their separate ways. By then, with Kinhu's strength, he would be able to form a team on his own, so why bother going to the capital to take risks? There, they have to face the joint siege and attack of more than 8 Queen Mothers at the same time. In addition, due to the special geographical location of the capital, it is easy to be surrounded on all sides. Once it is revealed, there will be no escape. This is a life or death situation. As a native southerner, Lin Feng certainly hopes that Kinhu can stay. Even if he does not join his team in the future, the two can still cooperate with each other. But when Lin Feng put forward his idea, Kinhu laughed and shook his head. In fact, the senior leaders of the 13th Division, including my former superior, the division commander, have advised me and even guaranteed the well-being of my wife and daughter in the safe zone. As he spoke, Kinhu looked at the busy team members in front of him. His eyes gradually became firm. But if we stay, we can only save a few hundred or a few thousand people. Besides, most of the survivors in the rear have already rushed out of the safe zone. The 2 states behind have 1,000 miles of land, which is enough for the Zerg to expand for several months. If I stay, I will only be a genetic warrior with a little fame but no say. But if I go to the federal capital, it will be different. There, what I can do is not only to the war, but also to lead the entire Federation to gain a glimmer of hope in this war that determines the survival of mankind. Kinhu then looked at Lin Feng. Perhaps the young man in front of him was not on the army and had nothing to do with him. Or perhaps he valued Lin Feng's great potential. He exhaled a puff of white smoke and expressed his thoughts. Along the way, I once thought that I would be the true hero who saved humanity, dared to fight and struggle. I could keep my brothers alive. I even brushed shoulders with death during the experiment. But I managed to get through it with my own willpower. But in the end, we still faced failure. Failure in the war against the Zerg. Failure in the trust of our brothers. Even now, we cannot change the fate of Wuchang's defeat, and the 13th Division will be disbanded. A complete failure. So I finally understood that no matter how strong and hard-working one person is, he or she cannot save everything. Maybe if we stay, we can defend a city or protect an urban area. But the entire human race will still not be able to escape destruction, and the only thing that can change all this is power. Use your power to mobilize all resources, promote genetic modification technology, and quickly popularize genetic warriors with minimal resource consumption, create the greatest benefits and prevent the Zerg army from continuing to advance. This time, I have to do not only to defend the capital, but also to truly prove the strength and value of the genetic warriors in this defense battle. I guess this is the only way to deal with the warrior insect hunter, right? Lin Feng was a little surprised. He saw firm belief and a hint of madness in Kinhu's eyes, but he was right. Biomodification surgery is indeed the lowest resource consumption way to create the highest combat effectiveness. And its production speed is faster than any other thermal weapons. However, it will use the awakened people as consumables, and its essence is still human experiment. From the perspective of morality and ethics, it is difficult to be accepted by the public. Just look at Shenji's appearance and you will know. This also involves those with deep genetic integration, who are troubled by concerns about their own cognition. Although it will greatly enhance human strength in the early stages, it will also cause more problems later on. The Zerg Queen has also discovered this and is now pushing forward research and development at full tiger-backed worms are a scarce strategic material for the Queen Mother, otherwise it would not have been so shameless as to only give her second-level insect eggs. At this moment, the 2 pairs of legs and arms of the warrior hunting insect only need to be equipped with 4 2-meter-long swords, and the total weight is less than 1/10 of the giant jaws of the tiger-backed insect. The original pair of orange-quality jaws can arm more than a dozen warrior hunting insects. When fighting against human awakeners, it can also bring an extremely high combat damage ratio. This is a surefire hunting deal in the future. There will be more and more warriors insects. Qin Hu deduced this from Lin Feng's attitude towards the new second-order Zerg, and made up his mind to put the biological transformation plan on the agenda as soon as possible. After the two finished talking, they both fell into deep thought. While the team members also packed up, Lin Feng has already absorbed all the giant jaws that Shenji has collected. It's time to go along the way. Lin Feng brought Shenji and followed the team silently together with Qin Hu. They were on guard against sneak attacks by the warrior insect hunters. Perhaps it was because was gathered together, or perhaps the first batch of warrior hunter bugs had been consumed. In short, the journey to the surface was smooth with a Zerg aura released by Qin Hu and Lin Feng's flying tiger armor. Ordinary first-order black-backed insects did not dare to attack and retreated one after another. The Queen Mother of Heichang seemed to realize that she couldn't keep everyone underground for the time being, so she simply gave up on blocking them and let these living devils leave as soon as possible. When saw the light above their heads and excitedly climbed to the cave entrance, they found themselves 1 kilometer away from the first line of defense. The originally broken Dongcheng district suddenly turned into ruins at this moment. Countless high-rise buildings collapsed and broke down. There was a strong smell of gunpowder between the second and first lines of defense. Little confused. Could it be that a war had broken out during the mission? Looking around, I couldn't find any black-backed beetles, let alone a red beetle. Lin Feng smiled faintly, raised the level 29 electromagnetic cannon in his hand, and fired a magnetic storm bomb into the sky. Hundreds of meters in the sky, there was a violent explosion, and the brilliant blue arc was dazzling. Soon after, a warship, leading 8 chariots, came quickly from a distance, and the earth rumbled. This incredible land boating. Qin Hu and others were stunned. I want to write the character Qin Hu as a character like the President in Fullmetal Alchemist in this volume. The darkness will come and end with the death of the Queen Mother, and then other third-order Zerg will also be triggered to appear. Chapter 137 Lin Feng's Strength, Responsibility, and the Visit of the 3rd Division. Faced with a battleship-shaped chariot that was more than 20 meters long and 6 or 7 meters wide, Qin Hu and others were shocked beyond words and just stood there in a daze. On the lines on both sides of the flaming hull, there were several 200mm caliber cannons. Even the shooting windows of the remaining 8 tanks were equipped with multiple cannons of the same caliber, as well as countless heavy machine guns. A rough calculation shows that there are 40 or 50 howitzers and hundreds of heavy machine guns. This kind of firepower is comparable to that of an artillery battalion and an infantry regiment. But in Qin Hu's opinion, the most important thing is the extremely strong maneuverability of the convoy, or land fleet, in front of him. Judging from the speed they just came at, it should be no less than 100 yards, which is faster than the maximum burst speed of the second-order Tiger Spine Worm. This means that the fleet owned by Lin Feng can fight while moving, take the initiative to attack, and directly eliminate all Zerg from a long distance. And this is in the city that has been reduced to ruins. If it were on the plains in the suburbs, the maneuverability would be even greater. As long as the ammunition is sufficient and the firepower is strong. With just the 100 or so men under Lin Feng, they are able to contain the expansion and invasion of the Zerg outside the second line of defense. Thinking of this, Qin Hu realized that the city turned into ruins and the Zerg restricted area filled with smoke were not the result of a war between humans and Zerg, but the work of the fleet in front of him, which consisted of only 100 people. It seems that there is no need to worry too much about weapons and ammunition. No wonder Lin Feng dared to go deep into the underground insect nest with only one person, and no wonder the group did not encounter any obstacles on the way back to the surface, and could only hide in the insect nests, trembling. The Queen Mother of the Underground would not let go so easily. She was probably overwhelmed by the situation on the surface. At present, It is just a simple ground suppression. With a successful return of Lin Feng and the others, the fleet can completely fire everyone at the underground wormhole and seal the entire Zerg and bury it underground to the surface and choose to fight a decisive battle with Lin Feng's fleet. While Qin Hu was thinking about how to maximize the role of this fleet, Lin Feng had already sent people to put the biological materials dragged to the surface into the open front port of the warship and store them in the storage space. As for the complete insect corpse that Qin Hu wanted to take back, Lin Feng asked the chariot behind to put it on the roof and transport it back to the defense line. It was a journey of 7 or 8 kilometers and we arrived quickly during this period. Qin Hu brought the wounded and boarded the chariot where Li Ran was. He also met many old subordinates who survived the defeat of the first line of defense, and now he serves as the pre-war commander here at Lin Feng. Qin Hu needs to inform him of a lot of new information so that he can be prepared in advance. After all, the entire southern region in the future will have to rely on the forces under Lin Feng. What made Qin Hu feel a little relieved was that from Li Ran's reply, Lin Feng planned to continue staying in Wuchen to prevent further Zerg invasion. He did not take seriously the incident in which the 13th Division was accidentally bombed because of the spy Chang'an. With such a powerful fleet, it will definitely reduce most of the defensive pressure for the defenders in the second line of defense. Looking at the high wall fortress appearing in the distance, Qin Hu narrowed his eyes slightly and told Li Ran to inform Lin Feng to stop here. They would drive back the last few hundred meters on their own. After receiving the request, Lin Feng immediately ordered the cart to stop to meet in recent times, and it may also be their farewell forever. After all, in the battle to defend the federal capital, even if Lin Feng went there, he would not be sure of winning. Even escaping from the encirclement in the end would depend on luck, and he had to pray that he would not be blocked by the Queen Mother group. But Lin Feng knew better than Qin Hu had made up his mind, and no amount of persuasion would change his determination to die. The federal capital must be defended, and fleeing without a fight would mean surrender without legitimacy. The Federation would exist in name only. Even if the defense war ultimately fails, it can slow down the progress of the Zerg invasion on the entire northern front, thereby buying time for the relocation and retreat of heavy industries in the rear states. With a breach of Wuchen's first line of defense, all the survivors' attention is now focused on the federal capital, hoping that humanity's first defensive victory can be achieved there. However, the capital city with a population of tens of millions is far from comparable to Wuchen, and it will naturally attract more Zerg queens to surround the capital city from all directions. Just like the Tehu Lake sandwiched between Jincheng and Wuchen, it has become the object of competition among many queens near Jiangnan in their efforts to upgrade and attack as quickly as possible. So when waving goodbye to Qin Hu, Lin Feng specifically reminded him, the third stage Queen Mother is not the endpoint of the Zerg's evolution. They are targeting the capital, and their target is the millions of survivors and awakened people in the city who have not yet moved away. The Queen Mother of Heichang only broke through the first line of defense and entered the middle stage of the third stage in one fell swoop. She can hatch new second stage Zergs and control more tiger spine worms. Once the capital falls, the Queen who wins will grow to an incredible level. So, if you are still here by then, hearing Lin Feng's words, Qin Hu's eyes widen after taking a deep breath. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes, and then he interrupted in a hoarse voice, "Don't worry. I know what to do." In the defense of the capital, there were only genetic warriors who died bravely, and no survivors who surrendered or were captured alive. Lin Feng looked solemn and slightly. They watched as Qin Hu and the surviving team members dragged the huge corpse of the Pulse Scorpion and headed towards the second line of defense. After the city gate was opened, several armored vehicles drove out and carried them into the city smoothly. Lin Feng then returned to the battleship and ordered his troops to return to the Zerg hinterland. A visit to the insect nest was fruitful. Not only did he obtain the materials for the new second-level Zerg, but he also obtained a powerful melee weapon, which will give him more trump cards to break through the defense when fighting against the Queen in the future. Upgrade the Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword to level 29. With a basic damage of 900 points combined with the extreme cutting attribute, it can speed burst out 5 times the basic damage of 4,500 points. Even if the Queen Mother's armor is 1 meter thick, she can still break through the defense within 2 or 3 seconds, and then continue to bombard with electromagnetic cannons. As long as there is a health bar, there is no need to worry about not being able to kill. Even if the health points are tens of thousands, it's just a matter of firing a few more shots. As for now, it is not time to retreat. Just as Qin Hu said before he left, if the Zerg offensive could be suppressed on the surface, All that would need to be done afterwards was to deal with all the connecting holes in the entire Zerg nest. On the one hand, it can isolate their oxygen and prevent the red beetles from continuing to dig holes and expand. On the other hand, it can also block the delivery of all nutritious food. Make the Zerg busy repairing the wormhole. Lin Feng thought it made sense. So he ordered the fleet to go deep into the Zerg hinterland and fire several artillery shells at each wormhole entrance to ensure the collapse of the wormhole tunnel block. The connection channels between insect nests. The Zerg army in the third-level hive not only lacks the necessary oxygen intake, but also converts liquid hydrogen in the body to release energy to sustain life activities at the same time. It can also cause the deeper secondary insect nests, and even the mother nest 500 meters below, to fall into a slump. Unfortunately, Lin Feng originally planned to return underground and go to the second-level insect nest to find out if he could be lucky enough to find some second-level insect eggs to help the chainsaw sword quickly complete the upgrade. However, it is more important to curb the expansion of the Zerg at the moment. Moreover, the appearance of the warrior hunter insect also dispelled his idea of acting alone. The threat that monster poses to the awakened is greater than that of the late-stage second-stage tiger spine worm. Lin Feng would rather fight against 10 late-stage second-stage giant worms than be surrounded and hunted by 10 warrior hunting worms. Moreover, according to the identification information, the warrior hunters they encountered in the hive before were only second-order early-stage Zergs below LV-24. While the middle and late-stage ones have not yet been sent out by the Queen Mother. Maybe it has just been developed and has not yet evolved to that level. But the fact that it does not exist now does not mean that it will never exist in the future. Next time we go deep into the insect nest, we will need to lead a group of fully armed second-level awakeners to deal with the warrior hunter insects with high attack and low defense. The shotgun has a power of up to 190 points. It forms a defensive formation and is placed in the underground insect nest, which is just right. Lin Feng was planning his next trip to the underground insect nest, and the sound of artillery fire rang out again. This time, the objects of destruction were no longer just the gathering places of the swarm. All the wormhole openings on the surface were bombarded by artillery fire and collapsed and submerged one by one. At this moment, the sky was gradually getting darker, and the sun had already set in the west. The dark blue starry night, accompanied by the appearance of the moon, gradually enveloped the earth. In order to finish today's work as soon as possible, after solving all the wormholes between the two lines of defense, Lin Feng directly ordered to bombard the first line of defense that had been eaten away by the Zerg. After dozens of shots, the collapsed main fort and city walls, like the outpost where everyone was originally located, sank into a deep pit, completely burying the entrance underneath. There were a total of 100 main forts, 20 kilometers long, and it took 2 hours to destroy them all. After doing all this, Lin Feng saw that it was getting late, and the 5,000 spare ammunition for the tank's artillery had been used up by more than half after being fired all afternoon, and it would take some time to replenish them. At this time, the Zerg's expansion progress was pushed back outside the urban area of Wuchen, 10 kilometers away from the second line of defense, so they could breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. Lin Feng then ordered his troops to turn back and return to the camp to rest. I looked at the time and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The difficult battle that was imagined before became unusually easy after Lin Feng and Qin Hu went deep into the insect nest, slaughtered the second-order tiger spine insects, and disintegrated the offensive of the new second-order Zerg. After all, in the underground Zerg nest, the Zerg's home turf, the Queen Mother can't do anything to the human awakeners, so she naturally won't send a large Zerg army to the surface to get killed. Who looked down on him? He shined brilliantly with only a fleet of 150 people. He easily suppressed the advancing Zerg swarm. I will tell others about this victory, who would believe it? Looking outside, the soldiers gathered in the parking lot surrounded by tanks, built a bonfire in the center, and talked about what they had gained from today's battle. At present, more than half of the team members have successfully entered the late stage of the first stage. The only thing missing from the second stage deep awakening is a second stage Zerg, or a second stage Zerg egg. In the hands of the sergeant, Lin Feng stood quietly in the bow, looking down at his soldiers. He wanted to give them a few words of admonition, asking them not to be arrogant and complacent. But on second thought, this was one of the few big victories against the Queen Mother of Heicheng, and it should not dampen the morale of the team members. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something else that could kill two birds with one stone. So he turned around and asked, "How many second-stage insect eggs are there?" Chen Yannian came over after taking a shower and wiped her hair. "You upgraded and killed 33. I used one, so I have 16 left." "What's wrong?" Lin Feng has been on a slight upswing recently, and that's enough. Then he walked out of the bow and stood outside the battleship. The soldiers who were having a bonfire party quieted down when they saw the sergeant. Lin Feng coughed lightly, first affirming everyone's efforts today for successfully suppressing the Zerg invasion, and then turned the topic to the most popular second-level Zerg eggs. The team members' expressions gradually became serious, fearing that they would miss any words and miss the precious opportunity to advance and awaken. Lin Feng looked down at everyone and spoke slowly. Now, most of us have entered the realm of perfection in the late stage of the first stage, and the rest of the members are almost there. The next step is to start the second level. Deep awakening prerequisite for advancement is the same as when you get the first level awakening. You need to kill a second level Zerg. The most common one is the second order tiger spine worm, a giant worm that can directly knock over a heavy tank. Even if you use a shotgun, you can only suppress the opponent, not kill it with one shot. As for the other second order Zergs, I heard from the captain that when you were annihilating the Zerg swarm today, you encountered the new second order Zerg Pulse Scorpion in tank flame armor. The Pulse Scorpion will hide in the pit, but when facing the tank flame armor, it can't even break its thick armor. It is not an easy task for any first level awakener to kill a second level Zerg alone, so the fastest way to advance is to obtain the second level insect eggs from the Queen Mother of Jiacheng. But now that you are in the chariot, it seems that you don't have an urgent need to advance, and the number of second level insect eggs is also very limited. The only one who is qualified to receive the reward for today's battle is Captain Shen Ji, who went underground with me. He fought hard against the second order Zerg in the underground Zerg nest. Not only did he successfully repel the Zerg's attack, he also successfully entered the second order mid-stage awakening, so I will reward him with an extra insect egg. Hearing this, turned their eyes to the observation deck of a chariot, where Captain Shen Ji was sitting. He is the most powerful awakener in the entire team, second only to the Sergeant Chief in strength. But those envious gazes shifted from Shen Ji's face to the beside girl him. This precious second-level insect egg will probably become Zhang Liang's opportunity for advancement. After all, Shen Ji, who is already in the middle stage of the second stage, can continue to kill insects and become stronger just by relying on his own strong strength and following Lin Feng. Everyone envied Zhang Liang's good luck, and even more so Shen Ji's fearless courage. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Feng continued, "As for you, you will naturally have a chance." All the team members present turned their heads instantly and stared at their sergeant, and the opportunity is to shoulder your responsibilities. After becoming a second-level awakener, I hope you can follow me into the Zerg nest like Captain Shen Ji and continue to fight the Zerg hiding underground. Don't forget that our goal is to kill and expel these alien Zergs and save all humans. Since the Zerg have been beaten and are now locked up, we must take the initiative to attack and use the deaths of the second order Zerg to pave the way for killing the Zerg Queen. I hope you will think it over carefully before signing up. The second-level insect eggs are not just a reward, but also represent the responsibility that a second-level awakener should shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, Captain Li Ran, who was in the lead, stood up and applauded. Unquestionable this can be seen from what happened to the elite team led by Colonel Qin, who this evening, although they also had sophisticated equipment, they still lost several team members, and one even had his thigh broken without the help of the sergeant. Qin, who and his men would not even have the chance to get out of the insect nest and would have died without a burial place. I heard that Captain Shen Ji was also seriously injured, and only recovered from his surface injuries by relying on the energy of upgraded awakening. But when he walked out of the wormhole, his tattered armor silently revealed the horror of the underground insect nest. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and seeing that the effect had been achieved, he waved his hand and turned to leave. At 11 o'clock in the evening, when everyone present had gone to bed, the appearance of several armored vehicles broke the silence of the midnight. Lin Feng frowned slightly, put on his clothes and walked out of the camp. Li Ran was seen negotiating with his patrol team as they pointed their guns at the getting crowd off the car. Judging from the other person's appearance, he is from Division 13 of Lu. Lin Feng's eyes fixed. He saw several generals. Chapter 138, War Change, Respectability, and Ranks. Anyone can see that Lin Feng has grown to the point where he can defeat 1,000 enemies alone. A company of only 100 men was more courageous than the more than 10,000 soldiers who entrenched their defense line. Just the fact that he took the initiative was unmatched. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that the top leaders of the 13th Division would be here in person. It must be no ordinary thing to make them put down their airs and take the initiative to come to me, a small sergeant major. Maybe Qin, who said something to them. change these people's minds and perspectives. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He turned and walked into the rest building, leaving the problem to Li Ran. As the supreme commander of this invincible fleet, there was no need for him to speak first. Especially now, others still need his help. They had already entered the late stage of the First Order. Naturally, they noticed Lin Feng, who was dressed obviously differently, and deliberately ignored and snubbed them. He pretended to be nonchalant and walked into the building. Several young colonels and lieutenant colonels felt. Fortunately, the top executives calmed them down with a look, and then smiled and said to Li Ran, "We have something urgent to discuss with Sergeant Lin." Awkward, and could only try to calm down, "I have sent someone to notify them. It is late at night now. If the sergeant is willing to come out to negotiate, he will naturally let them go." Then he looked at his own soldiers behind him and asked them to lower their guns first. Li Ran was well aware of their anger towards the 13th Division. As a new recruit, he had no feelings for the division headquarters. At most, he listened to a few speeches and was then pulled to the front line. When we first entered the outpost base, there were not even a few enhanced people, which was no different from sending them to their deaths. The current progress and growth are all due to the leadership of their chief sergeant, Lin Feng. As for the battle at the outpost base, if it weren't for the 13th Division, which ordered the use of ground-penetrating missiles to attack the fortress, they wouldn't have to escape death and take the risk of rushing out of the base and then being surrounded and blocked by the Zerg. Just a little bit and he would have been eaten by the insect. After being repeatedly betrayed by the 13th Division, hatred naturally arose. If Li Ran hadn't come here in advance to ease the situation and prevent the tense atmosphere between the two sides from getting worse, it is very likely that an accidental discharge of a gun would cause the top leaders of the 13th Division to be unexpectedly wiped out. At this moment, under Li Ran's repeated orders, the new recruits finally made concessions and dispersed one after another. They stayed at a distance and stared fiercely at this group of high-ranking officials who were cowardly and afraid of death in their eyes. Only a few old soldiers were left guarding the entrance of the camp. Upon seeing this, the senior leaders of the 13th Division also asked the first stage late awakeners who were serving as guards behind them to return to the car, and then found Li Ran alone and started a conversation. The teacher took out a pack of cigarettes from his belt. Seeing his former highest commander offering him a cigarette, Li Ran, whose highest military rank was only captain, was somewhat flattered and took it with both hands. Of course, he knew very well that he could be in such a situation thanks to the team that Lin Feng had assembled. The teacher took a long puff of his cigarette and gave a bitter smile. In fact, since the outbreak of the anti-invasion war, they have been wary of those enhanced humans away, and is even stronger in terms of physical strength. A team of enhanced humans can easily kill an army that is several times larger than their own. While waiting for the awakener to appear, superpowers will be born, which will completely change the standard of status within the organization. Because the awakeners are so strong, although in the eyes of the Zerg, they may still be a little weak and find it difficult to fight against Zerg at the same level. But for the awakened ones, killing ordinary people of their own kind is just a piece of cake. Tons of explosive power, as fast as a flying car, and the blessing of superpowers make each of these awakened people comparable to the little Superman in movies and TV shows. Moreover, most of them are low-level officers or soldiers who are on the front line. This will have a serious impact on the command structure within the division, and these senior positions will be in jeopardy. Loyal to the top leaders, in order to cause internal division among the awakeners. This ensures that the division's command orders can be resolutely implemented. The root cause of all this is that these newly awakened people do not have the ability to control the overall situation, and do not know how to win the war. Their command capabilities are limited to a local war, which may be to kill a few black-backed beetles, or to command a squad or a platoon. If they were allowed to seize the command of the entire division, the already stretched defensive battle would only lead to a faster defeat due to the chaos in the command system. They were even unable to hold on until the end of the Jincheng evacuation, which ultimately led to the failure of their strategic goals. This is also the situation that the top leaders of the 13th Division have been avoiding, and they have used it to convince a group of awakened people who understand the overall situation to stand on the side of the division. But now, with the sudden rise of Lin Feng, the real power of the awakened ones has been demonstrated. Are able to block the Zerg army alone, and can even take the initiative to suppress and repel the Queen Mother's offensive and recapture the occupied land. This also means that the original reason for needing a command center to regulate and command the entire front line has lost its legal and reasonable basis. The main force on the battlefield no longer needs to be measured by the number of people, just like the newly hatched second-level Zerg by the Queen Mother. An elite team of a dozen or so can easily break through the fortifications built by humans and tear open the defense line. In today's victory over the Zerg, not a single shot was fired on the entire line of defense. The convoy led by Lin Feng, with more than 100 members, easily won the victory. According to what Qin Hu said after his return, Lin Feng's real ability is synthesis, which allows him to synthesize any object he wants without limit, and he can also add Zerg biological materials to the synthesized objects. The red armor developed by the military factory in the rear area originated from the back shell of the red beetle and originally came from Lin Feng's hands. And now, the warships, chariots, and even the higher-level armor worn by the soldiers in the team he led, as well as the shotguns in their hands with a caliber as big as a fist, were all synthesized from Lin Feng's supernatural powers. Of course, such a huge consumption is inseparable from the plundering of the Zerg's life energy. Although Lin Feng has never explained the principle of infinite ammunition, Li Ran also told Qin Hu about this speculation. Energy does not appear out of thin air, and the same is true for any supernatural power, no matter how strange or bizarre it is. The senior members of the 13th Division, who had learned the truth from Qin Hu, naturally knew that they no longer had any conditions for cooperation that would attract Lin Feng. An awakened being who can solve his own weapons, equipment, and logistics problems, and at the same time possesses the powerful strength to fight against a queen and her Zerg army alone. In the Insect Man War initiated by Lin Feng, the command ability of the top leaders was no longer needed. Instead, the logistics troops who helped him clean up the battlefield and collect materials were more urgent than the frontline personnel. The strength and growth rate of the Awakened Ones far exceeded everyone's expectations. The adventure into the insect nest and seeing Lin Feng's strength made Qin Hu change his old ideas. It turns out that the war against the Zerg can be easily won with just a group of powerful Awakened Ones. The traditional army of tens of thousands of people once faced the Zerg's rolling tide, but in the end they were defeated step by step. Now, as long as they can give him 500 second-level genetic warriors. No, with just 200 fully armed second-level genetic warriors, Qin Hu can directly kill into the heart of the Zerg, attack the underground Zerg nest, and wipe out the past decline. That's why Qin Hu had to rush to the Federation to promote the Institute's biological transformation plan, to help mankind win a glimmer of hope before the Zerg develops and hatches a large number of warrior-hunting insects and completely changes the future battlefield ecology. This will be a technological change in the evolution of warfare. Just like hundreds of years ago, the emergence of flintlock rifles took only a dozen years to completely replace the knights and armored soldiers who dominated the feudal era. Genetic warriors represent the advanced version of the Awakened Ones. Although they are not as abnormal as Lin Feng, they can maximize the war potential of mankind. It has replicable popularity. Lin Feng is strong, but he can only change the situation in one area, and cannot save all of humanity. However, the popularization of biological transformation technology can save thousands of kilometers of battle lines from collapse. At present, the top leaders of the 13th Division, who represent the old era and the old forces, are about to unload their burdens. Under Qin Hu's persuasion, they will, leaving the stage that once belonged to you. It was late at night and everything was quiet. Li Ran held a cigarette between his fingers, without taking a puff, as it quietly burned, and he listened, staring at the teacher in front of him, as he smoked one cigarette after another and narrated the story. Li Ran saw that the towering figure that had experienced the war was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without this set of clothes, he is just an old man in his 60s. Even the physical enhancement brought by the awakening cannot reverse the erosion of time. I am old, and times have changed. After the draw, the teacher took a deep breath, patted Li Ran on the shoulder, looked at the young people behind him who were staring at him silently with bright eyes, and said, "From now on, it's up to you guys." After that, a young soldier hurried over and informed Li Ran that the sergeant agreed to meet with the top leaders of the 13th Division. The head teacher smiled, patted his clothes, adjusted his bow tie and epaulets, and followed Li Ran into the depths of the camp with several senior commanders of the division. This was the first time the two met as the supreme commander of their respective teams. It was unexpected that two people who once had a huge gap in strength and status would meet in this way, but felt that it was very reasonable in the eyes of the teacher. To be honest, the young man sitting at the long table in front of me is a little too young. At the age of just over 20, He was able to use his own special abilities to grow to this point in just 1.5 months. He did not rely on any outside help or official cooperation, but relied on his own efforts to everyone awaken the insect killer. Lin Feng's growth is not only due to the extremely high potential of his own supernatural powers, but also due to his own perseverance. As long as he wanted, he could escape from Heicheng and stay away from the dangerous battlefield on the front line, return to the safe area in the rear, find the official to cooperate, and from then on, he only needed to cooperate with production and research and development, and he could have a high position and rest assured for the rest of his life. But he chose the most difficult, yet also the most free and independent path, facing the insect horde alone. He completed his supernatural powers and quickly upgraded his own level to awaken. He has become the most powerful awakener in terms of war power in the entire Federation. The teacher took a deep breath and said, "The blocking mission of the Wuchen battle is almost over." Lin Feng frowned, is confident that he can curb the advance of the Queen Mother of Heicheng with just a fleet. The earlier the 13th Division withdrew, the less we would have to worry about doing the same thing as the first line of defense, which would have directly aided the enemy and resulted in casualties. If the Queen Mother of Heicheng takes one more step. Lin Feng was not sure either, so he continued to hold on. Seeing that the young man was unmoved, the teacher continued, "We have run out of ammunition and food. The remaining supplies cannot support so many people to reach the safe zone thousands of kilometers away, let alone take all the soldiers away." Speaking of this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. "Then you should split up and go your separate ways. Kinhu has already mentioned this to me, so what?" The teacher crossed his hands and replied in a deep voice, "This was the previous plan. After all, the logistics supply has been basically cut off since Jincheng Industry withdrew. The original full strength was 15,000, but now it has been expanded to 40,000. The fall of the first line of defense resulted in a loss of more than 10,000. Now the entire division has 30,000 people." Lin Feng took a deep breath when he was expanding the team. He just thought that the more people the better. He never thought that it would become a huge problem that could not be solved. 30,000 enhanced people and awakened ones. Not to mention weapons, just to feed these 30,000 mouths. 3 tons of food would be needed a day. The appetite of an awakened person is several times that of an ordinary person. Just for resting every day, they will eat 1 kilogram of military rations, and even more when participating in battles. But if we let them go like this and they enter the rear urban areas in droves, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for the survivors who have not yet migrated away. Moreover, after leaving the battlefield, it is still unclear whether these new recruits who have just acquired superpowers still have the courage and determination to once again step onto the battlefield to fight against the Zerg invasion. An ordinary person who gains powerful abilities but lives in the end times with material scarcity will most likely become a villain who will do anything to achieve his goals. Once they are allowed to enter the safe zone or sneak into the refugee camps outside the city, the disruption to the existing order will be no less than a major self-explosion, greatly weakening the productivity of the safe zone. The division's previous plan was to take away all the mid to late stage first-level awakeners, approximately more than 10,000 people, and let the rest of the early stage awakeners and enhanced people leave. This can at least ensure that the absolute combat effectiveness is intact. But the appearance of Lin Feng now gave the teacher another possibility. The sudden appearance of this young man and his powerful fleet easily defeated the Zerg. Now, there are already many new recruits within the 13th Division, especially in the second line of defense, who are privately discussing how to join Lin Feng's team since the Heicheng containment battle. One side is passively defending and getting beaten, while the other side is actively attacking and killing. Everyone knows which choice to make once such ideas and intentions take root and spread widely. Large-scale desertion and rebellion of the lower-level soldiers of the 13th Division will be inevitable. However, strangely, when the supervision team reported the situation to the division headquarters in the rear, the command headquarters rarely gave any response. The only thing is that the teachers privately suggested not to stop the spread of this kind of thought and emotion. Now, in the dead of night, in the conference room, under the dim lights, the teacher explained the interests involved to the young people in front of him. Lin Feng already understood what he meant. This was a development he had never anticipated. Once we return to the safe zone, we will most likely be stripped of our numbers and mixed into other teams, and the 13th Division will become history. This is the unit I personally led. I watched it grow step by step into the ace of the Federation. Its fate should not end with a defeat. I hope you can lead it to another peak, if you are willing to. From now on, it's yours." As he spoke, under Lin Feng's gaze, The teacher slowly took off his military rank and placed it on the table. Chapter 139 Food Problem, Return to the State Capital Jincheng. Just as the teacher said, with 15,000 people fleeing at the same time, not to mention the danger of being chased and blocked by the Zerg, just maintaining the existence of this organization is a considerable expense. In peacetime or wartime, these are not problems. But now it is the end of humanity with alien creatures invading everywhere, and the survivors of all countries and regions are already unable to take care of themselves. It was also able to maintain the logistical needs of the frontline operations from the rear, all thanks to the developed transportation system that the Federation had established. But now, as the battle line shrinks and retreats, the expanded 13th Division that remains on the front line is about to fall into the difficult situation of being out of food and guns. However, if these soldiers were abandoned or disbanded on the spot, it would deal a heavy blow to the stability of the rear and the future resistance of the Federation. The commander naturally didn't want to waste these precious soldiers. Even though they have only been in the army for half a month and have only been on the battlefield for a few days, they are at least more combat-ready than the fleeing civilians. A systematic command system has been established within the organization. This organizational ability enables these soldiers to obey orders and resolutely execute them. Instead of becoming a mob, or like gangs or bandits, they will fall into chaos when encountering a battle, continue growing and become the backbone of the resistance against the Zerg invasion. The young man in front of him has the ability to block the danger and provide weapons. He only needs to solve the food problem and he can take over this army that is about to be disbanded. Lin Feng was also clear about this. I also admire the demeanor of the old man in front of me from the bottom of my heart. He originally thought that the other party came to visit him in person in order to recruit him or to help him accomplish something in exchange for benefits. For example, they could capture the second-level live insects and trade the second-level insect eggs, so that the senior leaders of the 13th Division could smoothly enter the second stage, or they could hire themselves to resist the Queen Mother and defend the next key city, etc. But what Lin Feng did not expect was that the other party only wanted him to take over the 13th Division and retain this team to ensure that these soldiers would not be displaced and waste precious manpower to fight against the Zerg invasion. Lin Feng strongly agrees with this point. But the problem of food supply is equally difficult. With the help of Hu Fei and Han Yuxin, Lin Fengshan can still provide food for several hundred people, nearly 1,000 people, but these 1.5 soldiers mean mouths to feed just to keep them alive. They need to consume tons of food every day. If they are sent to fight on the front lines, food consumption will only increase. Moreover, eating only rice as the staple food does not provide much strength. Meat rich in fat and protein is also urgently needed. Maintaining an infantry division of 15,000 men is far more difficult than feeding 15,000 survivors. The latter only needs to be full, but the former needs to have fighting ability. Most of the soldiers defending the city now have experienced defensive battles against insect swarms. Their combat effectiveness will not be a problem. The key lies in how to solve the logistics problem. Weapons and equipment can be dealt with by replicating them, but food cannot be replicated. Therefore, before thinking of a solution, Lin Feng certainly cannot rashly agree to it. Otherwise, we will have to feed 15,000 mouths, and the chaos and distortion of human nature brought about by hunger. It will be more terrible than defeat. At this moment, the teacher has handed him his rank of Major General, the Federation's ace force, so he was exceptionally promoted to 2-star Major General. But what Lin Feng cares about is not the military rank. As individual abilities awaken and improve, without a corresponding level of strength, even if one sits on the presidential throne, one will gradually become a puppet of the powerful awakener. Before completely solving the problem of food supply, Lin Feng would not consider these trivial matters. He took out his cell phone and saw 3 bars of signal in the upper right corner of the screen. The first counterattack this afternoon and evening successfully pushed the Zerg's activity range back beyond the first line of defense. With the massive death of the new second-level Zerg, especially the Pulse Scorpion, the Queen of Heichang must have hidden back in the rear overnight. The electromagnetic interference caused by the Zerg mother nest naturally became much weaker as the Queen left. So Lin Feng picked up the phone and replied, "Let me make a phone call first." The head teacher agreed. He was not unhappy with Lin Feng's indecision. It was precisely the other party's cautious character that made him feel a little relieved. Thinking carefully and acting after planning are qualities that a leader must possess. If Lin Feng was like other young people who had achieved success overnight and coveted the power and status brought by these 15,000 soldiers, and agreed directly, Then the teacher would re-evaluate whether he was qualified and some secret means would be arranged in advance. Lin Feng called Hu Fei first. It took a full half-minute before the call was connected. The other party has returned to the safe zone in the rear, just above Huliao Pass, and has already contacted the federal high-level officials and opened up the upper-level network of relationships. Through the conversation, Lin Feng knew that he could use the live insects of the Zerg to exchange for a large amount of food. Especially the second-level Zerg, which are in extremely short supply right now. In order to maintain their own status and power, those dignitaries are willing to exchange tens of thousands of tons of food and even meet with the insect hunters on the front line for the opportunity to awaken to the second level, and this was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. After all, it is dozens of times more difficult to capture a second-level live insect than a black spine insect, and how to transport them safely back to the safe area in the rear, across a long journey of thousands of kilometers, will be an even bigger challenge. That huge body of more than 10 meters is even more difficult to hide rear. Moreover, the physical enhancement effect of the organic nutrient solution in the second-level insect eggs can also be exchanged for more benefits. There was no problem on Lin Feng's side. But the key problem appeared on Hu Fei's side. How to transport tons of food and send it back to the front line became the top problem. The cost of food actually lies in transportation. It's large in size, light in weight, and cannot be compressed. Food has also become a typical representative of commodities in the past. Low-cost long-distance transportation was possible through powerful transportation capabilities, such as railways and shipping, but now is the end of the world, with the battle to defend the capital imminent and the reconstruction of heavy industry in the rear restarting. The already scarce oil and other fuels in the Federation have become even more scarce and even more precious than food. The fuel consumption and escort costs of transporting hundreds of tons of food are higher than bringing back these soldiers. If we go by water, the fuel consumption will be less, but the speed will be too slow. In addition, it will take 5 or 6 days to complete the assembly at the dock. The 13th Division currently has only enough food left to last until tomorrow. The evacuation of the top leaders and 10,000 awakened ones will take away most of the food, but the heavy weapons and equipment will be left to the defenders of the second line of defense once they lose their stable food supply and go hungry. Even the awakened ones won't be able to hold on for long, and their consumption will only increase if they exercise at that time. A disintegrating escape is bound to happen. Even if Lin Feng pointed his gun at them, he could not stop the front line from collapsing due to the torture of famine. Although Hu Fei was unable to deliver food in time, he did offer another remedy. I have contact with the head of the Food Security Bureau. I once used a few black-backed insects to exchange for the schematic diagram of the grain warehouses secretly set up across the country for preparation for war. There are several in Jincheng. I'll send you the area map and the coordinates. Lin Feng nodded. It turned out that it was useful to have connections with high-level officials. At least it could be used for emergency situations now. After hanging up the phone and receiving the message, the teacher sitting opposite added, "In fact, these are all defense facilities under the threat of nuclear war in the last century. In addition to the war reserve granaries, there are also many secret arsenals where old weapons are stored in case of emergency. The storage capacity of war granaries is very small, and most of them are hidden in the mountains. The east of Jiangnan Prefecture is all plains, and only in the westernmost prefecture capital, Jincheng, there is a 20-kilometer-long old mountain range. If there is a war reserve granary, it is probably there." Lin Feng's eyes lit up because the signal was slightly affected. After half a minute of loading, the regional map and coordinates sent by Hu Fei showed 3 war preparation granaries. As expected, they were located to the west of Jincheng, as the teacher had mentioned, in Liaoshan Park. It is only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the research institute where Ding Chenghe works. The storage capacity is 50 tons per tank, and the food stored is mainly canned food and compressed dry food, with less meat because it is easy to spoil. Other specific conditions can only be known after opening it. A total of 150 tons, enough to temporarily cope with a consumption of 15,000 soldiers as long as they can be transported back. The teacher saw the change in Lin Feng's expression and smiled. "The large transport ship that will pick us up will dock at Jincheng port tomorrow morning and finally stop at Wuchen Wharf. If we leave now, we still have time." Lin Feng nodded. He was not worried about transportation issues. Jincheng was only 100 kilometers away from Wuchen, and there would be no other obstacles on the road. And he still has this little bit of fuel. What's more, there is the help of Han Yuxin, a local. There will be no problem in moving food out of the war reserve granary and transporting it to the front line before the day after tomorrow. Lin Feng had other ideas and wanted to confirm whether they could be realized. After a few minutes of thinking, he finally smiled. Lin Feng slowly stood up, walked to the teacher, and stretched out his right hand. I agreed to take over the remnants of the 13th Division, forces distributed in Jincheng with just one phone call. I can enter Laotian and move out food. My fleet can also reach Jincheng at any time. No need to wait until tomorrow. After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, the teacher nodded with satisfaction, then picked up the 2-star military rank on the table and handed it to the young man. I will leave some grassroots backbones to join the garrison of the second line of defense. They will help you organize the team and manage the group of new recruits below. Of course, if you are not satisfied, you can also replace them with Li Ran and others, but their execution and reaction speed will be reduced. As he said this, the teacher who had fulfilled his wish patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said with a hint of teasing, "Believe me, managing these 15,000 people is more difficult than fighting the Zerg." The two looked at each other and smiled. Lin Feng took the military rank from the teacher, but tied it back on for him, and then said, "I don't have the qualifications and ability to command so many people in battle. Just give me a senior colonel, one level higher than Qin Hu, and the number of people needed for future battles will not exceed 1,000. I will arrange for the rest to be responsible for logistics. A colonel rank is enough." The teacher nodded, which was consistent with Qin Hu's view on future wars. "Okay, then tomorrow afternoon, I hope that Colonel Lin can lead your invincible fleet to the second line of defense and hand over the command of the 13th Division to us." Lin Feng took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. The teacher saluted finally and turned to leave. After watching the top leaders of the 13th Division leave, Li Ran and others came over, wanting to know what the two were discussing. After all, the teacher looked much more relaxed and happy when he left than when he came. Maybe the Master Chief promised the other party a lot of things. Lin Feng did not hide his feelings. After all, he would take office the day after tomorrow. He directly asked Li Ran to gather everyone back to the camp and announced on the spot that the head teacher had entrusted him with a position. Everyone's expressions were exactly the same as Lin Feng's when he first heard about this. The whole place was silent until Lin Feng waved his hand and announced the disbandment. Then cheers broke out in front of the control panel, waiting for her man to arrive. She seemed to have expected it. With a consonant smile, he asked, "Are you going somewhere?" Lin Feng shrugged and smiled back. "That's right. Taking over the 13th Division means that we will officially step onto the stage of this human-insect war and become a force that competes for the final victory. Right now, besides the soldiers' food, drink, defecation and urination, there are other more important things that need to be prepared in advance." Chen Yannian walked over gently and leaned into Lin Feng's arms. "Are you going to Jincheng to look for Professor Ding?" Lin Feng nodded and kissed the woman. "Not only that, we also want to occupy the entire Jincheng as our temporary base. As for now, let's first solve the problem of tomorrow's food supply for 15,000 people. Call a few captains and vehicle commanders and arrange the operation." Chen Yannian nodded and used the intercom on the battleship to call the captain. This time when returning to Jincheng, all 8 tanks must keep up, otherwise their various attributes will disappear after the land cruiser leaves. Furthermore, the transportation of food and goods also requires the help of 8 chariots. Although they do not have storage space attributes, they have 20 cubic meters of backup space inside to help transport more goods. Now that the Queen Mother of Heicheng has been defeated, the service area far away from the front line is not in danger for the time being. Lin Feng asked the tank commander to drive the tank and follow the action, while the other captain stayed in the camp to comfort their soldiers. Shen Ji also needs to stay because he has to take care of Zhang Liang, who is in the second level upgraded awakening state. And his personal strength is enough to deal with any attack from the second level Zerg. Before leaving, Lin Feng found Shen Ji and reminded him to drink the organic nutrient solution of the second level insect eggs to strengthen his physical fitness, which would be very beneficial for his recovery. Shen Ji nodded. 100 kilograms of nutrient solution was enough to meet the needs of him and Zhang Liang. After instructing everyone to keep watch carefully, Lin Feng waved his hand and boarded the warship. Chen Yannian then drove the warship out of the service area. "I originally wanted to take the highway as I did last time, bypassing Tehu Lake and heading north, but I didn't expect Lin Feng to hold the walkie-talkie in his hand and give orders. Follow the land cruiser and rush out of the highway. We won't take the land route this time, we'll take the water route directly. Remember, if you see anything related to fishing, whether it's a fishing boat or a fishing net, remember it in your mind, mark it, and bring it all back to shore on your way back." At first, Chen Yannian was a little confused, but when Lin Feng finished the reminder, She suddenly understood. You want all 15,000 men entrusted by the 13th Division to come and fish? Lin Feng nodded. At this moment, after the land cruiser drifted and turned, broke through the guardrail and sailed into the water of Tehu Lake, the waves stirred up at the bow of the ship, and the sound of the waves drowned out the conversation between the two. Lin Feng looked at the fleet riding the wind and waves, sailing on the lake with great power, reaching a speed of more than 100 knots, equivalent to 120 kilometers per hour, not much different from the average on land. However, compared with naval ships, due to the limitations of the power system efficiency and armor stress factors, they can only maintain an average speed of about 30 knots. Even aircraft carriers can only travel at around 5 knots. But smaller torpedoes can exceed 100 knots, and even the latest supercavitating torpedoes can reach a terrifying 200 or even 300 knots. If the Zerg's underwater units can have such an amazing strike speed, it is no wonder that the powerful navies that all countries are proud of would lose contact and capsize in an instant within a day. As the warship continues to be upgraded and becomes larger in size, its speed in the water will surely decrease. More copies are needed to serve as companion ships. While thinking, Lin Feng answered loudly, "That's right. There isn't a lot of meat in the war storage. It's just enough to fill their stomachs. So they have to use their own hands to get food, and it will do a good job of weakening the Zerg." Half an hour later, the fleet entered a tributary of a large river and saw many fishing shops on both sides. Lin Feng immediately ordered to go ashore. Then he took out his phone and dialed Han Yuxin's number. "Hey, find some locals in Jincheng, especially those who are familiar with Laotian Park. By the way, I no longer need the title of the State Guard now. I am the commander of the 13th Division of Lu." This chapter is well connected. Chapter 140, War Preparation Granary, Recruiting Scientific Researchers. Han Yuxin on the other side was stunned at first, then smiled and nodded to accept the order. In fact, taking over Jincheng in its entirety was already part of Lin Feng's plan, including integrating and absorbing the remaining forces in the entire Jincheng city. The original plan was to wait until the 13th Division was disbanded, and then to defeat the various groups of more than 1,000 people that had been split off one by one, or to directly intimidate and expel them. But now the situation has changed dramatically. Lin Feng did not expect that his own strength and the terrifying combat effectiveness of the fleet would increase so quickly. Thanks to the 2 additional increases in spiritual attributes and the help of Jicheng Queen Lingai, Lin Feng successfully broke through to the late 2nd stage and had the capital to face high-level Zerg. However, most of the current human awakeners have just reached the late stage of the 1st stage, and the number of those who have upgraded to the 2nd stage of awakening is extremely small. Qin Hu is also the only one among them who is a 2nd stage genetic warrior apart from the monstrous legend Lin Feng. It is not an exaggeration to say that his comprehensive strength is the best among human beings. With his boasting, no, it was his objective evaluation, Lin Feng's strength and status were naturally infinitely elevated. This prompted the top leaders of the 13th Division to be willing to hand over the remaining soldiers. After hanging up the phone, Han Yuxin looked at the people in front of her who were originally from the Public Security Bureau. Living insects, most of these sheriffs, who originally had good physical fitness, have now become first-level awakeners, and the number has reached as many as 30. Combined with the semi-automatic firearms and explosion-proof equipment in the armory, the security building is undoubtedly the strongest force in the entire Golden City. But if they want to rule the huge Golden City, they have to face the problem of shortage of manpower. Han Yuxin has only about 200 men under her command. Compared with those gangs in the urban area, they only have an advantage in high-end combat power. Once all of them are mobilized, they are likely to be besieged or ambushed. Therefore, Han Yuxin wisely chose to lie dormant, first collecting intelligence information, as well as nearby medicines, food and other supplies to reduce the risk of casualties. Now that Lin Feng is about to return, everyone's long wait is finally coming to an end, and order and stability will return to this chaotic Jincheng city. Han Yuxin repeated Lin Feng's request, and then several subordinates stood up. "I worked as a forest ranger in Laotian Nature Reserve for several years, and I am very familiar with the environment there. As for me, I often go hiking and exercise during holidays, and I never miss a week." Yuxin picked 3 retired scouts, including the forest ranger, to serve as search guides for the secret warehouse. After instructing the others to stay on standby, the 4 drove to the southern suburbs of Jincheng and met Lin Feng outside the agreed-upon South City service area. When the majestic fleet appeared in front of everyone, even Han Yuxin was shocked on the spot. The last time she returned to Jincheng as a guide, the tank that Chen Yannian was driving was similar to an ordinary armored vehicle, only a little bigger convoy, or more accurately. The fleet that was coming towards them at this moment was far beyond Han Yuxin's imagination. The warship slowed down and approached, and the wind and waves it stirred up blew over the people on the roadside. Before Lin Feng and others showed up, he had already demonstrated his invincible strength. When the fleet finally stopped, he walked out of the warship, waved his hand, and opened the invisible door on one side, allowing Han Yuxin in front of him to board the ship. The remaining 3 Jincheng local guides boarded other flying wing chariots. Chen Yannian turned around and smiled at the woman she had met after a long absence. "Long time no see, thank you for your hard work." Han Yuxin was stunned for a moment, then smiled back. The opponent's aura was far superior to hers, and was simply not something a first-level awakener could possess. She was very clear that the two of them were no longer comparable, either in terms of their own strength or their status in Lin Feng's heart party. As a superior, would naturally express a little concern for you. Han Yuxin responded with her head slightly lowered, bit her lip lightly, and then returned to normal. Although she was a little jealous, she didn't worry too much. Once Lin Feng shifts her focus to Jincheng, she will return to her home court, and that will be her time to exert her strength. The most important thing now is to complete the task assigned by Lin Feng, so Han Yuxin replied. Laotian Park is just across the river, but there are state guards there to protect the researchers who have not yet evacuated. When the time comes, stop at the bridgehead first, and I will go down to negotiate with them, and then we can pass. Lin Feng shrugged and didn't care, just find the shortest route. Chen Yannian understood what he meant. At this moment, in the southern suburbs of Jincheng, she could already see the dark mountains in the distance under the moonlight. Like a curtain against a starry night. He then drove the land cruiser and led the 8 tanks behind him in a straight line, rushed out of the city, and then plunged into the turbulent river. The Jincheng River basin belongs to the lower reaches of a large river. Although the water flow is not as fast as in the upper reaches, the water surface is very wide. Only cargo ships of less than 5,000 tons can pass. Going up to the secondary terrain, there are only 2,000 to 3,000 tons left in the current safe zone. Therefore, Jincheng City was able to relocate its industries so quickly because it loaded heavily without regard for water level or river conditions. Once it entered Huzhou, it looked for docks to unload and repack the goods, resulting in a large number of heavy cargo ships being blocked in the middle and lower reaches of the rivers. If we were to send several small boats from the safe area in the rear, it would take longer to reach Wuchang as the traffic congestion worsened. But with an invincible amphibious fleet, all these problems are easily solved. Staring at the warship sailing into the big river, Han Yuxin slowly loosened her hands that had just been holding Lin Feng's arms out of nervousness, and then exclaimed in surprise again. I didn't expect that this giant creature over 20 meters long could walk on the water as if it were flat ground. It's incredible. Having had experience driving in Tehu Lake, Chen Yannian was already familiar with sailing in the water after entering the water again. She turned her head and spoke lightly. This is a battleship, of course it can be driven on water. Because there was no need to take a detour to cross the river bridge, Chen Yannian and Han Yuxin discussed and decided to go ashore directly according to the coordinate diagram sent by Hu Fei from the nearest land. After landing, the fleet drove another 6 or 7 kilometers and arrived at the southwest corner of Laotian Park. The road leading into the mountain was too narrow for the land cruiser to pass smoothly, so everyone got off the car one after another. They gathered together and after a brief discussion, decided not to make too much noise in order not to attract attention and expose the news of the war granary. The plan is for Lin Feng to lead Han Yuxin and other local guides deep into the mountains and hills, find the target location, and then notify everyone to come and move at dense forests and mountains where cicadas chirp. The man who used to be a forest ranger walked in front because he was most familiar with the area. He raised the searchlight, looked at the map points displayed on his phone, and turned back to introduce. The Laotian mountain ranges are low mountain and hilly area, 35 kilometers long from east to west and 15 kilometers wide from north to south, with an average altitude of 250 meters. The highest peak, Longtuang Mountain, is 440 meters above sea level. The mountain is mainly composed of basalt and is extremely hard inside. Although it has been developed into a nature reserve in recent years, many small mountain ranges are still in their original state, with wild boars, raccoons, and various snakes and insects. There are also several military restricted areas, so except for a few famous mountains, both sides of the middle are closed. It's also difficult for ordinary people to get into it. I saw these 3 points, which are concentrated in the same mountain on the east side of the mountain range, 2 of which are located between the inner valleys, and 1 on the outer mountainside. It's about 9 kilometers away from us. If we take the mountain road, it would be 13 or 14 kilometers, Lin Feng nodded. As long as the location was within the 5-kilometer range of the land cruiser, the 8 replicas of the flying wing tanks would be able to exert their attribute effects. Then hurry up and get everything done before 3 in the morning. Everyone then quickened their pace. Their physical strength and night vision were much stronger than ordinary people. Even Han Yuxin could easily complete the 10-kilometer mountain raid. 15 minutes later, the group arrived near the target mountains. Fortunately, everyone had the forest ranger here to act as a guide. With the awakened one's keen perception, the group reached the target mountain foot without any effort. We found the first place and took a closer look. It was a sealed cave entrance at the bottom of the valley. It was 2.5 meters wide and 2 meters high, a bit low, but easy for people to pass through. The food should not be a big problem. At this moment, the man who is a forest ranger also recalled what happened here. 2 years ago, a group of people from relevant departments came here. They came in from the outer ring road at the foot of the mountain. They carried a large amount of supplies into the mountain for replacement. This place used to be a war reserve arsenal. And there are many air raid shelters and underground facilities. Sometimes, when military factories need new orders or updated equipment, they will seal up all the obsolete weapons here. Everyone nodded and continued walking a few steps. What I ended up encountering was a heavy steel door that looked to be more than 10 centimeters thick and was a double-layered sealed door. You need a special key to unlock it first, and then turn the tightly screwed round door valve to completely unlock it. It takes 2 or 3 strong men to turn the gate valve, and even more strength to push open the solid door controlled by the gear. This place is usually sparsely populated, and some places are designated as military restricted areas, so there is no need to worry about being stolen by others. Lin Feng noticed that there was also an alarm inside the gate, and he needed to bring the corresponding tools to deactivate the alarm, otherwise the theft signal would be sent to the manager. Fortunately, these measures are aimed at ordinary people. Perhaps it could still have a deterrent effect on a first-order awakener, but in the hands of Lin Feng, who had reached the perfection of the late second order, it had no blocking effect at all under such force. An alloy door that is more than 10 centimeters thick is no different from wood veneer. There was no need to go back to get the tiger tooth chainsaw sword to avoid wasting durability. Lin Feng directly activated the full-body armor form of the flying tiger armor, and the shell made of the tiger-backed worm's giant jaws instantly covered his entire body, especially the pukes of his fists. Then he asked everyone to step back, took a deep breath, took a horse stance, stood firmly on his feet, and let the power flow from the soles of his feet to his upper body. Finally, with the help of his back and arm muscles, he delivered a powerful punch as fast as the speed of sound. The end of the straight punch even broke the sound barrier directly, and a sonic boom wave appeared in the nearby air. As the fist touched the lock core of the steel gate, nearly 100 tons of terrifying force was transmitted into the gate at the speed of sound. The next moment, the anti-rust paint that was originally sprayed on the indestructible alloy iron door was the first to break. Then the extremely hard alloy material began to twist and deform, absorbing the force transmitted from the fist and making a shocking sound. Fortunately, there are mountain rocks above to isolate and absorb the sound wave energy so that it does not spread several kilometers away. However, the nearby surface and the entire mountain were vibrating violently, and the shaking was so severe that it even caused numerous cracks to appear on the reinforced concrete walls of the cave. The wild animals fled nearby in all directions. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone walked back into the cave. I saw that the entire door had been completely twisted and deformed, and the door lock on the right side was deeply sunken, leaving a hole the size of a palm. The 3 steel columns in the interlayer of the iron gate lock core also broke. Because the force was transmitted too quickly, they did not have time to deform or experience metal fatigue and shattered directly. Lin Feng opened the sealed gate with just a light push. When the searchlight was shown in, a large number of black boxes were seen piled up in the dim cave. And they were all filled with boxes of standard dark green tin cans. It has the flavor of 40 or 50 years ago. It is completely incomparable with the current bagged portable self-heating individual rations. The latter can at least be considered pre-prepared meals. The internal structure of these cans, which have been sealed for years, has long been broken into pieces. However, the situation has reached the point where war reserve granaries have been used up, so the taste and texture are naturally no longer a consideration as long as they can fill their stomachs. That's enough. There were only a few kinds of supplies piled up. After Han Yuxin counted them, more than half of them were compressed biscuits, and the rest included soybeans, pork, beef, and white sugar. As time goes by in the end times, their value will only rise infinitely. After confirming that there was no problem with the supplies, Lin Feng called Chen Yanyan's fleet and asked them to dock on the side of the mountain. The mountain road at the edge is less than 2 kilometers away from here. The land cruiser would make too much noise if it drove in, but it would be no problem for the flying wing tank to drive into the forest. If we send people to move it out ton by ton, it will take too long and we won't have enough time. After Lin Feng broke into the other 2 war granaries with the same punch, the fleet had already stopped by the roadside, and the roar of the chariot's power could be heard in the forest. Trees fell one after another, and the flying wing tank used the triangular impact barrier on the front of the car to forge a path. Lin Feng arranged for Han Yuxin to command the scene, and then returned to the battleship and took out the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword. Chen Yanyan sat in the driver's seat and said, "Are you going to look for Professor Ding? Do you remember the way?" Lin Feng nodded. Fatty Ding had a lot of treasures. The chainsaw sword alone was of great trading value. If an awakened person walks through it once and still can't remember the way, then this awakened person's brain must be. We originally planned to occupy the entire Jincheng, then spend time recruiting a group of 10,000 people as the foundation of our power, and then recruit professionals to join us, and now that the 13th Division is about to arrive, some things must be planned in advance. Lin Feng shrugged and replied. A team of hundreds or thousands of people is displaced every day and cannot provide a stable scientific research environment, nor can it afford the consumption of abnormal resources required for research. But a huge army of more than 10,000 people can naturally hold a defense line firmly and block the Zerg invasion. At the same time, the materials collected from the battlefield can be handed over to researchers for analysis. If Lin Feng wants to build his own power, he naturally cannot just pursue military force. The supporting research center will enable him to obtain the latest key intelligence. From escaping from Heichang to growing to where we are today, the intelligence resources provided by Fatty Ding played an indispensable role. Whether it is the Zerg files or the latest weapons, he witnessed the powerful combat capabilities of genetic warriors such as Qin, who, although they were not as abnormal as Lin Feng, he would not underestimate them. On the contrary. This is the common path chosen by humans and Zerg from Shenji. We can see that its future has infinite possibilities. Even if Lin Feng will not accept this distorted technology, it does not mean that he will abandon this change. Although the replicas provided by the bound equipment can increase the subordinate strength several times, their own strength after losing the replicas is less than half of that of the genetic warriors or warrior hunters, and they are even unable to defeat large Zergs of the same level. If he had a group of genetic warriors equipped with replicas of Lin Feng, such a powerful war army would surely be invincible and able to destroy any enemy. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng sneaked into the darkness alone, then activated the flight mode of the flying tiger armor, and soon found the research institute. At this moment, there are many guards standing near the park building, patrolling with live ammunition. Beware of the refugees and thugs in Jinchang. Lin Feng landed lightly on the top of the building, picked up the phone, and dialed Fatty Ding's number. "Hello, where are you?" "I'm in the workshop." Chapter 141. He was arrested and Ling Shuain was invited. Lin Feng frowned slightly. With the super strong physical attributes of the second level awakening, he could hear noisy cutting and grinding sounds coming from all over the park. Me in the woods outside the cafeteria building. It's a state of emergency and curfew time now. Be careful and don't get caught. After saying that, Ding Chenghe hung up the phone, glancing at the second hand on his watch from time to time and counting down silently. The tiger-tooth chainsaw sword has entered the stage of technological maturity, so naturally there is no need for researchers to do it themselves. However, some parameter indicators must be guided by them personally, and the quality must also be strictly controlled. Since the last decapitation operation failed, the Zerg sent out spy bugs to infiltrate humans to obtain intelligence. After Qin, who discovered and reported it, important departments in all localities are on high alert, conducting strict inspections and daily inspections to prevent the Zerg from planting spies. These naturally include the key planning units for the next decapitation operation, the genetic warriors of the Research Institute, and the weapons built to cooperate with the superhumans. When Lin Feng arrived, he found that the Research Institute, which had been deserted and empty, was now heavily guarded. In addition, the purpose of his visit this time was not so glorious, so he decided to sneak in and blend in. After the phone call was hung up, Lin Feng turned into a shadow and disappeared under the moonlight. 10 minutes later, when Ding Chenghe came to the woods behind the cafeteria with a bowl of noodles under the pretext of smoking, Lin Feng's figure appeared silently behind him that he almost dropped the beef noodles in his hand. Turning around and seeing Lin Feng's familiar face, he complained in a low voice, "Fuck, brother, why are you like a ghost? Hey, that's not right, you have already advanced to the late stage of the second stage." Lin Feng leaned against a tree and nodded. He could sense that Fatty Ding had also become an awakener, but his strength level was only LV11. After confirming Lin Feng's strength, Ding Chenghe breathed a sigh of relief, picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth, saying as he ate, "So, what do you want to see me about?" With the help of moonlight, Ding Chenghe noticed a very familiar chainsaw sword slung on Lin Feng's back, as well as the sci-fi style firearms that had not been seen before. "Do you want more tiger tooth chainsaw swords?" Ding Chenghe added, as if he had guessed the other party's intention. Lin Feng pulled out his chainsaw sword and swung it a few times. "Yes, but I want more than just a few. I want enough to equip a whole battalion, at least 300. But don't worry, the tiger-backed worms have plenty of jaws." Ding Chenghe shook his head after hearing this. "The problem is not the jaws. A pair of tiger spine worm jaws can cut and grind the required teeth for 20 chainsaw swords, and each sword can be equipped with 30 teeth. A battalion only needs 10 pairs, compared to the saw teeth. The bigger problem lies in the tungsten alloy of the chainsaw blade. Currently, the reserves of Jinchang steel plant have basically been shipped back to the rear. Such a large-scale transaction can only be made with a factory, and the people above need to agree. I guess you have to exchange it with a second-level live insect. And in 2 days, we will also be evacuated, with the experimental machine in the institute. Even if it smokes, I can at most make you 2 more. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said indifferently, "In addition to these, there is another way. You will follow me in the future and go to the Jinchang steel plant to develop this type of weapon." Ding Chenghe was stunned, thinking he had heard it wrong. Lin Feng continued to explain, "You may have heard that the Federation plans to abandon the blocking defense in the south and its concentrate forces and resources to defend the heavy industrial cities in the north. The 13th Division is about to evacuate Wuchen, but they can't take all the people with them after the expansion. 4 hours ago, the head of the 13th Division came to me and decided to hand over the remaining 15,000 people of the 13th Division to me. I will serve as the division commander and continue to lead these soldiers to fight against the Zerg invasion. This can be regarded as my final contribution to the resistance in the south. So now, I need a group of researchers to help create new weapons and study the characteristics of the Zerg. The Zerg are becoming more and more adapted to the war against us humans, so I need you. Before, you were able to provide the 13th Division with the latest weapons and intelligence, and now you can follow me. Don't worry, treatment is not a problem, and I can also find the materials you need, including special mutant organs from the new Second Order Zerg." Ding Chenghe was shocked when he heard this, but when he thought of the other party's powerful and bizarre superpowers, as well as the extremely sci-fi looking gun next to the tiger tooth chainsaw sword, it seems that after not seeing him for more than half a month, Lin Feng's strength has grown to an incredible level. Ding Chenghe even suspected that the other party already had the capital to defeat the Queen Mother, and came to him to prepare in advance on how to kill a high-level Queen Mother. Perhaps following Lin Feng offers a better future and hope than returning to the rear. But after thinking about it, Ding Chenghe shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I can't stay sorry here." Lin Feng frowned slightly. "Why?" "In terms of security and stability, I think there is no better treatment than the protection of 10,000 soldiers. Besides, you will be freer with me than you are now." Ding Chenghe finished his last mouthful of noodles, put down the bowl, and sighed deeply. Then, with a serious expression, he revealed a shocking news in a deep voice. Something happened to Heiji. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he became even more confused. Heiji is a student of her mother He Yuan, and is also the object of Ding Chenghe's crazy pursuit, which is why the two have intersections. But the problem is that Heiji inherited her mother's research direction and has been studying in the northwest region. She is currently in a safe area in the rear. How could this happen? Ding Chenghe took out a cigarette. He knew that Lin Feng didn't have the habit of smoking, so he only lit one for himself. "I asked someone to find out, taken away from the laboratory by the patrol officers above. The reason is that he is suspected to be a Zerg spy." Lin Feng frowned and spoke decisively. "This is impossible. The parasitic mother of the Zerg cannot be too far away from the queen mother. Once it loses the mental connection with the queen mother, it is likely to lose control, and there is no need for the Zerg to parasitize and manipulate an ordinary theoretical researcher, Ding Chenghe agreed. This was also something he had been pondering over, but he could not figure out. However, after much investigation and using his previous connections, he finally found the basis for his suspicions. Do you remember the Zerg archives data sent out by the Research Institute headquarters more than a month ago, the day after the Zerg invasion? That information helped us a lot, especially in the early days of the war, and saved a lot of losses. Searched later, after the Research Institute dissected the insect corpses and analyzed the correspondence, it was found that the two were exactly the same, so it used it as a template and sent the latest file to the whole country, and the original copy on the internet also disappeared because the seaside area where the forum processor was located fell, but after the situation was temporarily stabilized, we recovered the technology and tracked the source of the signal to the Northwestern University Research Institute where He worked, taking advantage of the previous Zerg spy cleanup incident. The patrol personnel found the browsing and posting records of that forum in Heji's laboratory. Speaking of this, Ding Chenghe sighed again. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva and his heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he had a strong premonition that the information about the Zerg in Heji's hands must have come from his mother, Heyuan. Maybe her disappearance is also related to this. Could it be that the Zerg had already arrived on Blue Planet, but had been lurking in the depths of the ocean, quietly growing and developing, and then Heji discovered some clues? My mother works in the School of Physics, and her research direction is related to cosmic celestial bodies. She often goes to the astronomical station to obtain the latest observation records. Sometimes, in order to obtain the most accurate data, she even goes deep into the cloudless plateau Gobi. Some scientists among humans may have already noticed the invasion of alien Zerg and made contact with them. If Heji inherited Heyuan's research, everything would make sense. Thinking of this, Lin Feng sighed. Because he knew that if something happened to Heji, Fatty Ling would definitely not be able to sit still and would definitely go back to launch a rescue. Although he always looks disheveled, he is a top talent in weapons. The tiger-tooth chainsaw sword is a classic work he created in just a few days. Most of the acquaintances of such geniuses are in military-industrial enterprises. In this apocalyptic era when production capacity is fully utilized, factories that provide logistics are as important as soldiers fighting on the front lines, and those relationships are naturally powerful and influential. If Ding Chenghe goes back in person, even if he cannot prove Heji's innocence for the time being, he can at least ensure that the other party will be spared physical pain. It is not reasonable for Lin Feng to force him to stay. Then comforted him. Don't worry, you want to stay here to fight against the Zerg invasion. I will definitely support you 100%. I will help you contact the team members who are willing to stay here. They were originally assigned to the 13th Division as accompanying researchers. The 13th Division is preparing to evacuate now. With all the materials provided, they will definitely be willing to follow you, Lin Feng agreed. As long as there were 4 or 5 people who could completely build a tiger-tooth chainsaw sword and then teach other logistics personnel, the industrial line would take shape. As for the external materials such as tungsten steel, you can ask Hu Fei for help. There is no need to rush. Even if you use tiger teeth and giant jaws as the base material to build the whole body, it is not impossible. Anyway, Lin Feng lacks everything except biological materials from the Zerg. In addition to new weapons, the most important biological transformation plan is also within Lin Feng's plan. Genetic warriors are the foundation of the Legion. Thinking of this, Lin Feng continued, the weapons aspect is easy to solve. I also need technical support in another area. Ding Chenghe raised his eyebrows, quickly thought of what Lin Feng wanted, and shook his head. Impossible. Biotransformation technology is not like what we have in our workshop. As long as there is a machine tool, we can stamp and polish. We also need to be equipped with a complete sterile laboratory, operating room, various disinfection equipment, and a frozen storage. Weapons research is the work of roughnecks, but their work is very delicate. When I was connecting the physical data of genetic warriors at the Biological Research Institute, I almost got dizzy. Fighting on the front line will be exhausting, and we will need to set up camps everywhere. Where can we get these things? Lin Feng didn't take it seriously. Since he chose to come here to discuss cooperation, he naturally had conditions that the other party couldn't refuse. You don't have to worry about that. Just give me the contact information of the project leader of the biological transformation project. Seeing that the other party was still unwilling to give up, Ding Chenghe took out his mobile phone and pushed the contact, adding, "Let me remind you that the person in charge of Jincheng at the Federal Biological Research Institute is named Ling Shuyan. She is a ruthless crazy woman and is very famous in the institute. 80% of the death row and serious criminals in the suburban prisons are consumed by her projects. Or you can offer yourself the legend of your battle in watching has spread. Many people in the institute are very interested in your abilities." Lin Feng ignored Fatty Ding's teasing and clicked on the number and called. After a few seconds of beeping, the call was connected. Lin Feng cleared his throat in advance. "Hello, Director Ling." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then a mature and soft female voice came. "Hello." Lin Feng looked at Fatty Ding's playful expression and said slowly, "Director Ling, I would like to invite you to join my cooperative project and stay on the front line to continue your biological research." 1 minute ago, 12 kilometers away at the Laotian Biological Research Institute, a long-haired woman in white clothes and half-framed glasses walked out of the laboratory with a frown on her face in the closed constant temperature room behind Ling Shuyan. There were several massage chair-sized cabins under the glass of the cabin cover. One could see Qin Hu and others who returned safely from the insect nest were lying in it, their bodies covered with transparent mucus, with hoses inserted everywhere to deliver nutrients and monitor physical data. In fact, the transformation technology of genetic warriors is still immature and is far from perfect. Did we bring back important experimental materials, but we also achieved the feat of going deep into the insect nest and returning safely for the first time. However, the physical deformities of Qin Hu and others have been worsening rapidly due to the excessive use of zygotes, especially after taking the high-efficiency absorption liquid. The rate of cell necrosis in the body begins to exceed the rate of division. If it is not repaired for a long time in the hibernation chamber, it is very likely to face the risk of death from functional failure in the next mission. Compared with the Zerg warrior hunters reported by Qin Hu, the genetic warriors were more like a poor imitation, a failed semi-finished product. Just one action would take at least 2 days to recover. There is no way to put it into actual combat. Ling Shuyan exerted force with her fingers and broke the pen in her hand. Suppress the anxiety in your heart and force yourself to calm down. However, at this midnight hour, the phone in my pocket suddenly buzzed. There was a call at this time. Ling Shuyan was about to scold the other party, but she saw an unfamiliar number displayed on it, and the number at the end was marked as a call from Heicheng area. Make the woman alert instantly. A long time, and the few survivors who escaped from it had nothing to do with her. There is no possibility of fraudulent harassment calls. Then the other party must have come prepared. Ling Shuyan pondered the other party's identity, adjusted her attitude and answered the call. Instead, a young man's voice was heard. This reminded Ling Shuyan of something, and she immediately swiped her tablet to pull out the information files of all awakened people, filtering out relevant attributes such as gender and age to narrow down the scope tablet. Ling Shuyan smiled slightly and spoke softly. When she heard the invitation, the smile on her face became even more intriguing. Little handsome boy, I don't even know who you are. Without seeing the person, just hearing his voice, Lin Feng could already sense the aggression in his words. Looking at the photo of the woman that Ding Chenghe had brought up for him, she was extremely beautiful. My name is Lin Feng. I am now preparing to take over as the acting commander of the 13th Division. One will also become the largest force in the Jiangnan region to resist the Zerg invasion in the future. After confirming the other party's identity, Ling Shuyan's smile became even brighter. At this moment, she had walked to her office, locked the door and sat in the armchair. She put her round and slender legs wrapped in stockings on the desk, and placed a tablet showing Lin Feng's information on her lower abdomen, leaning against her thighs. While using her slender fingers to swipe through the other party's detailed records, she replied, Mr. Lin, transformation research requires a huge amount of resources. Just as consumables for human experiments, we need 20 to 30 people every day. Do you want to send all the soldiers in your hands to me for surgical transformation? Faced with the ridiculous conditions proposed by Ling Shuyan, Lin Feng laughed and directly refused. That's impossible. When the success rate of biological modification surgery is less than 95%. I will not risk my own soldiers for you to experiment on, and you need to obtain the equipment consumed in the experiment by yourselves, but I can provide a large amount of Zerg biological materials, including the pulse tail cannon of the Pulse War Scorpion, the magma condensation organ of the tank flame armor, and the complete corpse of the warrior hunter worm. Ling Shuyan's voice suddenly turned cold. We can also get a large supply of the things you mentioned when we return to the safer rear areas. When Kinhu stands out in the battle to defend the capital, the entire Federation will serve the biological transformation project wholeheartedly, but you, Mr. Lin, according to the information, the ability you awakened is very special. You first reported it as superpowered bullets, but then it changed to material synthesis. If you can fuse the biological materials of the Zerg and use them for your own benefit, I think you should be able to synthesize living things, right? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Fusion was only a subsidiary part of the upgrade ability. The text in front of him seemed to have never shown an upgrade reminder for living things. It is probably because living things cannot be judged as objects. Lin Feng didn't care about Ling Shuyan's urgent prying on the other end of the phone. He just shrugged and changed the subject. I have fought side by side with Kinhu, and I know better than anyone the strengths and weaknesses of genetic warriors. They are too unstable. If they forcefully fuse alien Zerg cells and genes, ordinary people would only be poisoned to death by the Zerg genes if the awakened were not extremely strong, but even so, this forced fusion is still too much of a stretch. It also puts a huge strain on the awakener's body. If they exert too much force, it will cause a serious overdraft and reduce the lifespan of the cells in their bodies, not to mention, the mental impact on the genetic warriors will turn them into unstable time bombs. Stop talking. Before Lin Feng could finish his words, Ling Shuyan's icy voice interrupted him from the other end of the line. If you're calling me just to expose these temporary defects and undermine confidence in our project, then hang up as soon as possible. Don't worry, I will block you directly. Lin Feng's mouth corners gradually rose. Wait, if I say that I have a naturally awakened gene fusion ability, this awakener can not only proceed steadily but also accommodate multiple Zerg genes. How about avoiding the above defects as much as possible? Chapter 142 Reason, Truth, my soldiers can only die in battle. Hearing Lin Feng's reply, Ling Shuyan's face became solemn, her body trembled, and her towering breasts even beat several times. He immediately retorted, impossible. This can't happen. Lin Feng shrugged and continued, how is it impossible? Gain the Zerg's strong armor and sharp feet, but one will also possess their abnormal physical attributes. At the first stage of awakening, one can have a 50% increase in physical attributes, which is much stronger than those awakened at the same time after swallowing the green-winged insect. One can even grow membrane wings and fly freely in the sky. Although he will also face the problem of declining mental state, his ability to continue fighting is far stronger than that of a genetic warrior. And he will not overdraw his life or age prematurely. Your gene warriors are just poor imitations. I think this awakened one's body should contain the perfect combination of human and Zerg genes, although I believe that with Director Ling's unremitting experimental search, this sequence combination will eventually be found. The Zerg will probably not leave humans this opportunity. Work with me and you will get the answers directly. I forgot to remind you that the Zerg warrior hunters are growing and improving at an incredible speed. If we don't hurry up, the genetic warriors may become outdated technology before they are put into actual combat. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can go find Kinhu to verify it. He fought side by side with a natural gene assimilationist in the underground insect nest, and the other party also saved them. After saying that, without waiting for Ling Shuyan's reply, Lin Feng hung up the call. The next moment, the woman called. I will ask Colonel Qin to confirm, but before that, I have to remind you, the types and characteristics of superpowers are closely related to the living habits of the awakened. I don't need to elaborate on this. Before the Zerg invasion, it is impossible for creatures on Blue Star to have come into contact with foreign genes. There is only one possibility for them to be able to integrate with the Zerg's genes before starting the qualitative transformation awakening. This person had already taken or been injected with Zerg genes. But for ordinary people, even at the enhanced human stage, the flesh and blood of the Zerg is a highly toxic substance to them. Even if they cook it and swallow it, it will burn their stomachs and intestines, and eventually cause internal bleeding and death. In theory, there is no possibility of natural combination. Unless he had come into contact with a Zerg before Doomsday. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He knew that Shenji had deliberately concealed something when he recalled his experience in Heicheng, but that didn't matter. Because according to the results of the appraisal, the other party was not parasitic and controlled by the Zerg as long as he still recognized himself as a human. No matter what method Shenji uses to overcome the toxicity of the Zerg's flesh and blood, even if his final appearance completely changes into that of a Zerg, he can accept it. So he replied, that's the truth. Once you've confirmed it and are willing to cooperate, we can discuss it in detail. After saying that, He immediately hung up the phone again. At this moment, Ling Shuyan in the Biological Research Institute has returned to the door of the laboratory, put down her mobile phone, and looked through the glass window at Qin Hu and others in the hibernation cabin with her eyes slightly narrowed. The sudden change made Ling Shuyan even ignored the fact that she was hung up on twice. And obeying rational questioning is entangled with subjective urgent expectations. This made her feel quite complicated for a moment, dared to hang up on her. Twice. Aren't you afraid that this crazy woman will hold a grudge against you and secretly trip you up in the future? Lin Feng smiled confidently. This kind of high-handed woman cannot be spoiled, judging from the performance of the Gene Warriors. Once Qin Hu confirms that what he said is true, she will be the one who should be anxious. Don't worry, everything is going as planned. Ding Chenghe showed a trace of admiration, then looked Lin Feng up and down and smirked. If you can handle this crazy woman, it will be very beneficial to your future development of power, but the prerequisite is that you can satisfy her. Lin Feng shrugged, turned around and prepared to leave up the empty bowl and then picked up the phone. Lao Zhang, don't you want to stay at the front line and study the latest second-order Zerg? I know they are supplied to the Biological Research Institute first, but I have another opportunity. When Lin Feng returned to the war preparation granary, his men were already driving tanks, transporting canned black boxes from the underground warehouse back and forth and putting them into the storage space of the land cruiser. The total weight is 150 tons, but the space occupied is more than 150 cubic meters with external packaging. It reaches 200 cubic meters. Fortunately, there are still 300 cubic meters of storage space inside the battleship. Minus the collected Zerg biological materials, there is no need for tanks to share the burden for the time being with a logistics supply. The last food problem was easily solved by Lin Feng. The process of taking office as division commander and taking over the 13th division is already in the countdown. After loading and unloading was completed, Lin Feng immediately ordered to turn back and return to the highway service area where they came from. On the way back, I looked at the other side of the river. The once bustling and lively streets were now in a dark place. There were only a few scattered lights, beating silently under the cover of night. There are still some survivors left in Jinchang City. Han Yuxin on the side introduced, according to our statistics, there are still about 100,000 survivors in the 4 districts of the city center who have not evacuated. Most of them are the elderly, the weak, the sick and the disabled, as well as some enhanced people who want to use the cover of buildings to kill the insect swarm, and the early awakened ones. Lin Feng nodded. As the capital city of Jiangnan Prefecture, Jinchang once had a permanent population of over 10 million. Adding the refugees who fled from Haicheng and Wuchen, it was normal for 1% of the population to remain as survivors. There are more than 100,000 people living in an area of 6,000 square kilometers, with an average of only 16 or 17 people per square kilometer. There may be no one in several buildings. Coupled with the gathering nature of groups, large areas of buildings in the city have now become veritable no man's land. When the defenders of the Wuchen defense line retreat, those speculators who are waiting and watching will also leave. By then, there will be even fewer survivors in the city. Lin Feng hoped to walk more so as not to interfere with his street fighting training. Han Yuxin beside me continued to introduce, among these 100,000 people, most are small groups of survivors numbering dozens or even hundreds. Some of the largest have gathered 2,000 to 3,000 people and occupied the former food warehouses and large shopping malls. The core members of these gangs are basically awakened ones, and there are also those in the late first stage. They all fled from the cities north of the Yangtze River, which were also attacked by the Queen Mother. However, after the Zerg occupied several urban areas, the speed of their invasion and expansion slowed down a lot. As long as you can lead the regular army and take over Jincheng, these mixed forces will definitely come over to us. Lin Feng shook his head. I don't need to seek refuge. It's already tiring to feed 15,000 people. They can either choose to join us and fight the enemy, or get out of Jincheng. As for the civilian survivors, if they want to get shelter and food, they have to work hard with their own hands. Han Yuxin's face lit up with joy, and she asked, then what should we do with those thugs and criminals who have committed so many evil things? Just let them go? Lin Feng frowned slightly, and suddenly thought of something, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Don't worry, they'll die a worthy death. After arriving at the Jinchang South Service area, Han Yuxin and others were dropped off and the land cruiser continued on its way. The sky in the distance has begun to turn slightly white. Tehu Service Area, temporarily campsite in a hotel room on the second floor of the rest building, Shen Ji tightly clenched a thin, Sweaty hand. The owner of the slender hand was Zhang Liang, who entered the second-level awakening after dealing with the second-level insect eggs. She had been awake since 12 a.m., and it had been almost 4 hours, but she still hadn't gotten any better. At this moment, Zhang Liang was soaked in sweat, and as her body trembled violently, more and more dark green diamond-shaped scales appeared on the surface of her skin. That is the dorsal exoskeleton of the green-winged insect. It is also the first-level insect that Zhang Liang eats the most. However, Zhang Liang, who had rarely used the assimilated form, obviously found it difficult to adapt to the violent distortion brought about by the improvement of her superpowers during the second-level awakening. Shenji held her hand, and with his other hand he picked up the cup filled with organic nutrient solution, put the mouthful of the cup to the girl's mouth, and fed her mouthful after mouthful. However, Zhang Liang, who had already drunk several kilograms of the drug, found that apart from slowing down the spread of her physical deformities, it had no effect on relieving her mental state. Using wake nutrient solution to keep the body alive is not a solution. As her awakening deepens, the distortion brought about by the growth of her superpowers will completely turn Zhang Liang into a bug, a permanent mutation that cannot be erased unless she can up as soon as possible and control the boiling assimilation power in her body. However, Lin Feng was not present at this time. The anxious Shenji suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took out a long and thin limb from the backpack beside him. It is 20 centimeters thick and looks like an enlarged version of a crab claw. This is a section of one of the forearms of the warrior hunting insect. After Shenji killed it, he felt that it looked very much like a human hand, so he collected it and brought it back. The inference that Lin Feng had once mentioned, that the warrior hunter insect was the queen mother, hatched by stitching together Zerg and humans, and contained both Zerg and human genes in its body. So can we use it to reconcile the assimilation power that cannot be stably assimilated in Zhang Liang's body at the moment? Anyway, the two of them are completely immune to the toxicity of the Zerg flesh and blood. Shenji immediately raised the joint above the mouth of the cup, then clenched his hand and squeezed out the reddish translucent juice inside into the cup. When mixed with a milky white organic nutrient solution, a strange smell of blood emerges. After preparing the neutralizer, Shenji fed it to Zhang Liang, who was unconscious in front of him after drinking it. Within a few minutes, her condition improved after absorption, and she no longer trembled like before. And the degree of deformation and mutation on the body is gradually weakening. This means that absorbing the second-level genes of the warrior hunter insect can consume a lot of assimilation abilities. After Zhang Liang's condition stabilized, Shenji finally breathed of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed. This is more stressful sigh than going deep into the insect nest and facing the siege of warrior hunting insects. Fortunately, he was finally rescued. Not long after, Zhang Liang slowly woke up from her coma and opened her eyes. Gradually regaining her senses, she smacked her lips, and suddenly her stomach twitched. She stood up and retched a few times towards the bed, but unfortunately the gastrointestinal nutrient solution had already been completely absorbed. Then, with tears in her eyes, she held Shenji's hand tightly. Why is there still that smell? Shenji's heart trembled, and he hugged her tightly in his arms. It's okay, it's all over. After calming down Zhang Liang's excitement, she fell into deep sleep due to physical and mental exhaustion. After she had vented her emotions was a noise coming from outside the house. Shenji covered Zhang Liang with a blanket and turned to go outside. Walking alone in the corridor, his thoughts followed the echo of his footsteps, returning to the day when the doomsday broke out. The reason the two of them were able to survive in the school's sports equipment room was not because they directly consumed the Zerg's flesh and blood, but because their companions were poisoned to death by the Zerg's blood. At first, there was only one of them. When he killed the red beetle, his wound was unfortunately stained with the blood of the insect. Not long after, he died in the equipment room. The remaining survivors suffered from a surge of adrenaline, sweating profusely, and feeling dry mouth and tongue. After enduring a whole day, they were almost exhausted. When it was late at night, some people wanted to replenish water and restore their strength, so they rushed out under the cover of darkness to seek help. Due to severe abdominal pain, it was not until the next day when Shenji and others woke up that they found that their companion had gradually stopped breathing. Also, in order to survive, Shenji, who had killed several red beetles and was already a level 2 enhanced man, cut his companion's wrist. He only tried a few, and then used the corpses as bait to attract a large number of red beetles. He then took Zhang Liang and successfully escaped from the gymnasium. He ran all the way to the outside of the school and finally boarded the school bus. Followed Lin Feng and others and fled from Heicheng, and even after becoming awakened, They still followed them like a shadow. The two had agreed to keep the secret deep in their hearts. Shenji, who has experienced many ups and downs, has become indifferent to it, but Zhang Liang is still deeply affected. It was not until this time that I had a close call with death that I woke up to find that taste in my mouth again. The guilt that had been suppressed in my heart for a long time finally burst out. Shenji took a deep breath and composed himself. Walk outside the rest building to welcome the returning fleet. Lin Feng walked out of the warship and announced that the mission was successfully completed and the future logistical supply of the team has been fully guaranteed. The back of the crowd and was wearing armor. The two looked at each other and slightly. The next morning, Li Ran, the most active member of the team, like most of the other soldiers, had not slept all night, so he started to pack up at 6 o'clock. It's spotless. When Lin Feng woke up yawning at 9 o'clock in the morning, he saw the team members who were ready to go and lined up neatly beside the brand new chariot. Waiting for your own orders. Looking at the majestic and solemn formation in front of me, I already have some of the shadow of the Super Legion in my mind. Lin Feng, who was in a good mood, gave the order immediately. Division. The invincible fleet sped away in a mighty manner, ignoring the small bunker outpost in the south of the defense line and heading directly into the second line of defense. Slow down in front of the main fort in the middle of the defense line. This is the university town area on the west side of the Ring Canal, with several colleges on both sides and a large square in the middle. At this time, the top leaders of the 13th Division, including the head teacher, were already standing at the end of the square, waiting for the fleet to arrive. Lin Feng stood on the bow of the ship, looking at the handover team of only 100 people, frowning slightly. When the warship stopped in front of everyone, Lin Feng jumped down from the bow and looked at the empty square behind him. Where are the other soldiers? 15,000 people, how can these be enough? Notify them that anyone who is willing to follow me should come over. The guard at the side was a little embarrassed and looked at the head teacher. The defense line right now. Most of the grassroots commanders have been summoned. As long as they are here, the team will not disperse. Lin Feng shook his head. His battle mentality was not to defend the front. He immediately looked at the hundreds of commanders and shouted, remember this, everyone. My first order. From now on, in this unit, there will only be warriors who die in the charge, and no cowards who retreat. My soldiers exist only to defeat the Zerg and recover humanity's lost territory. As for now, get back here, and gather your men as quickly as possible. Tell them that those who are willing to follow me out of the city to fight should come and report. Otherwise, you'll be doing logistics and defense for the rest of your life. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Taking Over, Second Level Legion, 2 Lure Rods. Lin Feng's stern command. Carrying the powerful aura of a second-level peak awakener, his own aura shocked present. So as soon as he finished speaking, the company and platoon-level commanders, who were only captains and lieutenants in front of him, quickly returned to the defense lines. They were responsible for the farthest edge of the everyone defense line is 5 kilometers away from the square. Fortunately, the awakening level of these grassroots commanders is at least the early first stage, and they can easily run at a speed of more than 30 meters per second. It only takes 6 or 7 minutes to run 5 kilometers round trip. However, considering that the low-level soldiers were just enhanced humans, including the time for announcement and mobilization, Lin Feng waited for a full half hour. During this period, newly recruited soldiers came to the square one after another. The huge square is 300 meters long and 100 meters wide, more than enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Lin Feng estimated that only 2,000 to 3,000 people would come at most. After all, envy is envy, but to really let them leave the solid fortress defense line, without any defense line in the wild, and face the attack of the insect swarm with flesh and blood. Not everyone has the fearless courage to face death. In fact, since Lin Feng stepped into the second line of defense, the screening of the remaining 15,000 recruits had already begun quietly. He can't train everyone like an Annie. As the level of the awakened ones increases, their own strength gradually becomes equal to that of the Zerg, and even surpasses them when fully armed. In real war, the confrontation no longer relies on numbers. Cultivating a group of more than 100 second-level awakeners, or genetic warriors, is far more profitable than working hard to train these 15,000 people. Lin Feng doesn't need so many combat units. Besides, he doesn't have the energy or resources to waste on this group of people who are not related to him. However, what Lin Feng didn't expect was, originally estimated that there were less than 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers willing to go out of the city to fight, but in the end there were more than 5,000 people, reaching 1/3 of the total. These soldiers, following their company commander, occupied half of the square. They were arranged in order from north to south, forming small square formations. There are about 100 of them, with a number ranging from 40 to 50. Indignant about Lin Feng's high-profile appearance and his disregard for those in high positions, the teacher could see that Lin Feng had his own insights and plans for future wars. And it's very personal. In the past, personal charm was a double-edged sword, but now he has his own strength as a guarantee. As long as Lin Feng can maintain his absolute strength, no one can shake his position. Future 13th Division will surely become a sharp sword among humans to fight back against the Zerg invasion and penetrate directly into the heart of the enemy. Looking at Lin Feng's tall and majestic figure, the instructor fastened the rank of colonel on his armored shoulders and then saluted him goodbye. Lin Feng and the elite soldiers led by Li ran beside the chariot behind him, all raised their heads, puffed out their chests, and waved and saluted with dignity. After watching the 13th Division's top brass leave, Lin Feng then turned around and looked at the new recruits who were left behind. He mobilized the momentum of a second-level peak awakener and issued a powerful announcement. I should have informed you yesterday that with a relocation of important industries in Jincheng, the Wuchang battle has completed its strategic mission, but the 13th Division can't take everyone with it. The division headquarters has lost its logistical supply. If I'm not here, today's lunch will be your last farewell meal. Then announce the disbandment and survive blocking on your own. But now I, Lin Feng, have been invited to become your highest official, and I will naturally be responsible for everything. This includes logistics, weapons and equipment, food and medicine, and even upgrades and awakenings. And the basic condition for all of this is absolute obedience to orders, including going out of the city to kill insects and facing the insect tide head-on. Your superiors should have made this clear, and now, I will give you one more chance. Listen carefully. Those who are not afraid of death and are only interested in killing insects can stay here. Those who just want to make a living can now return to the defense line and hide, or leave here and get out of Wuchang. Of course, if you make a decision now, there will be no obstruction, let alone the so-called defection once you decide whether to stay or go. If anything unexpected happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Decide for yourselves, everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place was silent. Everyone looked at each other, and after a long moment, no one decided to leave. Especially when I saw the 8 bright black tanks near the land cruiser battleship in the front, and the neatly arranged black armored soldiers holding large caliber weapons. The new recruits were filled with envy and wished they could join in and become part of the team fighting bravely outside the city. The scene of the Invincible Fleet's massive bombing of the Zerg yesterday and its rampage in its territory is still vivid in people's minds. The soldiers who rushed over were all mentally prepared and were extremely yearning for it. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. These more than 5,000 soldiers do not all need to become a second-level legion and enter the underground insect nest to fight. In the end, only the bravest 100 or so people need to be selected. But they can drive tanks and cooperate with land cruisers to fight against Zerg invasions and deal with large numbers of low-level Zerg swarms. Only by cooperating with each other can the Zerg be truly contained. If they want to fight outside the city, they can't escape the Zerg's pursuit and interception by relying on their legs. Although the awakened have strong explosive power, due to the physical defects of humans and their thin bodies, they can't carry out continuous high-intensity combat. After each fierce battle, they need to replenish their energy as soon as possible. Therefore, a corresponding number of tanks must be equipped. 5,000 people, that means at least 200 vehicles. A replica of a winged tank requires 10 tons of fine steel to synthesize. 2,000 tons of high-quality steel are not easy to find in Wuchang right now. Only in the heavy industrial area south of Jincheng, perhaps with some fixed facilities that cannot be moved, can thousands of tons of fine steel be cut and collected. Fortunately, as for weapons, the 13th Division was unable to take all away, so they left behind more than 90% of their equipment, including fuel, medicines and other supplies. These are all available in the rear areas, especially weapons and equipment. Once the military industry enters full production, the rate of production may be faster than consumption on the front lines. It also consumes less energy than transporting it thousands of miles back to the rear. For the time being, the fleet members will take turns to familiarize themselves with the operation of the tanks. Once all the replicas are in place, the prelude to all-out war will begin. And that will be the beginning of Lin Feng's first challenge, to kill the Queen Mother and advance to a higher level. To kill a high-level queen, it is not as simple as going deep into the insect nest and killing all the way to the end. First, we must deal with the low-level insect swarms on the periphery, which requires the fleet to contain and annihilate them. Secondly, the third and second-level insect nests underground must be delayed and blocked by the second-level legions that will be born in the future. Finally, the fully armed Lin Feng launched a decapitation operation on the Zerg hive at the bottom level, killing the entire Zerg terminal controller, the high-level queen. Of course, if he could utilize the genetic radiation skill activated by the last spiritual attribute breakthrough to successfully awaken Giant Chang's Queen Mother Lingai and then remove her genetic seal, the cooperation of the two would allow him to more smoothly complete the first kill of the high-level Queen Mother review. Lin Feng nodded. This was the second thing that needed to be completed in front of all the soldiers participating in the battle today. The 3 fires of a new official have been burned. After establishing deterrence and prestige, it is natural to give these new recruits, who have just joined the group after going through psychological tests, a little sweetness, and more expectations. Let them come up. Following Lin Feng's order, Li Ran called out the names of 7 people from the 160 fully armed soldiers behind him. Among them are low-level soldiers and team captains, but without exception, they are all LV-19 Awakeners who have reached the perfection of the late first stage. At the same time, they are melee fighters who have been selected after layers of fist and kick competitions. The second-level Awakeners have extremely strong individual strength. It would be a waste if they were only used for long-range firing. Lin Feng's second-level Legion plan is about to get on track as these people ascend the platform. The first person was actually Liu Yi, who broke his leg last time. After drinking more than half a bottle of nutrient solution, his physical attribute value was slightly higher than others. Seeing the other party, Lin Feng smiled and then clapped his hands. He saw the hatch at the tail of the land cruiser behind him slowly opened, revealing 15 3-meter-high, snow-white fleshy insect eggs. Sensing the presence of a large amount of human presence nearby, the insect eggs kept wriggling and struggling 7 of them and placed them in front of the 7 people one by one. During this time, facing the puzzled looks of more than 5,000 people in front of him, he continued to introduce, "You may not know what this thing is yet, so let me tell you in person. This is a second-level insect egg of the Zerg. It is the intermediate form of the transformation of the low-level black spine insect into the second-level tiger spine insect." After this introduction, some of you may have guessed it. That's right. As long as this insect egg is killed, a late-stage First-Order Awakener can directly start a deep awakening again and be promoted to an extremely powerful Second-Order Awakener. As you advance to the second-level Awakener, your abilities will be further enhanced, and you will become true Supermen. These insect eggs only exist in the insect nest, 200 meters underground. The only way to bring them back is to enter it, pass through the dangerous and complicated wormholes, and kill the second-level Zerg that come to block it. So I won't go into detail about how precious they are, but today, it is not just a reward, it also represents a responsibility and obligation. After becoming a second-level Awakener, while enjoying great strength and status, you should also be clear about the mission you should shoulder as a human being in this life and death war. So, these soldiers need to become the most dangerous second-level guards in the team. Follow me deep into the Zerg nest and conquer the second-level Zerg. And now, you are about to witness the birth of these warriors with your own eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 people on the stage raised their level 9 long swords and easily killed the insect eggs that were still wriggling in front of them. After completion, Lin Feng asked them to take away the entire insect egg and drink the organic nutrient solution inside. Not only would they be able to successfully complete the second-level awakening, but it would also make up for the physical defects of humans and allow the physical fitness value of only 150 points to break through the upper limit of 200. After doing all this, looking at the envious expressions of the new recruits under his feet, Lin Feng's mouth corners slowly rose. Then he asked Li Ran to reorganize the newly joined soldiers. The grassroots commanders left by the teacher were basically Qin Hu's former subordinates. They were naturally familiar with Li Ran and did not resist the reorganization when everything was resolved. It was already noon. Lin Feng used the nearby university as a temporary base and dispatched a group of soldiers to move the canned food for war preparedness brought back from Jinchang from the rear of the battleship. Using the facilities of the university cafeteria and individual rations, we prepared a fairly hearty lunch for 5,000 soldiers have retreated to the eastern outskirts of the city. The second line of defense is not under much pressure for the time being. But a certain amount of patrol and surveillance is still necessary. When the remaining 10,000 people gathered in the square under the leadership of grassroots commanders, seeing that their formation was disorganized and seemed a bit messy, Lin Feng just said a few brief words and handed it over to Li Ran and others to deal with. For those new recruits who dare not go out of the city to fight, they can only be sent to take charge of logistics. If you want to leave, I won't try to keep you, but right now the front lines are very dangerous and there is a food shortage in the rear. There was no way to support them, only low-level enhanced people of level 3, 4, and 5. To cross thousands of kilometers and return to the safe zone in the rear hesitation as a result, they experienced the fickleness and cruelty of the battlefield firsthand as the first line of defense was destroyed. Some people have already begun to consider quitting, so there are hundreds of people who choose to quit directly, leave the team, and stay away from the frontline battle at last. A total of 10,230 men were left, and they were appointed as logistics support troops in the 13th Division as the lowest rank. They no longer have to go to the front line to fight, although they can get rations. They still have a lot of work to do in addition to collecting the materials and equipment left behind by the 13th Division. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon after dinner, more than 8,000 people, led by Li Ran, rushed to the shore of Tehu Lake several kilometers behind them. Li Ran picked up a loudspeaker and, together with other grassroots commanders, shouted to the auxiliary soldiers, "Have you seen this Tehu Lake? Your mission today is to catch at least 50 kilograms of fish each, and preferably big fish. As for what method to use, it's up to you. Whether it's platform fishing, raft fishing, or lure fishing, or even just casting a net or pulling a net, as long as you can catch the fish and it's not poisonous and edible, you can do whatever you want." After he finished speaking, more than 8,000 people gathered around the east bank of Tehu Lake and cheered loudly. Hunting is an instinctive desire of human beings engraved in their genes, especially in peacetime. Only fishing and angling are not completely banned, which naturally gives rise to a large number of anglers now open hunting. Immediately, many people turned their attention to the large number of abandoned electric bicycles in the city, on the roadsides and in residential areas. Although the battery inside cannot travel very far, it can store 4 or 5 kilowatt-hours of electricity. As the saying goes, 2 fishing rods can catch a mountain of fish. I released 3 kilowatts of electricity into the lake, and the Buddha gave me 100 kilograms of fish. However, these can only be used in the shallow waters near the shore more than 10 meters away. At a depth of 7 or 8 meters, there are still large fish weighing dozens or even hundreds of kilograms lurking. At this time, the fishing team came on the scene after more than a dozen fishing tackle stores were cleared out. A spectacular scene of thousands of people fishing took place on the shores of Tehu Lake until late at night. There were still many people sticking to their posts looking at the piles of fish outside the cafeteria. In just one afternoon, hundreds of tons of fresh fish were obtained. All they could do was send thousands of more people to deal with it as quickly as possible. Cut open the fish's belly, remove the internal organs, smear it with salt for preservation, and dry it in the sun. The grilled fish, boiled fish and braised fish made in the cafeteria have filled all the tables this time. The unlimited fish feast was so delicious that everyone was rubbing their stomachs and burping, saying it was really satisfying. Unfortunately, in the following half-month, people would feel physically uncomfortable whenever they saw fish products. But it is also the only high-quality source of protein. Late at night, Lin Feng gathered everyone together to report the situation. In the afternoon, Chen Yannian drove the landing cruiser and led the fleet to attack directly outside the first line of defense, continuing to annihilate the Zerg hidden at the entrance of the wormhole. At the same time, she used shotguns to blow up and erase all the holes on the surface, thereby increasing the Zerg's excavation workload. Let it be busy repairing the insect nest and have no energy to expand. During this period, the 5,000 defenders in the second line of defense were also ordered to board tanks for rotation, or enter the eastern area of Wuchen, which had been reduced to ruins, to clean up the battlefield. Deal with some lone low-level red beetles and the surviving seriously injured black-backed beetles, and collect the scattered materials. After taking over the remnants of the 13th Division, Lin Feng planned and laid out the organization, and the structure has taken shape. In addition to the command system composed of senior members, other second-level awakeners will serve as elite second-level guards, responsible for following Lin Feng and fighting inside the insect nest. The second are the 5,000 defenders in the defense fortress, who serve as second-class combat soldiers currently. Some of them follow Chen Yanyan's fleet to fight against the Zerg horde, first raising their own awakening levels while reducing the Zerg's manpower. The rest were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and collecting biological materials from the Zerg, especially the giant jaws of the black-spined worms. This is closely related to the defensive equipment they carry, so they will naturally not neglect it. The last 10,000 recruits will serve as auxiliary troops and be responsible for providing logistical support including collecting food, transporting supplies, etc. This organizational structure is actually very similar to that of the Zerg, but the first step to defeating a powerful enemy is to learn their patterns, and then optimize these patterns to completely defeat the opponent. At the end of the report, Li Rain mentioned the biggest problem currently facing. The doctors in the field hospital behind the second line of defense were also taken away. Although we have medicine right now, we are in urgent need of only a few doctors on the front line. This afternoon, when we were cleaning up the battlefield, several soldiers were unfortunately attacked by a swarm of lurking insects. Although they survived in the end, they still suffered broken arms and legs. Even though the bleeding stopped, there was no surgeon to help him after he was transported back. In the end, he was saved with organic nutrient solution, otherwise, they will become disabled and lose their combat effectiveness, and can only serve as auxiliary soldiers in the future. Lin Feng looked serious and nodded. I will take care of this matter. 5,000 soldiers are not a lot, but they are also too few. The main reason is that Lin Feng has no additional soldiers at the moment. Every time he loses one, he will lose a seed of the future legion. In the past, there were only 100 or so members in the team, and there weren't many injured members. Even if there were any, they could rely on the second-level insect eggs to repair themselves. If Lin Feng now had an army of tens of thousands of people and only relied on organic nutrient solution, he would not be so wealthy. There is an urgent need to recruit additional medical personnel. For a moment, Lin Feng thought of Liu Yuqi's aunt, the newly engaged young woman Liu Ruojiao. She was a professor of surgery at the university, and her family was also an academic family, so she must know a lot of medical staff. Or he could ask Ling Shuian for help, but they were all technicians from the Biological Research Institute. If he handed the wounded over to them for treatment, the ones he sent back might turn out to be deformed monsters with Zerg limbs. It would be more reliable to let Han Yuxin first look for survivors working in the medical field in Jincheng. At the same time, Laotian Military Restricted Area, Federal Biological Research Institute. Qin, who has awakened from the hibernation chamber, frowned slightly, a little unhappy. Haven't I confirmed it many times? Yes, there is indeed one, and he is a student who escaped from Heicheng with me. His condition is very bad. He has overused genetic assimilation even more than I have. The Zerg characteristics that have appeared on his body are about to cover his entire body, but at the same time, he is also abnormally strong in combat. One person fought against 3 second-stage late-stage tiger spine insects alone, and killed 2 warrior hunter insects at the same time. Didn't he have the reconstructive surgery done here? After confirming again and again, Ling Shuian did not answer, but was in a state of confusion. Some of them were absent-minded and replied as they walked, every time you overuse the assimilation of the gene fluid, your remaining time will be directly reduced by half. A second-level awakener can have a telomere metabolic lifespan of about 500 years. In your current state, you should only have less than years left. Qin, who frowned, his face livid, staring at the woman's departing back, and asked in a deep voice, when will this defect be fixed? Aren't the new second-order Zerg we brought back enough? In my current state, I won't be able to survive the capital defense battle for long. Do you still want to achieve the plan of forcibly advancing the genetic warriors? Ling Shuian suddenly stopped and turned her head slightly, revealing her perfect profile. Her dark pupils flickered slightly behind her lenses, and she replied calmly, don't worry, everything is going as planned. Today's 6K, end of this month, next month, the volume of darkness is coming to an end. Chapter 144, Princess Betty's Anxiety, Dinosaur Civilization. The next morning, Lin Feng called Han Yuxin, who was far away in Jincheng, and informed her to find and recruit some medical personnel as soon as possible, especially those in surgery, to avoid the current loss of personnel due to injuries. After all, the number of combat soldiers is limited. If it is delayed, it will not only affect the future second-level Legion plan, but will also have a great impact on the internal combat morale. If injuries are not treated promptly, who would dare to be at the front line? Han Yuxin expressed and made a request, can you send some soldiers? It's hard to check the 4 major districts of Jincheng with just a dozen or so awakened ones under my command, and it's also difficult for those forces to release people. Lin Feng thought so too. It happened that the more than 100 soldiers who followed him at the beginning had all reached the late stage of the first stage. They could not continue to upgrade if they stayed in the fleet. It would be better to send them out to perform other tasks, which could also give them a chance to train themselves, no longer rely so much on replicas such as tank shotguns, and accumulate more practical experience. With this in mind, Lin Feng agreed directly, no problem. I will send you 50 first-order late-stage perfect awakeners, as well as 500 enhanced human auxiliary soldiers. This force is enough to sweep across Jincheng City. Han Yuxin was immediately excited. Really? That's great. But will your front line of defense be under pressure? Now the main force of the 13th Division has withdrawn, and those left behind are basically ordinary enhanced soldiers. The frontal blocking is entirely supported by Lin Feng alone. 1/3 of the staff was transferred away at once. Han Yuxin was happy but also worried. Jincheng does need manpower, but if the defense line collapses as a result, it will be a case of losing the big picture for the small, and ultimately the Zerg will benefit. Hearing the other party's concerns, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Apart from killing the second-level Zerg, they have no other way to advance before that. They might as well come to you to train for a few more days. As long as there is only the fleet at the front, there won't be any major problems, but don't be too happy too soon. The old mission assigned to you before still needs to be carried out. Now that our power has expanded dozens of times, we need more refined steel, at least 1,000 tons, and the more the better. This task will be carried out simultaneously with finding a doctor. You are familiar with Jincheng, so you can send more people to the old industrial area in the south to see if there are any remaining ones to be relocated. Han Yuxin hemmed twice, took a deep breath and said, by the way, there's another thing. There have been no live black spine worms delivered in the past 2 days. Betty is already urging them to arrive. Most of the refined steel and medicines we collected were sent by her from the rear. If the demand for refined steel is urgent, we can send someone over. We can expand the transaction volume in the future. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had almost forgotten this foreign princess whom he had only met once. But when Han Yuxin mentioned her name, her noble appearance with a laurel crown and gorgeous clothes instantly appeared in his mind. Betty Charlemagne, the princess of the kingdom of Raleigh, has now fled to the Federation to seek asylum. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Betty had a large amount of gold and other wealth in her hands, but what he cared about was not these material things. The other party's identity as a princess symbolizes royal power, and the rich management experience possessed by the kingdom's higher-ranking officials who followed her will be very helpful to Lin Feng in expanding his power and integrating the population resources in the territory in the future. In fact, it is very difficult to restore the freedom and democracy of the past in the apocalypse. It is difficult to defeat the insect swarm that obeys orders and executes orders like a machine. There is only a corresponding centralized and high-pressure model. Furthermore, the remaining limited resources of all kinds can only be saved through rationing, but many survivors don't think so. From the news they occasionally hear from the rear, it seems that things are not peaceful outside the safe zone now. Although there is no crisis of Zerg attack, the large number of refugees gathered together is itself the biggest trouble. Others are hell. There were so many people that the food and oil that were brought back were not enough to feed them. It is difficult to manage, disorderly, and crime and robbery are everywhere. The survivors have long been resentful of the temporary parliament's decision to limit entry into the safe zone. This dissatisfaction will eventually form a force that cannot be ignored, causing greater damage one day. It is no wonder that the federal top brass was so anxious and urged the 13th Division to return to the rear. Given the huge disparity in numbers, only the awakened ones can intimidate those ambitious people hiding among the refugees. Lin Feng didn't want to be both an official and an independent person, so as not to get into endless entanglements and troubles. He made a decision a long time ago that in the future he would directly borrow Betty's goals and invite her and her cabinet members to help him manage it. And Betty can also use this opportunity to restore her country. Return to the mode you are most familiar with. If one day Lin Feng can win, completely repel the Zerg, and annihilate or expel them from the blue planet, then this kingdom will also transform into a human empire that unifies the entire planet. After Lin Feng embarks on his own cosmic adventure, this vast empire composed of all human beings is still capable of fighting back against alien invasions. This is one of Lin Feng's visions for the future. And now, of course, we cannot reduce our contact with Princess Betty, especially since the help she can provide is also considerable. Han Yuxin alone cannot compare with Hu Fei energy to deal with many other things. Fortunately, it has now been initially stabilized. The business of Black Spine live worms will arrive with the first batch of combat troops this afternoon. One more thing, after we integrate the remaining scattered forces in Jincheng and gather all the survivors, if Betty is free, you can invite her to come first. It will take more than 100,000 people to be well managed by you alone, especially to arrange for them to build camp fortifications and distribute food. Han Yuxin Betty was more proactive than Lin Feng in this matter. Without absolute strength, it would be difficult for their exiled organizations to restore their former glory. As the Federation abandoned the southern region, resistance forces in various places, like the 13th Division, were directly recalled to the rear area to maintain the stability of the safe zone. So now Lin Feng is the only strongest force that the other party can rely on. Especially in Han Yuxin's words, it was accidentally revealed that Lin Feng had taken over the remnants of the 13th Division and controlled an army of 10,000 people. Betty was extremely anxious. I have long wanted to turn back and meet with Lin Feng to discuss in detail. However, Han Yuxin secretly kept a trick and did not directly tell the other party Lin Feng's personal contact information. He also specifically reminded Betty that the battle situation on the front line was tense and Lin Feng did not want to be disturbed. Otherwise, Lin Feng's phone would have been bombarded every day by this impatient little princess. In Han Yuxin's opinion, everything should be based on a first-come first-served basis. At least she should wait for him to control the situation in Jincheng and have a high enough status. Then let Betty join in and have a piece of the pie. So now that the time was ripe, Han Yuxin brought it up. After receiving Lin Feng's arrangements, Han Yuxin responded silently and took note, then arranged personnel to go to the Wuchen defense line to connect with the soldiers sent by Lin Feng. Inside the land cruiser, Lin Feng hung up the phone and started thinking about where to hunt a large number of black-backed insects in the Jiacheng area in the south. Because of the transaction with the Queen Mother, the two parties are currently in a cooperative relationship. We will be able to go there tomorrow to retrieve the agreed second batch of second-order insect eggs to help upgrade the land cruiser battleship. If we launch a sneak attack at this moment, it will easily cause the other party's displeasure and vigilance, and may even affect the subsequent genetic radiation plan. As for the Queen Mother of Heicheng, who is currently outside the defense line, has adopted the strategy of staying indoors after experiencing the fleet's bombardment, just like the last time it was promoted. Anyway, the Heicheng suburbs in the rear and the entire Heicheng city area are its territory. With a depth of hundreds of kilometers, they only retreated a dozen kilometers and it had no effect at all. But Lin Feng also knew that the other party's avoidance of war and retreat was not surrender, but looking for countermeasures and secretly accumulating strength. For example, it gave birth to a large number of new second-level Zerg, especially the most dangerous warrior hunter Zerg. Once the Queen Mother of Heicheng develops the warrior insect hunters to the middle stage of the second stage above LV-23, it will pose a great threat to Lin Feng's second stage army, which is just in its infancy in a close-range duel. A mid-stage second-stage warrior insect hunter is far stronger than a second-stage awakener of the same level thanks to his flexible body and quick reaction. Only genetically modified warriors similar to this one, fully armed, can suppress the opponent steadily. Just as Lin Feng was thinking hard about how to solve the problem of his subordinate strength as soon as possible before the decisive battle, Han Yuxin once mentioned a sentence. Flashed through my mind, yup. High-ranking officials in Jincheng fled from northern cities. They also encountered Zerg attacks, but because they didn't build a solid defense like Wuchen, they were eventually defeated and their army was completely routed. Going to the north right now can not only help those soldiers with low levels to upgrade quickly, but also provide low-intensity combat training for the Legion members who have just entered the second level. What actual combat training? What are you mumbling about so early in the morning? Chen Yannian Yuan walked over from the rest area of the battleship. She saw Lin Feng sitting alone in the bow cockpit, muttering to himself. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng sat on the chair, turned his head and smiled. Nothing. I'm thinking about how to deal with the current situation and future arrangements. How come you woke up so early? Your superpowers need to rest for a while. Aren't you scheduled to patrol at 9 this morning? It's only a little after 7 now. Chen Yannian walked behind Lin Feng, put her arms around his neck, leaned over and put her head close to Lin Feng's ear, and spoke softly. With you here, I recover quickly. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. As long as the fleet is there, There won't be any major problems with a defense line. Leave the rest to the people below. Take your time. Many things need time to settle down. You have to proceed step by step. Don't rush, Lin Feng hummed, held the woman's arm, kissed her smooth and tender face, and said comfortingly, "Don't worry, it's no problem, we got up early, why not give us a ride?" Chen Yan'an seemed a little confused. "Where are you sending them?" "Back to Jincheng." Lin Feng shook his head. "Go to the north of the city, to the other side of the big river. We can't just guard against the Queen Mother of Heicheng in front of us. The Queen Mother in the north of the city might take the water route and arrive at Tehu Lake ahead of time. Do you remember when the 13th Division was almost surrounded during the blocking battle in Heicheng? There was only one Zerg Queen in the north of Heicheng, but after this one appeared, it ran to the north of the river. I don't think it will give up the opportunity of Tehu Lake. This time, I can also bring a group of soldiers with me to complete the first level upgrade and awakening." Chen Yan'an's eyes lit up. This was much more exciting than the boring frontal battlefield. In the last battle of Jiacheng, the fleet not only won a great victory, but also reaped rich rewards. He immediately asked, "Can I come along?" Lin Feng shrugged and held the other person's slender hand. Wuchen cannot be without defense. The Queen Mother of Heicheng has already advanced to the middle stage of the third stage. Although we have successfully suppressed the ground forces, the blue-winged insects and the second stage wind-winged insects under its command are always watching us. One of you and I must stay here for a long time to ensure the stability of the defense line. Chen Yan'an sighed softly, aware of the current situation. The agreement between her man and the Queen Mother of Jiacheng was that the Queen Mother of Heicheng must not be allowed to break through Wuchen and enter Tehu Lake in advance. Moreover, considering their own interests, humans should not allow the Queen Mother of Heicheng, who has been promoted to the middle stage of the third stage, to enter Tehu Lake first in advance to the late stage of the third stage. Otherwise, the entire south will be devastated in the future after the 13th Division withdrew. This burden fell on Lin Feng as the other party's woman and the commander of the fleet. Chen Yan'an knew that she should share Lin Feng's worries, so she nodded obediently. "I know I will try my best." After saying goodbye to Lin Feng, he returned to the rest area and started packing. Lin Feng stood up and walked out of the warship, found Li Ran, and informed him of today's task arrangements. Half an hour later, 7 second-level awakeners who had just been promoted to LV-20 yesterday, followed by team leader Shenji who had entered the middle stage of the second level, came to Lin Feng fully armed. The first batch of Legion members have assembled. Behind them, there are soldiers who have volunteered to follow Lin Feng to the northern city. Among them are both first-order early awakeners and many enhanced people above level 6 beetles to accumulate upgrades, and then consider dangerous operations in other places. Finally, a company of soldiers, a total of 150 people, were selected to follow Lin Feng to explore the north. Carry the weapons and equipment left by the 13th Division to kill the Zerg and obtain upgrade energy. As the combatants boarded the tanks, they set off on time at 7:40. There are 3 small cities to the north of Wuchen, namely Changcheng, Zicheng and Hancheng, which is next to Jincheng for the northern Queen Mother to cross the river and enter Tehu Lake. Under Lin Feng's command, half an hour later, the fleet crossed hundreds of kilometers and successfully arrived in the northern part of Changcheng City. At this moment, this place has become a deserted city. When the fleet stops by the Cross River Bridge, Lin Feng will tell Chen Yan'an to come here to pick them up before dark. He then led the fully armed mixed company towards the Cross River Bridge second-level Legion beside Lin Feng. Li Yi held a shotgun and looked at the desolate and silent city in front of him, and said with emotion, "I never thought that such a bustling place would become so desolate and dilapidated in just over a month. I've only been to the Federal Dinosaur Park here once when I was in school." The others nodded in response. Among them were survivors who had fled from Changcheng to Wuchen ground. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "You think the dinosaurs are so big, especially the Tyrannosaurus rex, could it have awakened? And the dinosaurs ruled a blue planet for 1.2 million years. Didn't they develop advanced civilization?" Nodded. After witnessing the alien Zerg invasion and becoming an awakened one, he felt that it was more and more likely. Lin Feng twitched his lips, interrupting everyone's suspicion. "Okay, even if there was a dinosaur site in history, it has nothing to do with Changcheng. There is no dinosaur site here. It's just a commercial gimmick. Let's go. We haven't seen any Zerg in the city. We need to cross the river and go to the north to have a look." The team members put aside other thoughts and continued on their journey. After crossing a 2-kilometer-long river, we entered a small county town in the north immediately. A familiar strange smell wafted over from the city. Everyone's expressions changed when Lin Feng signaled. They all raised their machine guns and became alert. At the same time, in the dark starry sky above the blue planet, a deep space fleet, led by a 100-kilometer-long circular space battleship, arrived outside the solar system after going through untold hardships. Inside the glass window of the battleship's command center, a 10-meter-tall lizard-like orc had a ferocious look in its eyes. The aura emanating from it had reached the peak of the 3rd level. He clenched his hands tightly with his claws, staring at the empty vacuum of the universe in the distance, and roared in a low voice, "Tell the navigator that there is a problem with the coordinate calculation of the origin planet, that a solar system did not appear at the expected location." However, not long after, a mechanical reply came from the biological center of the giant ship. Energy and gravitational field detections did not reveal any problems. The solar system is just in front of the fleet. It may be obscured by some kind of high-dimensional dark domain. 65 million years from now, perhaps a new advanced intelligent civilization will emerge on Dragonstar. Please, Commander Longaya, send a meteor-class probe ship to the target location to collect intelligence. Chapter 145, Riverside Port, Survivors and Number 039, Force. Seeing that the people behind him were hiding behind an abandoned vehicle and concealing their bodies, Lin Feng immediately activated his telepathy. Sure enough, in the county town ahead, a large number of Zergs with health points above 50 appeared, including red beetles above level 7 and hundreds of black-backed insect swarms. However, what surprised Lin Feng a little was that not only were there Zerg in the small county town, but there were also human survivors within 2 or 3 kilometers, including dozens of enhanced people and a small number of awakened people. Are they puppet humans controlled by the Zerg parasitic matrix? Unfortunately, telepathy can only detect a brightness represented by health values, which is equivalent to the energy contained in the body of a living being, and then feed back a spot of light. It is not like the identification skill, which will be introduced in detail. Several second-level awakeners behind him followed Lin Feng's gaze and looked at both sides of the Cross River Bridge. One of them whispered, "There are ports on both sides of the river. There are many logistics warehouses and terminal companies that stack containers at the ports. There is also a shipbuilding company on the left side. This area is very large, more than 10 kilometers long. Maybe it can be used as a temporary camp." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Then let's go in there and take a look. Maybe we can find some usable cargo ships." With the end of the Great Escape, except for the abandoned cars that ran out of gas, most of the means of transportation were taken away, especially extremely important vehicles like ships, which were basically impossible to miss. Even if there is definitely no oil left. The reason why Lin Feng said this was mainly to find the bright spot in telepathy, suspected human survivors. If they were really human survivors, they would be able to learn more about the situation on the other side of the river through these locals. If not, they can be resolved in advance to prevent everyone's whereabouts from being leaked and known by the Queen Mother. An advanced parasitic mother body can directly contact the Zerg Queen. We have seen it last time in the center of Jiacheng City. Now that he is without the protection of the land cruiser, Lin Feng is fine. Even if he encounters dozens or hundreds of second-order Zergs, he can easily deal with them with the help of the Flying Tiger armor and the electromagnetic cannon. But his subordinates behind him can't do that. Most of them are not even awakened. Lin Feng didn't want to experience again the dangerous situation he got into last time when he sneaked into the urban area of Jiacheng. It is still necessary to be cautious first to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the other team members nodded, but Shenji was a little surprised. In his impression, Lin Feng seemed to have never been afraid. Relying on genetic assimilation, he could also vaguely sense the situation in the county through the chemical pheromones in the air. There was no trace of the second-level Zerg coming from the front, and even the first-level Black-Spine Zerg were not numerous, less than 1,000 in number. The 7 second-level awakeners behind the two of them, armed with shotguns, could easily kill them all. There is no need for Lin Feng to take action with me. But now the sergeant unexpectedly chose to grope forward, which made Shenji a little confused. As the group was sneaking down the bridge, Lin Feng saw Shenji lost in thought and turned back to explain. Without the help of the fleet, once the team is trapped in layers of insects, we won't be able to withdraw easily like we did last time in Jiacheng. Although we can leave, the soldiers will definitely suffer heavy casualties, and there are a large number of insects nesting on the other side of the river. It's just across the river. After so much time, why haven't they expanded to the urban area of Changcheng on the other side? This is a bit too abnormal. Distance, there are traces of human activity here, fresh from the past few days. Following the direction he pointed, everyone saw some leftover snack packaging discarded outside the port fence. There were several footprints on the ground that showed people climbing over the wall, leading all the way to the container cluster in the distance. Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at the people behind him. Everyone, dress neatly and be alert, don't let anything go off accidentally, except for the second-level awakeners. The rest of the people are wearing red armor sent by the Research Institute. The item level is probably above LV7 and can withstand the attack of red beetles, although it cannot withstand the bite of the black-spined beetle's huge jaws. It is still very easy to defend against pistol and rifle bullets. Lin Feng was mainly worried about them because he was nervous about going out for the first time and accidentally killed a survivor in a panic upon hearing the order. Shenji stepped forward and used his arm blade to easily cut through the steel wire isolation net that was as thick as chopsticks. Everyone then entered the dock company one after another in the distance. Under the gantry crane, there are hundreds and thousands of containers of the same standard, but in different colors. There are also several trucks parked nearby, waiting for the gantry crane to place the goods behind them. Further inside the terminal are storage warehouses for cargo logistics, which serve as temporary storage locations for turnover. Lin Feng fixed his eyes on a pile of black objects not far away. It was a coal mine. Power plants, steel mills, and chemical plants everywhere require its combustion to provide kinetic energy. Low-value goods like coal usually only go by rail freight routes or large quantities and cheaper shipping. The hill of coal weighs thousands of tons, but Lin Feng naturally doesn't care about that. His real concern is the metallurgical industry that is closely related to the coal industry. Coal and steel are basically transported together, not to mention that there is a shipyard next door, and both are raw materials for production. Environmental protection requirements, it no longer expands its production capacity as recklessly as before. But many industries cannot be stopped just like that. Some of the production that cannot be consumed domestically will be exported to foreign countries by shipping, and all of them are finished fine steel and special steel. In addition to these, other goods in the container are also worth searching. If we are lucky enough to obtain tons of food, it will be much smoother to receive and manage the more than 100,000 survivors in Jincheng in the future. The conspicuous granaries in various places have basically been transported away and emptied. And the docks that no one pays attention to may be the Gold Rush Holy Land in the current doomsday. When followed Lin Feng's footsteps, entered the interior of the container group, passed through thousands of containers, and finally saw human figures in everyone a logistics management building. If Lin Feng hadn't used telepathy to lock onto it in advance, it would have taken a lot of effort to find the building where the survivors were on this huge dock. In order not to cause panic, Lin Feng had only called a few second-level awakeners to go together, and the rest of the large force was handed over to Shenji to lead, hiding in the back and watching the situation. As the few people walked out blatantly, the survivors who were patrolling in the management building immediately discovered the outsiders and hurriedly notified the other members. When Lin Feng and his companions approached the gate, they saw several survivors holding pistols and shotguns and leaning against the gate. They asked nervously, "Are you also the defenders whose defenses at Wuchen were defeated?" Lin Feng frowned slightly and retorted, "Wuchen's defense line has not been breached, so how can we say it was a rout? We are here to check on the Zerg invasion in Jiangbei. Are you the survivors here? Or are you the remnants of the Federation's defeated and hiding forces?" Everyone behind the door looked at each other, and caught a glimpse of Lin Feng and his men, who were covered in full armor and did not look like ordinary soldiers. Finally, a middle-aged man in a blue uniform slowly walked out, holding a shotgun and speaking, "We fled from the north. After the Zerg there expanded to the county town by the river, they stopped moving and did not cross the big river to the city on the other side, so we set up a temporary camp here, collected supplies from the dock, and occasionally hunted insect swarms to accumulate strength." Lin Feng nodded. The other party was wearing the uniform of a sheriff and was also a first-level early awakener. After identification, it was shown that he was just an ordinary human, so Lin Feng put down his guard and asked, "Why do you say we are the defeated troops of Wuchen? Have you ever encountered people from the other side?" Carefully observing the fine armor on Lin Feng and his men, as well as the terrifying weapons in their hands, the middle-aged man knew that he could not resist, so he put down his weapons and introduced them while sighing. "My name is Chen Hai. I used to be the captain of the Taichang Public Security Brigade. I have been retired for many years. Are you here to look for the patrols from yesterday? But some of them are already dead, but this is their own fault." Hearing the keyword yesterday, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, thinking of something. and interrupted Chen Hai's explanation. The 13th Division stationed at the Wuchen defense line has withdrawn. I have taken over the remaining remnants and the task of resisting the Zerg invasion. I let those new recruits who didn't want to stay on their own, just yesterday at noon, so the soldiers you met were not mine, don't worry. Hearing this, Chen Hai heaved a sigh of relief, and became more energetic. That's fine, that's fine. Lin Feng looked up at the group of containers nearby. I need to collect some supplies, food, and steel. In exchange, I can send you away from here and head to the safe rear Jincheng, or you can volunteer to join the team, which will provide you with food, accommodation, and insecticide awakening. Chen Hai swallowed his saliva and heard Lin Feng's casual tone and the generous conditions he offered. With the other party's absolute strength, there was no need to do so. Then he asked in a low voice, "Excuse me, what is your awakening strength?" Lin Feng turned his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Me, a second-level awakener, and them all." Chen Hai took a breath of cold air. No wonder he couldn't sense any aura from these people when he walked out just now. The other party cannot be just an enhanced human. If he is a first-level awakener, there would not be such a big gap between people of the same level. After hearing Lin Feng's answer, Chen Hai no longer hesitated. "I hope you can take the survivors here, especially the women and children, to a safe area. As for us, we want to follow you and join the battle." Lin Feng hummed, then asked, "Is there a property management list before the end of the world?" At this time, a second-level team member stepped forward, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to Chen Hai, and then waved behind him. Shenji received the signal and appeared with a large force. Seeing hundreds of fully armed soldiers appeared, Chen Hai's hands and feet gradually felt numb, and the cigarette between his fingers almost fell to the ground. Chen Hai quickly replied, "Yes, yes. It's in the office on the second floor. I'll get it for you right away." Following Chen Hai's steps, everyone entered the building. On an open space on one side, there were a dozen young men in military uniforms, their hands and feet tied and thrown to the ground. Their bodies and faces were covered with bruises, and they were unconscious with swollen noses and faces. But you can still vaguely make out a few familiar faces. Lin Feng remembered that when they were dismissed yesterday, in addition to taking away their rifles, they were not asked to take off the red armor they were issued. Even though they were wearing red armor that could withstand bullets, they were still defeated by the survivors outside. It seemed that the combat effectiveness of this group of new recruits was really low into the camp yesterday while we were out killing insects. At first, they disguised themselves as federal troops coming to rescue us. But when they found that there were no awakeners in the camp, they revealed their true colors, wantonly humiliating the women, and even threatening to establish a new rule here. Fortunately, we came back early and killed a few of them on the spot, and only then did we get the situation under control. Lin Feng expressionlessly. The eyes of the team members behind him also turned cold from being full of sympathy at the beginning. Looking at the complicated numbering, Lin Feng pinched his brows. "Are there any dock workers among you? We need to find the corresponding containers for these orders." Chen Hai shook his head. At first, all the dock workers left with a cargo ship or drove away by themselves, but we have roughly figured it out after exploring for half a month. There's not much food here, just a dozen boxes. 3 boxes are imported snacks, and the other boxes are soybeans. Some of the fruit has rotted. As for steel and other things, there is a special freight railway at the western terminal, and it is all under the management of another state-owned unit. Lin Feng nodded. And seeing that it was almost noon, he turned back and said, "Everyone take a break, have some lunch, and then we'll do some big work in the afternoon." Shenji nodded and led everyone to rest on the spot. Chen Hai called several women who had hidden on the second floor, including a child of 8 or 9 years old. Usually, the men are responsible for patrolling and going out to kill bugs, while the women take care of the logistics. They have already found the corresponding containers for the material numbers on the list. Lin Feng shrugged, handed the list to the woman, and asked, "How many members do you have? Are there any ships nearby?" Chen Hai hesitated for a moment. "There are 86 people in total, 40 of them are men, and the rest are women and children. Most of them are families, and they have no choice but to stay here because they have no fuel." There were several ships, but the oil inside had been taken away. We searched the docks and collected more than 100 kilograms of diesel, but no one knew how to drive a cargo ship, so I planned to wait until the Zerg are ready to cross the river and attack before I risk escaping. Now I have food and drink here, and I can kill the Zerg to become stronger and awaken, so I'm not thinking about leaving for now. After what happened yesterday, I was planning to escape. Lin Feng shook his head and found that Chen Hai was nagging, so he asked the woman directly, "Have any of you been next door? I need a guide to where the steel bars and steel frames are piled." One of the little girls, whose face was dirty, mustered up the courage to stand up. "I know, I've snuck there before." Lin Feng smiled. The area of the western port was several times that of this side and was more than 10 kilometers long. It would take a lot of effort to find it. The little girl in front of me exuded assent, and she was the owner of the footprints outside the wire fence when I came here. "Where are your parents?" "Let them come along," Lin Feng asked calmly, but the little girl lowered her head, looked at the black tip of her shoes, and said nothing. Chen Hai on the side quickly explained, "Cheng Cheng and her parents got lost while fleeing. We accidentally found her in the county's public security bureau when we were out searching for supplies." Lin Feng sighed. "What's your name? Ask Uncle Chen to look for them. Now, take us to find the steel, okay?" Cheng Cheng wiped her eyes and nodded heavily. Lin Feng then called over a dozen team members. "Let's go together." After finding the steel, we naturally had to use local materials to replicate a batch of shotguns as a backup. As for the rest, after marking them, we will wait until the fleet comes to pick them up in the evening, and then synthesize a batch of tank replicas and bring all the survivors back together. Lin Feng touched the girl's head and said calmly, "Then let's go." Suddenly, a reminder flashed before my eyes. Cheng, LV-7 9 horsepower 35, VT-38, SPR-45 Superpower Awakening, Danger Sense Note. Chapter 146 Danger Sensing, Wormhole in the Shipyard. I didn't expect that this little guy is already level 7. You should know that to upgrade from an ordinary person to level 7, you need to kill at least 28 red beetles. Even if she is as friendly to the Zerg's dissipated upgrade energy as her sister-in-law Zhang Yurao, it is impossible for her to rise to 7 levels in a row like a rocket, right? Seeing Cheng looking up with a puzzled look on his face, Lin Feng withdrew his hand and gave the order to set off. The results of the appraisal are fully revealed. Cheng, LV-7 9 horsepower 35, VT-38, SPR-45 Superpower Awakening, Danger Sense, can sense hostility and unknown dangers within 50 meters and make predictions in advance. Note, this skill is a preliminary awakening, not a complete form of the ability. It can be fully awakened and released when you advance to the first level awakener. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth raised slightly. It seems that this little girl, who was only 8 years old, was able to survive alone in the chaotic apocalypse after being separated from her parents. She was indeed extraordinary. The danger sensing ability that she awakened in advance is her greatest reliance. But this can only be used as an auxiliary ability to avoid danger and escape in advance, and it cannot explain how Cheng was able to kill insects and evolve before level 7. 1/5 of that of an adult, has difficulty breaking an insect's shell with a fruit knife, unless someone helps her. After walking out of the survivor camp building, everyone shuttled between the containers. Lin Feng looked at the girl with a dirty face beside him and asked with a smile, Cheng, do you still remember where you lived before and how you got separated from your parents? The little girl shook her head, thought for a moment and said, my family lives in Tongcheng, and I escaped by car. When we entered the supermarket here to collect supplies, my father had a dispute with some bad uncles and started fighting after my mother hit me. She went out to help. I hid in the closet by myself and waited for a long time, but they didn't come back finally. Because I was hungry, I sneaked out in the dark to find something to eat, and then those giant bugs came. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The child's memory and description were not accurate, and from the current point of view, Cheng's parents were likely most to have met with an accident. It is normal for refugees to fight for food, even if it means killing each other. Seeing that Cheng lowered her head and remained silent before she finished speaking, Lin Feng spoke to comfort her. It's okay. It must be driven because there were too many people in the supermarket. Cheng's parents couldn't find Cheng, so they away first. But Cheng, do you still remember that you have killed those hateful big bugs? The little girl trembled all over and nodded. Dad would cut off the red bugs' limbs and then let me kill them. He said this was the only way to survive. If they were gone one day, I had to be able to survive on my own. Lin Feng sighed. Cheng is right. Tongcheng is just above Haicheng. It is also a coastal city and the garrison location of the 13th Division of the Army. At the beginning, they were entangled by the Queen Mother. And then they were almost surrounded by the Queen Mother, who landed in Haichang. The survivors who escaped from Tongchang were the first humans to encounter the Zerg. Most of them had killed several low-level red beetles and became enhanced humans. Among them were some brave and careful, ruthless people who took advantage of the city's terrain and used tools to kill low-level black-backed insects, becoming the first group of civilian awakeners outside the military. Jiang Cheng's parents might not have reached that level yet, but they were definitely enhanced humans above level 7, and they had a certain ability to protect themselves in the fleeing team. Only in this way will I find opportunities to help my daughter complete the upgrade and evolution. After all, as long as humans with weapons overcome the initial panic and take advantage of the terrain, it is not difficult to kill a few red beetles. At that time, Lin Feng was hiding in the corridor of the community and was also able to help Zhang Yurao and Chen Yannian complete the initial insecticide upgrade. Now, a month and a half has passed, and most of the survivors who remained in the human camp near the Zerg nest at the dock have become enhanced humans, but their level is not high. Those women are all at level 1-3, and their fighting power is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary adult men. It is incredible that someone like Jiang Cheng could become a level 7 enhanced person without parental care. Now that he had heard her explanation, Lin Feng no longer worried about it, but instead began to think about what changes and special effects the other party's abilities would have after they were fully awakened. After all, after helping the superstar Zhang Yuner kill the black spine worm and complete the upgrade last time, her mind control skills changed from the initial built-in charm effect to direct mental control. Like the Queen Mother, she can control spiritual attribute values that are lower than her own existence. He also accidentally helped Lin Feng gain additional telepathic skills. Later, relying on this ability, Lin Feng successfully avoided many potential dangers. At present, Jiang Cheng's supernatural power of sensing danger is equivalent to the small-scale telepathy, but there are some differences between the two. Telepathy is similar to life-detecting radar. Danger sensing is the perception of potential danger. It was as if there was no danger at the moment, so Jiang Cheng's supernatural power had no reaction, which was why she was willing to take the initiative to lead the way. In other words, if there are some camouflaged insects with low health but high spirits lurking in the gathering place, even Lin Feng had to rely on his own eyes to identify them one by one before he could sort them out. But Jiang Cheng could sense the danger in advance. Or Cheng's the awakened special hiding. It is difficult for a senses scanning skill like telepathy to achieve detection effect. If Jiang Cheng's special ability is useful to the warrior insect hunters, it can become an important force in fighting against the Zerg in the future. With this in mind, a group of more than a dozen people, under the guidance of the girl, walked under the Cross River Bridge and came to the high wall on the west side. The wall in front is 4 or 5 meters high. It seems that the security ability at the next door terminal is quite strict. There is also an electric fence on the wall to prevent thieves from sneaking in. Everyone saw some small boxes piled against the wall. They guessed that Jiang Cheng had used this method to sneak over there before. She was light and had no problem doing this, but Lin Feng and the others, who were wearing armor and carrying weapons and equipment, weighed hundreds of kilograms and could not climb up by stepping on the boxes. Were only at the level of enhanced humans. Lin Feng sighed, walked forward slowly, used his hand as a knife to insert into the wall, and then drew a circle. An elliptical door with a diameter of 2 meters was opened. Gently placed the fallen wall on the ground. Walking under the astonished gaze of everyone. There are 4 or 5 just at the dock, and even more in the internal storage area. It was not that shocking when looking down from the bridge, but when actually appeared at the edge of the venue, they saw more than a dozen layers of containers stacked in front of them, blocking out the sky and the sun, and were as high as 30 or 40 meters, comparable to a 10-story building. The key is that there is no end to it. The stacks on both sides are several hundred meters wide, like an iron wall, and can only be passed through the crane's operating aisle. Walking into it, it feels like being in a real block game. Looking at the iron boxes and containers around you, it is very easy to get lost. A rough calculation shows that there are thousands of containers in this area alone, and this is just a corner of the port. If you are not familiar with it and want to find identical specific goods, you have to check them one by one, and it may take 4 or 5 days to find them. Lin Feng knocked on the metal container as he walked, and there was an echoing banging sound from inside, indicating that it was empty. Most of the stacked containers are empty and need to wait for cargo to arrive before they can be filled and transported deeper inland via river and rail transport. After entering this group of containers, Jiang Cheng immediately became like a different person and became lively. Although she is petite, the physical attribute values of a level 7 enhanced person are not increased in vain. In terms of strength, Zhang Chengcheng may not be as good as adult enhanced people of the same level, but her light body allows her to have higher and faster agility, which is why she can explore around. Living alone in the camp, not only might she be ostracized and bullied, but she would also definitely be the last one in line when food was distributed. Not much good food to eat. So you need to go out and find food by yourself. It would also explain why there were her footprints all over the ground. Soon, under the leadership of Zhang Chengcheng, the group successfully passed through the container area and found a small storage warehouse inside. It was noon and the sun was shining directly. Heat waves were rising from the ground as the air was baking. It was much more uncomfortable than being in the container. In front of you is the port's storage department, which contains a list of this batch of materials. Lin Feng walked in and looked at the invoices with old and blurred handwriting. Most of them were for coal delivered here, while the steel products to be sold had already been shipped away. However, some of them are sent to the next door. Forged steel components as a special equipment. It had been shipped out before the doomsday outbreak. There is a shipyard next door. The quality of the steel used to build ships is not too bad, so perhaps it can be used. Moreover, these are large modules weighing tens of tons, which can definitely solve the current urgent needs. By the time Han Yuxin and Hu Fei collect and send the supplies, the watch and blocking mission will probably be almost over. Lin Feng also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to pack up all the massive fishery resources in Taihu Lake and bring them ashore. This will require more replicas of amphibious vehicles to pull up nets directly on the water and catch thousands of tons of fish. While Lin Feng was thinking, Zhang Chengcheng walked out of the office nearby with melon seeds and other snacks in her hands. It was estimated that this was her private stash of cash. After taking these out, Zhang Chengcheng pointed to the back and said, "Uncle, I've seen the things you want nearby. They're over there." Following Zhang Chengcheng outside the house, we saw large warehouses inside the port. Zhang Chengcheng paused and continued, "There's a big bug behind there." Lin Feng nodded, "It's okay. With us here, we have nothing to fear from any bugs." The group then walked between the warehouses under the scorching sun, sweating profusely. Not long walking after, Zhang Chengcheng suddenly stopped and hid behind the warehouse wall, looking ahead with some fear. Lin Feng touched her head and through telepathy, he found that there were indeed several red beetles above level 7 in front of him. "Just hide in the storehouse to avoid the scorching sun." Lin Feng frowned slightly, looked to the left and west, and then comforted, "Don't worry, those are just small red beetles." Then he turned around and looked at the people behind him. This time he brought 2 second-level awakeners, Liu Yi and his teammates, and 10 ordinary soldiers. The rest needed to rest and prepare for the afternoon battle. At the same time, it can also reduce the possibility of exposing your whereabouts. At Lin Feng's signal, the team members put away there. The sound of gunfire will attract large swarms of insects, and it is easy to be surrounded by them. Wearing red armor, you can easily deal with red beetles. As the group went deeper into the rear of the port, they were already very close to the county town. In one of the warehouses, Lin Feng saw a large number of stainless steel pipes and neatly stacked I-beams. A rough estimate is that it weighs more than 10 tons. At the same time, several red beetles hiding inside also smelled the scent of foreign invaders and crawled out from the dark depths of the warehouse. There are more than 10 of them in total. Zhang Chengcheng was so scared that she immediately hid behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng just waved his hand, and the 2 second-level awakeners behind him walked out with bare hands. Relying on the red armor, he raised his fists towards the red beetles and punched their solid shells to pieces. The red armor is made of the giant jaws of the black-backed insect and is much harder than the red armor. The nearly 10-ton strength of a second-level awakener is far beyond what these low-level insects can withstand. As for the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword on Lin Feng's back, neither the red beetle nor the black-backed beetle was qualified to use it to deal with it. Don't hit their heads, leave them half alive. The second-level awakener who received the order smashed hard at the back shell of the red beetle. In just a minute or two, a pile of dying insects were left on the ground. Lin Feng took a dagger from Zhang Bing and handed it to Zhang Chengcheng. "These are your rewards for bringing us here. Go up and kill these bugs, just like you did before." Zhang Chengcheng swallowed his saliva, tightly gripped the hilt of the knife in his hand, and after his eyes gradually became firm, he slowly walked towards the remaining red beetle. After watching her kill the insect with her own eyes, her technique was very neat and clear. Unlike the first time, Lin Feng then turned around and began to identify the steel product in front of him. Unlike the rusty containers and iron railings outside, The neatly stacked steel pipes and I-beams meet the raw material requirements for replicas. Lin Feng reached out and touched the steel pipe, and quickly copied out a level 19 shotgun. The newly joined soldiers were stunned, while the second-level awakeners on the side were already used to it. After confirming that the goods were qualified, Lin Feng asked one of the second-level awakeners to lead a small team to escort Jiang Cheng back to the temporary camp next door, and then lead the main force to clear out this storage area and equip it with shotguns. As for Lin Feng himself, he planned to take Liu Yi and go deeper into the shipyard farther away to find out what was going on. Watching the backs of the team members disappearing among the containers, Lin Feng turned around and looked at the shipyard in the distance, frowning slightly. Liu Yi held the shotgun tightly, looking a little nervous. "Sergeant, is there something going on ahead?" Lin Feng nodded, because when he entered the warehouse area just now and detected through telepathy, in addition to discovering the red beetles that Jiang Cheng mentioned, a large area of light flashed faintly in the shipyard 4 or 5 kilometers to the west. That is the signal of the black-backed insect swarm gathering together. Why did they gather in the shipyard? It is only separated from Changcheng on the other side of the river, and they can easily invade it. There must be other reasons for appearing in it. Fortunately, Lin Feng did not blindly lead the company into the urban area, otherwise he would probably be surrounded from both sides and be caught in a dilemma led by Lin Feng. The two of them groped their way forward quietly, discovering more swarms of insects, and even saw groups of red beetles at the edge of the port. They lay in the corner to avoid the scorching sun. He appeared to be in very bad condition, almost dying. Some of them were even sucking the flesh juices from their dead companions. At noon in midsummer, the temperature on the concrete floor of the port can reach 40 or 50 degrees. Could it be that these insects were roasted to death? With doubts, Lin Feng asked Liu Yi to watch from below, while he climbed to the top of the gantry crane and looked at the shipyard in the distance from the highest driving position. Through the sight carried by the electromagnetic gun, he quickly saw what was happening in the shipyard. A huge Zerg pit ship appeared in the center of the yard, with river water pouring in from inside. Then, a large number of red beetles carrying heavy steel blocks dived into the wormhole filled with water. Many red beetles could not bear the weight and died of exhaustion during the transportation. They were then carried by other people and thrown into the corners of the walls, eventually forming a pile of dead insects. Following the path they took, it extended all the way to a dilapidated dock nearby. At the already cast hull, they gnawed at the special steel of the hull module and cut it into irregular small pieces, weighing 1 or 2 tons. After falling to the ground, the red beetle is responsible for transporting it back to the wormhole filled with water. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Feng looked solemn. Amphibious flying wing vehicle. The Zerg stealing must be stopped. After returning to the ground, Lin Feng immediately led Liu Yi back to the port storage area, where they met Shenji and others who had arrived. "Call all members, assemble here. I originally wanted to wait until the hot weather at noon passed and then fight in the afternoon, but right now very important supplies are being looted by the Zerg, so I have to take action in advance. Everyone listen up, prepare for battle. Shenji, send someone to clean up the red beetles here. Act quickly and don't expose your whereabouts." After Lin Feng gave the order, he waited until everyone finished cleaning up and gathered together. Lin Feng also synthesized and replicated dozens of shotgun replicas using the remaining steel pipes. After they were released in batches, Lin Feng immediately arranged 50 of the soldiers, led by 2 second-level awakeners, to guard the east side and the bridgehead to prevent the Zerg from surrounding them. Then the remaining Legion squad and 100 soldiers followed him. Invade the shipyard. At the moment, he was more interested in the wormhole that led in water. Perhaps inside, there will not only be a finished second-order tiger worm jaw, but also a hatching nest connected to the second-order insect eggs. Chapter 147, The Furnace Cave, Ling Shuian's Arrival. As gets ready, the battle is about to begin. At Lin Feng's command, 5 second-level awakeners led 100 soldiers and launched a surprise attack on the swarm of red beetles near the wall. To deal with low-level red beetles, there is no need to use shotguns. Soldiers can kill them all with large-caliber rifles and heavy machine guns. At the same time, you can also use this to improve your own level. After one wave, more than a dozen soldiers have been upgraded to level 9 enhanced humans. They only need to kill one more black-backed insect to become the next awakener. Shenji rushed to the front of the team and transformed into a black warrior. His black armor was integrated with a modified battle armor on his body. The 2-meter-long sharp bone blades on both sides of his arms chalked out a X-shaped cut on the thick wall form. The bone blade flashed white light, and the half-meter-thick wall was easily broken. A gap about 4 or 5 meters wide appeared before his eyes as the shattered concrete wall collapsed and splashed. The sound of gunfire and breaking walls had interrupted the busy work at the shipyard. Many black-backed insects put down their cutting work and gathered everyone outside the dock. The second-level awakener raised a shotgun and launched an attack, with the soldiers behind him following. In order to allow the enhanced human to kill the awakened being as quickly as possible, Shenji instructed the Legion team to only aim at the limbs and lower abdomen of the black spine worm, not to hit the head, and to seriously injure it. The final killing mission is handed over to the new recruits. To deal with ordinary black-backed insects, 5 second-level Legion members are enough to take care of them. Shenji then came to Lin Feng. His feet that was submerged in river water. The entire wormhole has a diameter of 20 meters, far exceeding the size of ordinary ground wormholes, and can allow second-order tiger spine worms to enter and exit. The red beetles that were responsible for carrying the steel were now throwing the small pieces of special steel they had cut into the tank. The water is rich in metal minerals and its density is much higher than that of air. The speed at which special steel blocks fall inside it will also be greatly reduced, but the red beetle did not drill into the well in front of it. Lin Feng slowly squatted down and reached his hand into the water at the entrance of the cave. Sure enough, the water in the cave well was hot, and it gets hotter the further down you go. Therefore, the Zerg did not collect and transport special steel, but directly used local materials to build a biological furnace that could synthesize the second-order tiger spine worms' jaws. The rushing water from the rivers a few hundred meters away is the best coolant for the high-temperature forging furnace. Through telepathy, Lin Feng sensed that there was a huge light source 200 meters deep inside the cave. It was a living biological furnace, containing thousands of life energy, comparable to a high-level life form. However, he has no ability to think, let alone move. Judging from the situation, the possibility of the existence of second-order insect eggs is very small, but there should be quite a few forged orange-quality giant jaws. Lin Feng thought about it, looked around, and finally found a steel cable as thick as his arm. It was about 200 meters long. One end was given to Shenji to be tied to the crane, and the other end was tied around his waist. Then he jumped into the cave. The surface water temperature is about 40 to 50 degrees. Ordinary people can easily withstand it, but as the diving depth increases, the temperature suddenly rises to 70 or 80 degrees. Lin Feng could see the rising heat waves surging upwards and exchanging heat with the cold water in the cave above. At this moment, he had already dived to a depth of 60 or 70 meters. He could not see clearly the dark abyss beneath his feet, and the temperature of the water in the nearby well was getting higher and higher. At 70 or 80 degrees, even the first-level awakener cannot withstand it for long. When it reaches a depth of more than 100 meters, the boiling water waves will still burn Lin Feng even if he is covered by the flying tiger armor. No wonder the Zerg dared to place the biological furnace in the open air. I guess they are not afraid of being stolen by humans. Finally, Lin Feng's footsteps stopped at a depth of 120 meters, and numerous boiling bubbles were floating nearby. He tried to activate the flying tiger armor's absolute defense, but unfortunately the energy shield that could block extremely fast attacks was unable to stop the slowly approaching hot water. Canceling the variant form of absolute defense, Lin Feng began to observe his surroundings in the faint light. Then he discovered that the entire wall of the cave was covered with a layer of black coke. That's the husk left after the biomass is burned. But it has excellent thermal insulation effect. Even the temperature of thousands of degrees can be easily insulated. Lin Feng could vaguely sense that there was biological activity behind the carbon black graphite layer nearby and under his feet. Those special steel blocks dropped by the red beetles were liquefied at high temperature and then absorbed in the biological furnace under their feet, and synthesized into super hard giant jaws with organic molecules. However, this carbonized layer that isolates from high temperatures has a fatal flaw. The higher the temperature, the more fragile the carbonized layer becomes. Since it was impossible to go deeper into it to find out what was going on, Lin Feng planned to destroy the furnace directly and wait until the high-temperature reaction inside was extinguished before exploring further. Because orange-quality giant jaws are more scarce than second-level insect eggs. At present, not only has the flying tiger armor not been upgraded to the full level, but even the main equipment, the level 20 land cruiser, has not improved at all since the cross-level upgrade was completed. Tomorrow is the trading day agreed with the Queen Mother. The second batch of 52nd-order insect eggs will be received soon, and the battleship can finally be upgraded. The fusion upgrade materials that go with it must also be obtained as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated, pulled out the level 29 electromagnetic cannon at his waist, switched back to the armor-piercing shell mode, and then started shooting deeper under his feet. The firing speed of the armor-piercing projectile in water is several times slower due to the friction caused by the rising water flow. At the same time, the high-temperature heat waves nearby also cause its warhead to gradually melt pan and disappear in a flash under the impact of high-temperature waves. Apart from illuminating the space at the bottom and stirring up more large boiling bubbles, it has no destructive power on the core furnace. Seeing that he could not destroy the core of the bottom furnace, Lin Feng tried to calm himself down while sweating profusely. Suddenly he came up with an idea and started shooting wildly at the walls of the cave around him at a short distance. The armor-piercing projectile successfully penetrated the carbonized layer, and then exploded violently in the cave wall. The shock wave generated by the explosion created a huge wave of water at the bottom of the cave, which surged up and pushed Lin Feng directly to the surface of the wellhead. As the walls collapsed, the rocks and sand inside fell into the furnace mouth at the bottom, not only covering the fleshy plug at the furnace mouth, but also isolating the high-temperature energy inside and allowing it to continue spreading to the outside world. Pressure rise sharply, it continues to expand. At this moment, with the help of Shenji, Lin Feng had returned to the entrance of the cave. Before he could stand firmly on his feet, he pulled Shenji and quickly moved away from the cave entrance. After more than 10 seconds, a loud grunt came from the biological furnace at the bottom. Along with a dull noise, the ground of the entire shipyard shook violently. With a 20-meter-wide deep pit as the center, the concrete floor cracked instantly and quickly shattered in all directions like a spider web. The cracks were 20 to 30 centimeters wide and bottomless, and boiling water with steam kept seeping up. The clear water in the cave turned directly into black and yellow. As the furnace exploded violently under high pressure, a lot of dark red boiling magma scattered out, like a ball of black mud blooming and polluting, causing countless inky black bubbles to float on the surface of the water at the wellhead. When the bubbles burst, irritating gases evaporate into the air. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already retreated into the dock with Shenji, and at this moment, the second-level Legion team had also led more than 100 soldiers to clear out a zerg in the shipyard. They were guarding the gate of the shipyard, blocking a large number of black-backed insects coming to support from the city. The sound of shotgun explosions was endless. But as the furnace inside the cave exploded, causing earthquakes and collapse, both the zerg and the soldiers stopped fighting. Parts the first is at the beginning of the explosion, when the shock wave and vacuum bubbles spread out. When these effects gradually dissipate, the vacuum center of the explosion will shrink back madly due to the pressure produced. 2 stages of damage, first pushing and then pulling. As a result, the dock of the shipyard close to the big river was broken into pieces and sank into the water like a collapsed dam. The river water began to flow back frantically, extinguishing the boiling heat in the cave. The filling of river water also temporarily slowed down the successive collapses near the dock. Even Lin Feng couldn't help swallowing when he saw the horrifying explosion effect that directly changed the terrain. The high-pressure explosion in the furnace core directly destroyed half of the shipyard, an area of more than 2 square kilometers, and it started from 200 meters underground. The power is comparable to the effect of a nuclear bomb, with a TNT equivalent of 100,000 tons exploding underground. It can even kill a high-level queen in an instant. No wonder the queen here wants to set up the biological reaction device for melting giant jaws by the river. This is to prevent an accident from causing a devastating blow to oneself and the entire insect swarm, like a self-explosion. As the core of the furnace was destroyed, the swarm of black-backed insects that came to rescue, as if they had received orders from the Queen Mother, began to retreat into the city and hide. Lin Feng, who rushed over, frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Chase them anymore. First clean up the battlefield at the dock and collect the useful biological materials. Without the protection provided by the tanks and lacking experience in street fighting, rushing into the city would be a death wish. The 5 second-level awakeners nodded, agreeing with him. Last time in Jiacheng, Lin Feng was surrounded and blocked by a swarm of black spine insects because of his carelessness. This time, most of the hundreds of soldiers were not even first-level awakeners, and they were simply unable to resist the swarm of insects that were attacking crazily without fear of life and death in a street fight. Some of the new recruits, in particular, could not even withstand the recoil of a shotgun. They often had to relax their severely worn shoulders after firing a few rounds in a row. After instructing everyone to clean up the battlefield, Lin Feng asked the second-level Legion team to stay on guard to prevent a Zerg sneak attack. Then he took Shenji and dozens of ordinary soldiers back to the broken and collapsed dock. The aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated, leaving behind a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Under the flushing of the river water, the surging black mud and boiling hot water have disappeared. Now you need to send someone to dive into the water, drill to the bottom, and look for the orange quality giant jewel cast in the furnace. Lin Feng estimated that there should be quite a few. Then he sent people to collect the steel cables from the nearby dock, tied them into a long rope of several hundred meters, and tied it around his waist. These arm-thick steel wire cables can easily lift 30 or 40 tons. Lin Feng and Shenji immediately jumped into the water. With the protection of the flying tiger armor and the winged tiger berserker form, the two don't have to worry about being attacked by Zerg. As long as the exploded furnace cools down, they can move freely. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the original core location. The water temperature nearby was still around 40 or 50 degrees, but this did not affect the two of them. Rubble covering the furnace. When the area near the cave entrance was cleaned up, there was a thick layer of metal cooling blocks under the broken fleshy furnace shell. Its material was very close to that of the giant jewel, but it was still a little lacking in plasticity. Lin Feng touched it and a prompt flashed before his eyes. Zerg jewel, incomplete, orange quality note, can be added as material for synthesis upgrades. Unexpectedly, this huge piece of semi-finished product weighing more than 10 tons was actually useful. Lin Feng immediately tied the steel cable around his waist to the iron block. After confirming that it was firm, I pulled it hard. The soldiers at the port received the signal and began to use all their strength to drag the object tied with steel cables ashore. As the large pieces of semi-finished products were removed, another small sunken hole appeared beneath them. The two of them worked together to dig up the buried hole. The next moment, a small connecting deep underground appeared in front of Lin Feng. It is only 3 meters in diameter and should be a conveying pipe connected to the bottom of the furnace, which is used to fine-tune the initially liquefied and formed biomodal. The two of them gestured with their hands and then went in. Lin Feng walked in front, stepping on the solidified residual liquid under his feet, and then he discovered that the walls of the tunnel were all cast with giant jewel material. No wonder they could withstand the impact of the explosion. Apart from cracks and water seepage, there was no major damage. The two walked one in front and one behind after a few hundred meters. The river water that had seeped in from the nearby area gradually disappeared, leaving only the cooling metal liquid remaining near the soles of their feet. Judging from the direction of movement, it is estimated that it has entered the county town. Lin Feng used telepathy to sense the presence of a large insect nest under his feet. Near the pipeline, there were signs of red beetle activity. They were the ones that drilled into it and took away the biomodal liquid that was flowing in to complete the final synthesis process of the second-order tiger-back worm's giant jaws. Following the traces, the two finally emerged from a hole. Lin Feng held the electromagnetic cannon in one hand and the tiger tooth chainsaw sword in the other. Use the flight mode and land steadily at the same time. The flying tiger armor on your body releases the power of tiger insects, scaring away the approaching black-backed insects and red scar beetles. Shenji followed closely behind with the steel cable. The insect nest here is slightly different from the one the two entered underground in the eastern district of Wuchen last time. The walls of the insect nest were covered with unknown fungi emitting a faint green fluorescence. The light illuminated the dim cave, allowing Lin Feng and the others to barely see the situation in the cave. Deep in the insect nest, there stood a giant fleshy wall. It had no obvious head features and looked more like an infinitely growing brown red tumor. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. This thing should be the biological factory that the Zerg uses to produce second-order giant jaws. Just like the previous biological furnace, they are all living organisms. Then he took Shenji with him, and the two of them started cutting the mountain of meat in front of them. With a wave of their hands and a slash of their swords, the tiger tooth chainsaw sword in Lin Feng's hand and the bone blades on Shenji's arms encountered obstacles from hard objects. The two of them pulled it out, and it turned out to be an orange-quality giant jaw that was created by organic synthesis through the red beetle's injection of liquid metal. 1, 2, 3. Finally, a total of 28 were found, equivalent to 14 pairs of giant jaws, enough to assemble a second-order tiger spine swarm. But in Lin Feng's opinion, this should only be the amount produced in 1 or 2 days with the cutting and transportation speed of the shipyard. The giant jaws must have produced hundreds or even thousands of them. It is enough for the Queen Mother to hatch a large number of second-level tiger spine worms. The Queen Mother here is also making preparations in advance for the future battle of Tehu Lake. While crushing the pile of rotten meat in front of him, Lin Feng received feedback from his telepathy. showing that a large number of tiger-backed insects were quickly approaching from a distance. Without time to think about it, Lin Feng ordered Shenji to work together to tie these giant jaws to steel cables and stuff them into the channel for transporting molten metal blocks. The size was just right. Lin Feng raised the electromagnetic cannon and fired wildly at the entrance of the insect nest in the distance, causing the cave wall to collapse, burying the entrance and exit, and the second-level Zerg that came to support. Judging from the situation, this second-level blocking queen has not yet entered the middle stage of the third level, so no new second-level Zergs are born under her command. But the most urgent task right now is to take away the giant jaw materials in order to prevent the tunnel from being damaged and sinking deeper and deeper. With their abilities, it would be no problem for them to fight their way out. However, to drag away this huge pile of biological materials, it would be basically impossible without the cover and cooperation of the Second Order Legion. Fortunately, Shenji acted quickly. After Lin Feng blocked the entrance with a gun, he also came to help. It only took a few minutes to stuff all the giant jaws into the passage. Shenji walked in front, pulling the steel cable, while Lin Feng was responsible for the rear, pushing forward with all his might. Nearly 100 tons of force pushed these giant jaws forward with difficulty in a small tunnel of 500 to 600 meters long. The roar of tiger-backed insects came from behind, constantly destroying the outer shell of the tunnel wall, only a few dozen meters away from Lin Feng. Fortunately, due to the explosion in front, water continued to seep in, and the water reduced the frictional resistance. Before long, the two of them successfully arrived at the entrance under the furnace. Shenji tied up the giant jaws with nearby steel cables and sent them to the shore one by one. Finally, only the angry roar of the second-level tiger-backed worm could be heard from deep inside the cave. After obtaining the second-level giant jaw without any danger, Lin Feng sat beside the collapsed deep pit and breathed a sigh of relief. Now we just have to wait until evening, and Shen Yannian will control the fleet to come and pick us up. After resting, Lin Feng walked into the dock. The large ship being built inside looked like a warship, but unfortunately most of it had been cut off by the Zerg, leaving only the bottom of the ship, which weighed only 100 tons. During the search, the Zerg that retreated into the city sent out small groups of black-backed insects to launch several feint attacks from both sides, and also sent out more than a dozen first-order green-winged insects to observe the current situation of the shipyard. These peepers were easily repelled by the soldiers. Lin Feng even used the Eye of Death with a great interest to snipe them as the sun was setting. When Chen Yannian led the fleet to meet them and crossed a bridge, she brought Lin Feng an unexpected news. There is a woman named Ling Shuyan, who claims to be the director of the Jinchang Biological Research Institute, and she is here to discuss something with you. They came all the way from Jinchang. Is it related to your visit to Professor Ding in Laotian Park last time? Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly as he watched the soldiers carry the giant jaw into the storage space at the rear of the battleship. He then informed them of his plan to recruit researchers to transform the Second Order Legion. Chen Yannian frowned slightly. I don't think that woman is a good person. I asked them to go to the field hospital to help first, and they said you won't be back until later. Lin Feng nodded, left the warship and went to the dock, where he integrated the remaining materials from the warship's hull into the giant jaws of the black spine insect and the membrane wings of the blue-winged insect that everyone had collected, and synthesized a total of 12 replicas of the flying winged tanks. As for the remaining materials in the warehouse, they were all copied into level 19 shotguns, and some were integrated into the tanks. When the fleet was ready to return, it already had 20 chariots as auxiliary ships, and the overall size doubled. Such firepower can easily suppress the charge of tens of thousands of Zerg troops. When everything was packed up, including the survivors on the other side, they boarded the chariot. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Lin Feng stood at the bow and issued the order to return. I haven't met the real person in real life. Let's go back and meet this Ling Shuyan. Chapter 148 Cooperation and Negotiation, Primarchs. Did you meet those unfamiliar faces in Jianbei? Lin Feng shook his head and briefly mentioned to Chen Yannian the discovery of human forces at the dock. After thinking for a while, he also told her about Jiang Chengcheng. This little girl is also a psychic-type superpower awakener. She has great potential in the future, but she is too young. It will take her 7 or 8 years to grow up and join us. Through Lin Feng's description, Chen Yannian quickly recalled the special little girl in the crowd. Only her clothes were dirty and her face had not been washed for a long time like a wild child, so he asked Lin Feng about his plan. Are you going to let her go just like that? With her potential, she might be very helpful to us in the future, and once the decapitation plan is successfully completed, resisting the Zerg invasion will turn into a tug-of-war. Human forces need fresh blood to join. If we don't train the next generation in advance, all the resistance forces in the future will only become fewer and fewer. Lin Feng nodded. Compared to the combat teams that were formed directly, such as Li Ran and the soldiers, the children who were trained from childhood not only had great potential, but were also more loyal. The most important thing in building an empire is loyalty. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng continued, "You're right. We shouldn't let them go. For awakening battles, let the surviving children have a safe and stable place to live, and let them adapt to the rules of survival at the end times as quickly as possible." Chen Yannian hummed, feeling happy. "When we get back to the camp, I'll go see Jiang Cheng. If her parents are really gone, she'll definitely need extra care. By the way, those deserters who invaded the warehouse building?" Lin Feng shrugged. "I'm not sure. It seems that the soldiers stationed at the bridge used them as bait to attract a lot of red beetles. Although the battle at the bridgehead was not fierce, all of their group were level 9 enhanced people, stronger than the 100 soldiers left at the shipyard, so those deserters who have neither courage nor strength can just be used as waste. Let's go quickly. We have synthesized so many tanks in one go. We are already starving. We also need to upgrade the equipment of the soldiers at night. There are actually a lot of things to do. This time, a total of 14 pairs of second-level orange giant jaws and more than 500 pairs of red giant jaws of black-back insects were harvested. Newly born First-Order Awakeners can be equipped with level 10 basic red armor, which greatly increases their chances of survival when facing a swarm of black spine insects in the wild or in street fighting. Reduced psychological pressure and morale will naturally improve. Soon, led by the land cruiser, 20 return tanks to the university town camp behind the second line of defense. After only half an hour of driving, more than 150 soldiers returned safely. More than 100 of them completed the awakening kill and were then arranged to live in the cleaned-up dormitory building for their first awakening. But before that, you have to have a protein-rich whole fish feast. Ensure that during the awakening process, the value of each attribute increases perfectly. Dozens of minutes later, on the land cruiser, Lin Feng was sitting at the long dining table in the living area, enjoying the delicious food prepared by Chen Yannian herself at this time. The side door of the battleship slowly opened. A long-haired woman wearing a white coat and black glasses appeared under the warship and climbed up the ladder to the interior of the warship. Lin Feng chewed the fishball in his mouth and looked at the beautiful woman who appeared in front of him. To be honest, Ling Shuayan herself is more stunning and beautiful than the photo that Fatty Ding showed. Even though her proud figure was covered by a long gown, it could still be vaguely seen while she walked, and her figure was actually a few points taller than Chen Yannian, and her height was close to 1.8 meters. Wearing high heels, she was half a head taller than Chen Yannian, who is receiving her. Almost as tall as Lin Feng, who is 1.88 meters tall. However, correspondingly, Ling Shuayan also has a big frame. Although she is more plump than Liu Ruojiao and Han Yuxin, she does not have the gracefulness and delicateness of southern girls. When he walked quickly, he brought with him an overwhelming or obvious northern characteristics. As she walked over, Lin Feng's eyes also showed the results of the appraisal: human female, LV 1919, horsepower 150, VT 145, SPR 160, superpower awakening, brain enhancement. The secondary evolution of the highly intelligent brain is in line with the direction of human evolution. The activity of brain cells has doubled, which has increased intelligence by 50%, and greatly enhanced the level of scientific research capabilities. Note: researchers are the cornerstone of civilization progress in the cold universe. Truth and strength are equally important. Unexpectedly, the woman in front of him had already become a fully awakened person in the late first stage, and had even awakened an extremely rare brain-enhancing ability. The level of intelligence is far higher than that of ordinary awakened people. No wonder Ding Chenghe is afraid of her in front of a woman. His strength and intelligence, which he was so proud of, were completely lost. It was estimated that no one in the entire research institute could surpass Ling Shuayan. At this moment, the woman had come to Lin Feng, pulled out the side chair next to him, and sat down in a very familiar manner. Lin Feng picked up the wine glass and said politely, "Have you eaten? If not, we can talk while we eat, or wait until I finish eating first." Ling Shuayan frowned slightly, but it was fleeting. Then she winked and smiled. "It's not easy to see Master Lin. I'm afraid you'll disappear again." Lin Feng shrugged. "The battle on the front line is intense. I have just taken over the 13th Division, And many things need me to do personally. How could Director Ling have the time to come to the dangerous front line in person without informing me in advance so that I could send a team to meet you and escort you? Chen Yanyan came over, poured a glass of wine for Ling Shuyan, then stood behind Lin Feng and put her hand on his shoulder. Ling Shuyan narrowed her eyes slightly and continued, "That has to work. There's no coverage where you're going, since Commander Lin is busy with trivial matters. Let's get straight to the point right now. Saving the Federation is the most important thing." After saying that, Ling Shuyan leaned back in her chair, lowered her head and took the initiative to speak. "I agree to your terms and will leave some of my staff to help you continue your research. I can even perform the genetic surgery modification myself, and the equipment left behind in the field hospital, plus the lab in the university town, should be enough. But before that, I need to witness with my own eyes the genetically assimilated natural awakener you mentioned." After saying that, Ling Shuyan raised the wine glass and took a half sip with confidence. Lin Feng had no expression on his face and shook his head. "First of all, I think Director Ling may have misunderstood. My condition is that all of you in the Biological Research Institute must stay, especially you as the director. Secondly, the main task of recruiting you is to research perfect biological transformation technology and overcome the defects that the genetic warriors still have. Besides that, there are some additional tasks, such as the anatomical research of the new second-order Zerg, especially the warrior hunter, which poses the greatest threat to us. As for the naturally awakened ones you mentioned, as long as they agree to these conditions, there will be no problem, of course. He can only cooperate with you in the experiment and must be under our surveillance. He cannot do anything that threatens his life." Hearing Lin Feng's conditions, Ling Shuyan frowned. She knew that the other party also coveted the genetic modification technology and wanted to obtain a batch of powerful genetic warriors to fight against the Zerg invasion and consolidate his own rule. This can be accomplished by a few researchers with skilled surgery, but the core zygotes need to be purchased from the Research Institute on a long-term basis. But Lin Feng's request was tantamount to asking the Institute to sign a contract to sell itself, which was seriously inconsistent with Ling Shuyan's plans and ambitions. Slowly putting down the wine glass, looking at the smiling man in front of her, Ling Shuyan took a deep breath, and her tone changed, with a hint of warning. "Impossible. Do you want to become the common enemy of the world? Or, after successfully blocking the Zerg, Commander Lin plans to lead thousands of genetic warriors back to the safe zone in the rear and announce that he will rule the entire Federation?" Lin Feng laughed. "I'm not interested in those. Once the technology of genetic modification is perfected, you can just give it to our forces. I think Qin Hu, who is about to go to the federal capital to participate in the defense of the capital, needs it more than I do. There is no doubt that its intellectual property belongs to you. It is your right to use it as you wish, and I only need this technology to continue to serve my soldiers, my second-order legion. Don't worry, my ultimate goal is not to overthrow the Federation that has long existed in name only. When they gave the order to abandon the entire South in order to defend the northern states, the thousands of miles of fertile land south of the great rivers had already become a no-man's land. For example, Jincheng will be in my possession, but I have no interest in power. All the efforts we make now are just to achieve the ultimate goal." As he spoke, Lin Feng's tone deepened, and at the same time he released his own powerful aura, and slowly said, "Kill the high-level queen and completely destroy the entire swarm." The terrifying aura coming from the second-level fully awakened one made Ling Shuyan freeze in front of the table. She had conducted various experiments and tests on the transformed Qin Hu, and was very clear about the aura of a second-level awakener. Even when he entered the middle stage of the second level, he was not as oppressive as Lin Feng in front of her. Ling Shuyan was aware of Lin Feng's strength, which was very strong. From what she had seen and heard after arriving here today, she could tell that Lin Feng's synthetic ability was comparable to that of a logistics captain. Especially the warships that travel on dry land and the armed chariots that follow them can easily suppress the insect swarm if they are combined with powerful genetic warriors to make up for the only shortcoming of individual strength. By then, the remnants of defeated troops led by Lin Feng will truly become the strongest army in the Federation, and even in the human race. But now the true power displayed by the other party made Ling Shuyan surprised to find that she still underestimated the young man in front of her. Lin Feng does not need genetic modification at all. His own strength is far superior to that of the genetic warriors no wonder Qin Hu described him personally before. The boy in front of him, who was more than 10 years younger than him, was praised to the skies by him, and he was even very likely to be the strongest awakened human being in the entire blue planet. Not only about strength, but also about the potential of supernatural powers. After a long and careful consideration, Ling Shuyan suddenly changed her mind and asked, "Are you really confident that you can kill the high-level Queen Mother?" Lin Feng nodded solemnly. All his efforts were to enter the third stage as quickly as possible, especially after knowing the true terror and strength of the enemy. Staring at the woman in front of him, Lin Feng promised, "Give me 200 Jin warriors to hold down the Second Order Zerg underground. I am confident that I can sneak into the underground mother nest and completely kill the Third Order Mother Queen." Ling Shuyan's mouth corners slightly raised. "I need its body." Lin Feng shrugged. "Of course. Any Zerg corpses will be sent to your institute first. I also need you to provide the latest information on Zerg species. Director Ling, you can rest assured about this. I think there is no force in the entire Federation that can deal with the Zerg faster than me." Ling Shuyan licked her red lips and exhaled softly. "Okay, I promise you. Stay here, stay in Jincheng." Lin Feng put down his chopsticks and snapped his fingers. "Call Shenji and Zhang Liang over." Ling Shuyan was stunned. "You didn't say there were two?" Lin Feng raised his glass and said indifferently, "Is this probability very low?" Ling Shuyan twitched her lips. "Based on the test results of our laboratory, there may be only one lucky person among 100 million awakened people. Every 1,000 live experiments can only improve the basic fusion degree by 0.1% of 10,000. What do you think?" While Shenji and the others were still not here, Lin Feng thought of the rules of superpower awakening and spoke with some curiosity. If the awakened superpowers are closely related to the daily behavior habits of the awakener, then if we cultivate the next generation from a young age, can we be sure to influence their final awakening results? Ling Shuyan's pupils shrank, and she thought of a possibility. "You want to use your natural awakeners as an example to make those teenagers also have the innate ability of genetic assimilation? But that would require them to adapt to the foreign Zerg genes from now on, which is equivalent to injecting them with a very small amount of Zerg fluid, and the risk of death in doing so is not low." But the woman pushed up her glasses, seeming to really consider the feasibility of this idea. After hearing her plan, Lin Feng felt more and more that the woman in front of him was like the evil scientist in a science fiction thriller, a femme fatale who would do anything for the sake of research. He quickly interrupted, Hey, what are you thinking about? Gene warriors are just a transitional means if we can directly repel the Zerg underground. I don't want all my men to become half human, half insect monsters. Remember, benefits and risks coexist. These genetic warriors can easily fall into insanity. Once there's internal strife, it will only increase management costs infinitely and even cause serious damage to the team's vitality, which is like drinking poison to quench thirst. What I mean is that through careful training in the early stages, the probability of awakening physical enhancement abilities can be reduced, making the awakening of mental abilities more likely. For example, someone like you who has awakened through brain evolution. Ling Shuyan's face changed, and she immediately looked up, staring at the man in front of her. "How do you report?" Before she could finish her words, a vigorous voice came from the entrance of the fleet, interrupting Ling Shuyan's questioning. Shenji, bringing Zhang Liang, who had completed the second-level awakening, walked to the dining table. Seeing the genetically assimilated natural awakener she had been longing for a long time, Ling Shuyan stood up on the spot, even forgetting what happened before, and her hands began to tremble with excitement. Because of Shenji and Zhang Liang's appearance. Just as Qinhu said, the obvious characteristics of the Zerg exoskeleton have already appeared, and even Shenji's elbows have grown two sharp bone blades like the giant jaws of the black-spined worm. Noticing the extremely aggressive and greedy gaze of the strange woman in front of him, Shenji stared at her vigilantly, and at the same time instinctively protected Zhang Liang behind him. Lin Feng slowly introduced, "This is Ling Shuyan, the director of the Jincheng Biological Research Institute. She is also the leader of the Biological Transformation Program and the mother of the Gene Warriors. Anyway, she will cooperate with you to unlock the secret of genetic assimilation and help humans defeat the Zerg warrior hunters successfully." Then, Lin Feng looked at Ling Shuyan. "This is Shenji and his girlfriend, Zhang Liang. Do you need to verify it? I forgot to mention that they have all become second-level awakeners, especially Captain Shenji, who has just been promoted to the middle stage of the second level. He is the most powerful person in the team after me. I'm afraid their assimilated forms will scare you." Ling Shuyan heard a hint of warning in Lin Feng's words, then suppressed her inner excitement, shook her head and said, "No need. I am the only one in the Federation who has the technology to develop zygotes, and each one is equipped with a positioning sensor. So, They are all natural beautiful, like a work of art. After saying that, Ling Shuyan slowly walked forward, smiled and stretched out her right hand towards Shenji and the others. You two may not realize the importance of meeting each other at this moment. Believe me, you are simply a great gift from heaven to mankind, and you happen to be a man and a woman. You two will become the first primarchs of all future gene warriors. Chapter 149 Arrangement, Goodbye, Genetic Radiation. Ling Shuyan's enthusiasm obviously surprised Shenji and the others. Especially Zhang Liang behind him, who had just come out of the psychological trauma from the dangerous experience of the Second Awakening, and had not participated in any outdoor battles recently. Seeing this, Chen Yan'an only assigned her some simple and easy logistical support tasks. But the task of cooperating with the research had been tacitly approved by Lin Feng, so Shenji did not directly refuse, but said, "The battle on the front line is intense. I need to be on standby at all times. Liang has just awakened and is not in a good condition to leave the camp." Ling Shuyan pushed her glasses, then took out a sharp scimitar from inside her long white coat, holding it between her slender fingers, revealing a cold light. "It's okay, the preliminary research doesn't require much material. All you need to do extract is some epidermal tissue and bone marrow stem cells. For you too, this is just like donating blood. It won't have any impact." Shenji held Zhang Liang's hand and nodded, "As soon as possible." "To the bus you brought here?" Ling Shuyan nodded, looked at the girl behind Shenji, her blue neck covered by a high-collared coat, and spoke softly to comfort him. "It'll only take 5 minutes, let's go. If we can solve the puzzle of genetic assimilation sooner, we may also be able to solve the uncontrolled proliferation of Zerg characteristics in the two of you as soon as possible." Zhang Liang, who had been keeping her head down and keeping silent, suddenly raised her head, with a gleam of light in her eyes. Shenji sighed and stopped resisting. Lin Feng wiped his mouth, walked to the side door of the warship, and looked at the impatient woman on the ladder. "How long will it take after this? Wujin can't hold on for a few more days. I hope there will be a breakthrough as soon as possible." Ling Shuyan turned around and said calmly, "Don't worry if we look for a solution based on the answer. It will only take 5 days, no, 3 days, to solve the existing problem and increase the success rate of the operation to over 80%. Lin Feng nodded and watched her lead Shenji and the other two to the square not far away. There was a passenger bus parked there. It used to be a blood donation bus, but now it has been converted into a mobile biological laboratory that can preserve the tissue activity of Shenji and the other person. After completing the transaction with Ling Shuyan, Lin Feng, who was full and satisfied, stretched out his body. Suddenly, I saw Chen Yan'an, who had just gone out to inform Shenji and the others, was looking for the little girl Jiang Cheng mentioned earlier from among the survivors she brought back. He took her to the dormitory building in the university town and prepared to help her wash and change her clothes. "Okay, it's time for me to get to work." Lin Feng smiled and then upped the panel. There are currently 8 second-level insect eggs and called 14 pairs of second-level orange jaws in the battleship storage spaces for the more than 20 tons of liquid metal collected in the biological furnace. They were automatically converted into 6 pairs of orange jaws, which is equivalent to currently having 20 pairs. The remaining red materials include 535 pairs of first-order giant jaws and 5 pairs of flying membrane wings of green-winged insects. In addition, the 6 pulse tail cannons that were brought back when the Kinhu team sneaked into the underground of Wujin to kill the Pulse War Scorpion were also among them. The pulse tail gun and the second stage giant jaw are both to be integrated into the land cruiser. However, considering that the gain effect brought by each material after multiple fusions is decreasing marginally, Lin Feng plans to fuse them only during each small stage of upgrade. For the intermediate small levels, normal upgrades are performed. The energy fed back into the body after the upgrade is used to recharge one's own genetic radiation skills. Each time genetic radiation is used, it will consume the energy of a second-level upgrade. The current harvest. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and call up the land cruiser data. Land cruiser LV-20/29, orange quality upgrade points 4/10, defense 180, damage 150, average speed 200 kilometers, endurance limit 1000 kilometers. Chen Yan'an piloted the battleship and led the fleet deep into the heart of the Zerg swarm, destroying a large number of level 3 Zerg nests. This not only suppressed the expansion speed of the Zerg, but also allowed the battleship to absorb a lot of dissipated energy from the dead Zerg on the battlefield. After several battles, I have finally accumulated 4 upgrade points. There are only 6 points left before the next upgrade can be started. At present, Lin Feng already possesses the level 24 Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword, which has stored enough energy for a synchronous upgrade. However, the genetic radiation can only be used once, which is obviously not safe enough. So Lin Feng ordered the battleship to wipe out the lives of the 6 second-level insect eggs in the storage space and absorb all the energy they emitted. After collecting 10 upgrade points, start upgrading the battleship. It's a small upgrade with no extra ingredients, not too many changes, and the upgrade speed is very fast. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Feng called Li Ren to count the soldiers who have become or are about to become awakened, and collect the level 9 red armor they are wearing. Fuse a pair of black spine insects red giant jaws and upgrade to level 10 red-black armor. It can also be regarded as one of the rewards after their upgrade. As for the Legion squad that had just been promoted to the 2nd level, since they had no surplus reserves of the 2nd level orange jaws, they were temporarily asked to continue using the red armor and consider upgrading their equipment after completing the underground mission stage. The synthesis and upgrade speed of first-level red items is abnormally fast, almost 1 per second, and I feel very relaxed and almost no energy is consumed after upgrading hundreds of level 10 red armors in one go. Lin Feng still felt in good condition. Soon, a reminder popped up in front of me. Land Cruiser upgrade completed. Land Cruiser LV21/29, orange quality upgrade points 0/10, defense 200, damage 160, average speed 200 km, endurance limit 1200 km. Stop. Detect that the host has reached the 2nd stage of perfection, absorbing the synchronous upgrade energy. It cannot upgrade to higher level, but it can improve certain basic attributes or store them in the body's genetic radiation skills for consumption. This time the battleship was upgraded normally without any additional features, so only the basic attributes were slightly improved. Looking at the synchronized upgrade energy feedback, Lin Feng stored it into the genetic radiation skill, preparing for his next meeting with Ling Yi tomorrow. As for the attribute enhancement, if we can successfully unlock the gene seal of the Queen Mother Lingai, change her position, and allow the two to have a more in-depth cooperation and communication, Lin Feng believes that the final reward will be even greater. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the future, you can also learn more about high-level Zerg through Longai, which consumes ordinary upgrade energy once, which is definitely worth the money. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked forward to tomorrow's meeting even more. Suddenly, a whistle sounded outside the house. Ling Shuain had already collected the required samples and personally drove a modified off-road vehicle to park next to the Land Cruiser, ready to say goodbye. Looking at the brand new appearance of the battleship, she narrowed her eyes and rolled down the window, becoming stronger again. Is this your synthesis ability? But rather than synthesis, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it optimization. Lin Feng shrugged and ignored the other party. Complete your mission as soon as possible. I need to obtain the first batch of complete genetic warriors in 7 days, and the success rate of the operation must be above 95%. Ling Shuayan nodded and continued to ask, no problem. But how did you know that I am an awakened person with brain evolution? Lin Feng smiled and shrugged. You are able to withstand my pressure, which means you are at least a first-stage late awakener. However, you have neither physical enhancement nor spiritual energy. Considering the awakening law you mentioned, there is only one possibility. As a researcher, your brain has evolved a second time and is now smarter. Ling Shuayan snorted and slowly stretched out her hand. I heard from Shenji and other soldiers that you have another treasure, a second-level insect egg given to you by the Queen Mother? Surgery. Lin Feng looked at her and suddenly laughed. No problem, but all the live worms have been consumed by my team members. I can only provide you with a dead egg. After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and looked at the rear of the battleship. Inside the automatically open rear hatch, a second-level dead egg, whose energy had been taken away by the battleship, was lying there. Then he ordered Li Ren to send out an elite team of 21st stage late awakeners, carrying the weapons and equipment left by the 13th Division, to escort Director Ling all the way back to the Jinchang Biological Research Institute. Looking at the busy elite soldiers, Lin Feng slowly walked to Ling Shuayan's off-road vehicle and reminded her, I forgot to mention that the organic nutrient solution has more uses than just this. It can also improve our physical fitness and make up for genetic physical defects. Study it carefully. If you need anything, just let me know. Ling Shuayan frowned slightly and closed the window. Although she knew that this was Lin Feng's surveillance plan, she was also very clear that she had no power to refuse after the 13th Division withdrew. There was no large force in the entire Jiangnan province, or even the southern region, that could contain the enemy. Even some of the state guards currently stationed in Laoshan were no match for Lin Feng. Even at this moment, the 21st Order Late Awakeners in the jeep sent to guard the front and back of the convoy can easily deal with the security forces outside the research institute. So Ling Shuyan naturally decided to stop while she was ahead. Carrying the gene original sample and the second order insect eggs, he returned to the Jincheng Biological Research Institute under the protection of 20 elite soldiers. Not long after seeing Ling Shuyan off, Lin Feng, who was continuing to upgrade the red armor, received a call from Han Yuxin. After some communication, I realized that I forgot to ask my team members to collect live black-spined insects this afternoon. The main purpose was to make the soldier an awakener as soon as possible, and to encounter the biological furnace by the river. A series of things piled up together, so Lin Feng forgot about it. Fortunately, at this time Chen Yannian came over holding a little girl. When I went deep into the heart of the insect nest this afternoon, I asked the soldiers to collect the black spine insects that were seriously injured by the bombing. There were about 120 black spine insects in total. The soldiers had not had time to kill them yet. This should be enough for Sister Yuxin to use for a while. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Thank you. Then he continued on the phone, we'll take 100 of them this time. Discuss the distribution ratio with Hu Fei. Also, tell Betty to get the supplies and medical personnel we need as soon as possible. Then I arrange well for you and her to have the precious opportunity to advance to the second level awakener. Han Yuxin showed a look of joy and nodded. After explaining the matter of reopening the school, Lin Feng hung up the phone and looked at Chen Yannian, and beside her, the refreshed Jiang Chengcheng, and asked, you want to leave her at the front? Take her to the battlefield? Chen Yannian hesitated for a while, then shook her head and looked at the delicate and well-behaved little girl beside her, who looked like a porcelain doll, with a hint of fondness. No, it's safer to send her back to Jincheng. However, we can temporarily adopt Cheng Cheng since her parents haven't been found yet. Let Sister Yuxin take care of her. Lin Feng nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Although Cheng Cheng's supernatural powers that were initially awakened in advance have great potential, she herself does not have the combat capability. Due to age restrictions and lack of development, they only have 1/5 of the strength of their peers. If they stay on the front line or are adopted by the team, they will become a burden to the team. Fortunately, Chen Yannian did not act too willful. And by adopting Jiang Chengcheng in the name of her and Lin Feng, even if she is sent to Jincheng in the rear, she will not become a wild child without discipline like before. After the discussion, they watched in the middle of the night as dozens of combat soldiers, auxiliary soldiers, and human survivors they had taken and boarded a bus and disappeared in the direction of Jincheng. After Lin Feng finished upgrading the remaining armor, he and Chen Yannian went to bed early. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Lin Feng packed his clothes, fully armed, carrying the LV-29 electromagnetic cannon, the LV-24 tiger tooth chainsaw sword, and the flying tiger armor on his body, and left the camp. Head to Jiacheng area, 40 kilometers southwest of the university town. The genetic radiation skill in the body already has 2 upgrade reserves of landing cruiser and chainsword, and can be used twice in a row. When his powerful aura appeared on the outskirts of Jiacheng, within a few minutes, just like last time, the ground under his feet slowly collapsed. A huge bottomless pit suddenly appeared. The clone of the Queen Mother Ling Yi appeared in front of Lin Feng surrounded by red beetles. This batch of 52nd level insect eggs has been prepared for you. You did a good job, but there is one thing. Lin Feng frowned slightly and became secretly alert. The Queen Mother's clone spoke in a bad tone. You shouldn't have sent so many soldiers into Tehu Lake to fish. Those are my resources for expansion. Lin Feng had a blank expression on his face, but he felt relieved and said indifferently, my soldiers are not bugs that don't eat or drink. They need to rest and eat before they can continue to fight and help you stop the third stage middle stage Mother Queen in Heicheng. It's just a few hundred tons of fish meat, which is nothing compared to the hundreds of thousands of tons of biomass resources in the entire Tehu Lake, and this is not within the scope of our agreement. Long Yi did not refute, which was considered as his agreement. Then he waved his hand and summoned a group of red beetles, which were carrying fresh second-level insect eggs, and placed them in front of Lin Feng, then reminded, be careful. The number 76 in Heicheng may be trading with other Queen Mothers in order to swallow up the enemy in front of him, that is, you. Lin Feng's face changed slightly. He had long guessed that the Queen Mother of Heicheng, who had retreated into hiding and was not coming out, must have been secretly planning a countermeasure. However, after being reminded by Ling Yi, He thought of something. When I went to inspect the north of Tehu yesterday, I found a biological furnace beside the big river that was smelting a second-level giant jua. The explosive power of that thing is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb, but we can synthesize at least dozens of second-order giant juas every day. If all of you high-level queen mothers can do this, there shouldn't be a shortage of second-order tiger backworm giant juas, right? After hearing Lin Feng's description, a look of surprise appeared on the face of Ling Yi's female human clone. The hot melting furnace is very dangerous and consumes a lot of energy. An ordinary early-stage third queen will not waste energy on it. Using the electrolysis of the biological nest can also obtain the second-stage giant jua, but the speed will be much slower and the material requirements for the raw materials are relatively high, but the hot melting furnace is different. Any metal can be thrown into it and directly calcined under high temperature and high pressure. After cooling, it becomes a semi-finished organic metal that the biological nest can directly absorb and utilize. The one from Tehu Lake, perhaps it has already communicated and cooperated with number 76 in Heicheng. It will be responsible for the basic synthesis of the second-order tiger spine worms, releasing thereby the productivity of number 76, fully hatching new second-order zergs, and finally encircling and defeating you in one fell swoop. Let me think about it. Pulse Scorpion, Tank Flame Armor, and the most cost-effective one, Warrior Hunter Bugs, a new zerg race that integrates human genes, is also the direction you are researching. Lin Feng looked at the second-order insect eggs in front of him and added thoughtfully. The dragonfly smiled, but with a hint of disdain. Haha, the warrior insect hunter is nothing more than a low-quality product made by the most brutal methods. What I do is to directly control humans from a spiritual level and use them for my own purposes. Lin Feng looked at her increasingly confused expression, and instinctively felt a chill, so he quickly changed the subject. Don't worry, the Queen Mother of Heicheng is secretly accumulating strength, and I am also getting stronger. By the way, I want to know, did you Zerg develop into an interstellar civilization on your own? Or is it like us humans, who only realized the dangers of the universe after encountering an alien invasion? The female-controlled clone by Long Yi frowned slightly. Why do you ask that? Do you want to know if it is possible for humans to defeat the Zerg in the end? Oh, I can only say that it is absolutely impossible. Even if you use your entire nuclear arsenal and spray the world with the most powerful hydrogen bombs, it would be nothing more than a rainstorm for us. Humanity and even the entire blue planet are only worthy of being the incubator of the fourth-order insect king. But your fierce resistance can add a little fun to this boring game. Lin Feng's mouth corners gradually rose, and he secretly gathered strength. As a high-ranking Zerg being, don't you know the origin of your own race? On the day of the strange solar eclipse, which high-ranking being gave you the invasion signal? Let me guess, could it be Daohui? Shut up. The Queen Mother's clone in front of him suddenly fell into a frantic struggle under Lin Feng's relentless pursuit. Questioning, 6 long hands scratched its brain, directly tearing its scalp. It screamed and roared, interrupting Lin Feng from saying those 3 words. Lin Feng looked at the fierceness in the other's eyes, as well as the fear and confusion hidden in them, and understood that at this moment, all of Ling Yi's mental attention had been focused on him. Then consume the upgraded energy stored in the body, activate genetic radiation skills. Then, a strong mental energy gushed out from Lin Feng's brain. Invisibly, it swept over an area within a 5-kilometer radius. All creatures with a brain structure, at this moment, fell into a strange spiritual world, just like Lin Feng, who was breaking through his mental limits at that time. Experience again the epic rise of a race and its tragic ending. The clone of the Queen Mother in front of him, after being hit by the spiritual energy, his eyes turned black. Loss of self-awareness. Chapter 150. Artistic Conception, Realm, and the Will of the Hive are coming. After consuming the upgrade energy once, Lin Feng released a powerful and strange genetic radiation. And before that, through language stimulation, he successfully attracted most of the attention of the Mother Queen. In this way, the effect of genetic radiation will be multiplied, and perhaps it will be able to unlock the opponent's genetic seal in one fell swoop. However, a few minutes later, before Lin Feng could be happy for long, he suddenly noticed that the ground beneath his feet was shaking slightly but frequently. But at this moment, the genetic radiation skill is still continuing, and it needs to be released for at least 10 minutes to reveal the final dark ending. The upgraded energy, converted into mental power, is being released continuously from Lin Feng's brain. Implant a genetic memory into all nerve cells within a 5-kilometer radius. The trembling at this moment might be the Queen Mother, mobilizing the second-order tiger-backed insects underground to come for support. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suppressed his inner tension and calmed down temporarily. After all, no matter how many second-order Zergs there are, they cannot threaten him in the slightest. They will only become nutrients for upgrading the Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword. Moreover, when they break into the range of genetic radiation, they will also suffer mental invasion and lose consciousness. But as time passed, the tremors on the ground became more and more violent, and even large areas of land under the feet began to bulge and crack. It seems like something is about to break out of the ground. Behind the Queen Mother's clone who was lost in the spiritual world, the worm pit that had just appeared to collapse backwards. From a small wormhole with a diameter of 10 meters, it gradually collapsed into a giant sinkhole of tens of meters or even nearly 100 meters. Looking at the ever-expanding pit, Lin Feng's sense of crisis was instantly filled to the brim. As early as the moment the sudden change occurred, he had already retreated vigilantly. He only needs to ensure that the range of genetic radiation still covers the most important Queen Mother's clone. I can easily retreat 3 or 4 kilometers. Considering the possible dangers that may occur next, Lin Feng is ready to activate the Flying Tiger Armor's flight mode and escape at any time. If things go as expected, the creature that is about to break out of the deep pit is most likely the real body of the Queen Mother Lingai. That high-level giant insect with a body as big as a mountain. As the frequency of the tremors decreased, there was a sharp explosion, and a third-order Queen Mother with a body width of more than 60 meters and a height of 100 meters rushed out of the Cheyenne Ken. Like a tall building, rising from the ground. The insect's head and face, which were covered with sharp bristles and extremely ferocious, were covered with dozens of basketball-sized compound eyes, all staring at the tiny human figure 3 or 4 kilometers away. And when Lin Feng looked at the other person, the sight in his eyes suddenly dimmed. His mental consciousness was strongly affected. Compared to the last time when he witnessed the appearance of the Queen Mother in Heichang from 7 or 8 kilometers away, Lin Feng at that time was not even a first-level awakener, but just an ordinary 9th-level enhanced person. Because of his own low strength and the quick glance he took from afar, his impression of the Queen Mother was only the most intuitive impression of her huge terror and earth-shaking majesty. Now, his own level has reached the perfection of the late second stage, and even his spiritual attributes have broken through the upper limit in advance, and he has half a foot into the third stage. Facing the high-level Zerg Queen again, Lin Feng had a new and more real feeling. The invincible power of the Queen Mother once again awakened the shadow of fear buried deep in his heart. As the detailed attribute data of the identified creature appeared before his eyes, Lin Feng realized how terrifying the strongest third-stage lifeform inside the planet was. Queen Mother, LV 3339 horsepower 13K, pH 3.4K, SP 3.8K artistic concept, infinite reproduction special ability, absolute control, using one's own extremely high spiritual attribute value to achieve telekinesis, consciousness control and other powers, domain release. As a descendant of cosmic life, you have a complete race promotion channel and can use domain power across levels, undead body, huge and bloated body, giving birth to numerous low-level life forms, giving them life attributes far superior to those of the same level, and can quickly restore its lost health by swallowing and digesting low-level Zerg. Evaluation: a third-stage life form, a high-level unit of the Zerg, the breeder and commander of low-level Zerg, with extremely high health and spirit values, a frontline base for the Zerg, with strong defense, but also extremely slow movement speed. Note: the target life is releasing its own artistic conception. Warning: unknown territory appears nearby. Warning: unknown territory appears nearby. Warning: unknown territory appears nearby. Before he finished reading the attribute data introduction of the Queen Mother Lingai, a string of black and red warnings suddenly floated before Lin Feng's eyes without time to think. He even gave up using the reserve energy of the second genetic radiation and directly activated the flight mode of the Flying Tiger Armor, wanting to escape far away. However, no matter how fast the speed is in reality, it can never be faster than the strange spiritual energy released in the form of waves. Lin Feng was retreating rapidly, but before he had flown a kilometer, he stopped in mid-air, as if he had hit an invisible wall of air, and his figure was frozen in place the next second. Lin Feng's eyes went dark. In an instant, he was deprived of his 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Even his own spiritual perception after awakening suddenly disappeared. The self-consciousness was separated from the body and suddenly fell into darkness. At this moment, His brain was unable to issue any commands to his body, just like a computer with a network cable unplugged, unable to load any web page information. But his consciousness was extremely clear. Just losing control of your body. Just like that time in the spiritual world, the endless abyss where the black sun fell, continuing to fall uncontrollably. However, at this moment, he was attacked by the Queen Mother. Trapped in such a strange and dangerous situation, Lin Feng immediately began to struggle hard. The spiritual energy stored in the brain dissipated wildly, trying to break through the invisible blockade around him. Fortunately, his spiritual attribute value has already broken the upper limit of 1,000 points in advance, and has also reached 1/3 of the LV-33 Mother Queen, and under the impact of his continuous consumption, finally regained my body's vision and hearing. However, when Lin Feng heard a sound and opened his eyes, what came into his sight was a scene like hell, a sea of blood and corpses. Under my feet, I saw countless giant grotesque insects with more than a dozen articulated legs. They formed layers of impenetrable insect swarms and crawled and squirmed in a sea of corpses, and above this terrifying swarm of insects, a long statue several thousand meters high stood quietly and floated. A huge amount of information was stuffed into Lin Feng's brain. From the complex and chaotic information flow, he knew that the blurry statue was the god they worshipped, the mother of life. When Lin Feng endured a discomfort and stared at the statue, a large number of young nymphs were seen wriggling their fat and bloated bodies, condensing and drilling out from the vague statue suspended in the distance, and then falling to the ground. During the vertical fall, some nymphs successfully broke out of their cocoons, tore their old bodies apart from the inside, spread their membranous wings on their backs, and landed smoothly in the swarm. Those who couldn't break free fell to the ground, turned into a bloody paste, and were instantly eaten by other insects, leaving behind a sea of piled-up bones. Lin Feng frowned as the scene kept repeating and piling up before his eyes until it filled his field of vision. The chewing and gnawing of bones nearby filled his ears to the brim. This extremely painful feeling almost destroyed Lin Feng's remaining sanity. At this moment, a reminder popped up in front of me. The host's mental damage has been detected. The hive's will is devouring its self-consciousness, automatically searching for countermeasures, can activate gene radiation and reduce its impact activating and using. Note, genetic radiation skill. Each use will consume one upgrade reserve energy. Soon, a strange energy that was transformed spread out from deep within Lin Feng's brain, dissolving the strange realm that was invading his mind. Lin Feng was getting better after the blood and tears were no longer seeing from the corners of his eyes. He squinted his eyes and vaguely saw the huge body of the Queen Mother Lingai appearing under the statue, and beside her, there was a glowing figure floating and standing. The long-haired woman in a white dress had a look that was as unclear as the huge statue in the sky, and the unknown woman seemed to be talking to the Queen Mother when Lin Feng, with the help of genetic radiation, completely got rid of the influence of the strange imagery nearby, and looked in the direction of the Queen Mother again. The woman in white disappeared as if it was just an illusion. However, at this moment Lin Feng had only recovered his hearing and vision, and was still unable to move his body below the neck, so he could only stand quietly in mid-air. Fortunately, the endless swarm of insects under his feet is still some distance away from him, so he doesn't have to worry about being devoured by them for the time being. But who knew that the next moment, the queen dragonfly in the distance would rush over rapidly, surrounded by the nearby mountains and seas of insects. More and more insects fell from the surface of the statue, and under the control of Longai, they gathered into palm hundreds of meters long, holding it up and floating in the air. It didn't stop until it reached Lin Feng, 200 meters away. Then, looking at the tiny human in front of him, the Mother Queen Bee let out a sharp and piercing cry, followed by a strong mental wave that exploded in Lin Feng's mind like thunder. Where did you hear that word? As the mental storm swept through him, Lin Feng trembled all over, and his confused self-consciousness suddenly became clear. He knew what the other party was asking. Thasuyer, the last 3 words you almost said, and it was precisely because of that word that this sudden change occurred. Mahakala. These were the last words Lin Feng heard when he entered the spiritual world last time, before his consciousness was completely stripped away in the dark history of the Zerg. It is also the honorific name given by the Zerg to the terrifying existence that devoured the entire star and killed the insect god. Obviously, this violates some kind of taboo. This is why the Queen Mother Lingai was determined to come out of the ground and control Lin Feng, even at the risk of suffering a blow to her own body. Now facing the harsh interrogation of Long Yi, Lin Feng tried to open his mouth, and after feeling nothing, he used the little mental energy he had left to answer. In the history that was erased from you, perhaps you already knew it, but for some reason, you were unable to touch it. And you dared not face it. Ahem. That is the fire of hope left behind by your Zerg ancestors. Before he could finish, the energy to maintain the upgraded gene radiation was gradually exhausted, and the explosive shock came again, almost making Lin Feng faint. Sensing Lin Feng's painful struggle, the queen bee extended two thigh-thick tentacles from its lower jaw and grabbed Lin Feng in midair. When the slippery mucus on the tentacles covered the whole body, the previously lost feeling and perception finally recovered, and the strong oppressive impact from the surrounding environment also weakened a lot. At this moment, Lin Feng's waist and hands were entangled by the tentacles extended by Ling Yi, and he was unable to take out his weapons and equipment. He could only cough twice and spit out the blood and mucus mixture stuck in his throat once his trachea was unblocked. Lin Feng breathed heavily, allow oxygen to flow throughout the body and restore tissue activity in the hands and feet. The familiar power finally surged up, and the spiritual attributes gradually recovered after the restrictions were lifted. At this time, the female clone of the Queen Mother appeared on her forward. The upper body broke through the mucous membrane of an insect eye and crawled out. Speak. That existence will be aware of it in the dark. This familiar spiritual energy fluctuation. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Long Yi. He had already sensed that the other party had undergone some changes. The mental fluctuations around him were no longer as wild and crazy as before. Maybe the genetic radiation worked. Remove the genetic seal of the Zerg Queen, and awaken the true nature of Ling Yi's smell of fishy stench mixed with decay filled his throat and mouth. It was just as extremely uncomfortable as the strange things I saw and heard when I broke free and opened my eyes. The woman on the Queen Mother's forehead frowned slightly, and moved the tentacles that were wrapped around the other person's body, and then wiped them hard in front of Lin Feng's mouth. The familiar mucus soaked through the throat and tongue, and the strange taste sensation in the mouth finally disappeared. But there is also a strange feeling when holding this thing in my mouth. If you want to lose your sense of taste forever and become a monster that spits bugs, then keep spitting. A cold voice came from the woman's mouth. Lin Feng tactfully stopped coughing and asked, "What the hell is this place?" "The spiritual world of the Zerg." "Why can we say that word here?" The woman slowly stood up and spread her arms, as if to hold up the huge statue floating in the air behind her, and the queen insect body also raised its head and stood up to a height of 100 meters. Looking at the tiny Lin Feng in front of him, Long Yi opened his mouth. "This is the Zerg's divine realm, the will of the hive. As a high-level mother body, we also condense our own artistic conception and reproduce infinitely. Great mother of life, respond to my call, grant her divine domain, and descend here to cover up the sin of breaking the taboo." Lin Feng endured a discomfort in his mouth and asked incoherently, "So actually, you can't control this weird spiritual realm either?" Ling Yi stared at the human male in front of him and nodded with a complicated expression. "The will of the hive belongs to all the Zerg. I can only use my reproductive state of mind to merge with it and mobilize some of the control authority of the divine domain. As for the mental invasion you suffered, it is the natural attribute of the god's domain. Any low-level life will gradually be assimilated into part of the god's domain, become one of the Zerg, and my artistic conception can protect you from harm." Lin Feng curled his lips and asked the key question, "So you have recovered your past memories?" Ling Yi looked down from above, lowered his head, and took a deep look at Lin Feng, who was entangled in the tentacles. "Yes." Lin Feng clenched his fists and looked up. "Then we can cooperate with each other to awaken more Zerg queens, or work together to kill the number 76 Heichang queen. It has already entered the middle stage of the third stage, and poses the greatest threat to us." Hearing this, Long Yi sneered, "Ah. If you want to kill a third-order life, especially the offspring of a cosmic life, it is impossible to kill without the blessing of artistic conception. Just to help you advance to the third level." Lin Feng frowned. "What exactly is that artistic conception and realm?" The corners of was slightly raised. "The universe is dark and cold. It is a huge energy field that feeds on the mediocre and inferior and devours all the weak. Before becoming a cosmic life, you not only need to possess extremely strong material vitality, but also the spiritual willpower to fight against endless darkness. Artistic conception is your spiritual power, the condensed meaning of your existence. Only by obtaining it can you have the confidence to fight against the darkness around you. Don't lose yourself in the vast universe. An artistic conception is the prototype of the domain, the concrete image of spiritual power, and an important way for future life in the universe to fight each other. This is also why the fourth level above the third level is unique and is called cosmic life, for life in the universe. Any creature that survives in the cradle of a planet is like a larva in a hatching nest. Even if it enters the third stage, it is at best just an ant that has just learned to fly. Only when you look up at the universe will you realize how weak and insignificant you are. So, do you understand how ridiculous it is for humans to want to completely kill a high-level Queen Mother? You may be able to use external forces, such as nuclear bombs, to directly wipe out the high-level Queen Mother, but you will never be able to defeat us on your own. When it comes to life and death, a third-order life form will do whatever it takes. Even an ant has the ambition to fly into the sky. For example, this time, in order to prevent you from breaking the taboo and attracting the attention of that being, I had to sacrifice half of my energy and summon the divine realm to come. Lin Feng took a deep breath. It seemed that the preparations he had made were too little. As a direct descendant of the Zerg, the Queen Mother possesses a balanced and perfect talent in all attributes of physique, spirit, and life value. Coupled with his status as a descendant of cosmic life, he can be said to be the strongest being among the three levels. Lin Feng, unwilling to give in, continued to ask, what about other Zerg species? Will the tiger-backed worms continue to evolve and become high-level Queen Mothers? Ling Yi shook his head. The Queen Mother is the most fundamental group of the Zerg. The other Zerg were created by us after invading alien planets and combining them with the genes of local life forms. As the descendants of the original cosmic life, spiny worms naturally have their third-order existence, but until the high-order queen is killed by humans, the conditions for lifting the seal will not be triggered. Maintaining the existence of the third-order king spiny worm will consume a huge amount of biomass energy and divide the interests of the global Queen Mother. There are also other unknown risks, so, if you want to advance to the third stage, the only way is to kill the Queen Mother. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to digest this information. After suppressing his inner shock, he looked at the swarm of insects holding up Ling Yi. So how do we condense this artistic conception? Ling Yi did not evade. Right now, she needed to buy enough time for her main body to escape, so she continued to introduce. Each life is different according to its own experience, and naturally it is different. There is no fixed way. It may be a sudden enlightenment between life and death, or it may be a sudden awakening in confusion. We have the Great Mother of Life paving the way ahead, and have already engraved these in our genes. When growing to the third stage, each Queen Mother will receive the spiritual inheritance left by the ancestors, and all they need to do is comprehend it step by step. As for you humans, there is no record of the birth of life in the universe. You can only rely on yourself and figure it out on your own. There is one more thing. The minimum spiritual attribute requirement for condensing artistic conception is also the third stage. Fortunately, your spiritual attributes have been blessed many times by the parasitic mother body, so you can barely meet the standard. Be careful when exploring. Without a strong body, it is difficult to sustain excessive mental exhaustion. After saying this, without waiting for Lin Feng to continue asking, the mountain and sea of insects and the queen bee that appeared before his eyes suddenly disintegrated like a shattered mirror. It disappeared without a trace. In an instant only Lin Feng was left, floating blankly in the air, his membranous wings behind him still flapping. The protective mucus on the body never appeared. It was as if everything I had just experienced was an illusion. But the blood in the corners of his eyes and the blood oozing from his ear holes were reminding Lin Feng. The real battle has just begun. A strange spiritual world that breaks the time limit. What will be your own artistic conception? Lin Feng clenched his fists, and suddenly, he reacted. Far away at the same time, he drew out the tiger-toothed chainsaw sword with his right hand. Flying above the cenote. When the smoke and dust cleared, there is no trace of the huge body of the Zerg Queen. Damn it, forget it, my condition. This chapter took me a long time to write. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.